last night.
Don't you fucking blame me at all
I'm not.
for you
I'm not
being
blaming
gross.
you. I'm blaming my actions on myself based on how I took our conversation. I'm taking full responsibility for this, which is why I'm getting my stuff and I'm leaving.
Hello. Is that Stephen? And run me my money back, Venmo me this right now, Because I spent all that money in a relationship. I want to see that money come back to me. Don't play with me. Maybe you're not hearing me very clearly. Hold on a minute. Hello, Stephen. Maybe you didn't hear me very clearly. Let me be an intellectual criminal. I'd like for you to run my money back to me. Venmo me. So the clothes, the groceries that we bought together that we both were obviously eating, I want you to run me the money back for electricity that we didn't pay for in this household. Also the light bill also came out of my money, and the water bill that we also paid for. Yeah, if you see in the column that I've sent you on the report expenses page, you should see how I lent you another 100 also, so you could actually buy a shirt that I liked, and some flowers that you were supposed to buy me as well. All in all, $434. I would like it Venmoed now. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Look, let me just tell you something. This Love is Blind, okay, it's a complete robbery. All right? It's a complete robbery. In fact, let me put my gloves on as well because I don't want to leave no fingerprints when I talk about this today. Okay? All right? It's a complete robbery. This particular Love is Blind, it's a robbery. I feel sorry for the ladies. For once, in this particular season, season 7, the number of completeness, it shows us a complete madness on the part of Love is Blind. We've got somebody here who has 3 children, okay, and they pretended they have a sperm donor. We have somebody who's borrowing money from their partner, okay, they're spending money on their partner and then asking to Venmo the money back. Okay, I think that's a little bit dusty, by the way. Just a little bit dusty. Then we also have somebody who is very insecure, cusses somebody out, their partner, when they're on ducks, okay, all right? And so, that's a problem in itself, all right? And then makes up stories to make themselves feel better. And then we got another couple, all right, who is out here smushing lips. Now, you can't smush my lips because my lips are not there, but smushing lips, okay, putting hands in faces, okay, and then reading letters the next day to their dad. I think there's a bit of a problem. This particular season has been a complete and utter robbery. And you know what? They would have got away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids. Okay? Listen, I am sick and I am tired, okay, of this particular season. All right? Sick and tired. All right? This has been an absolute travesty of a season so far. I don't see one strong couple. We got another couple out here who don't want to glove up. Okay? We got a whole couple that does not want to glove up. Okay? Telling us how it's okay, he doesn't want children, but you should get birth control so that he cannot glove up because he needs to feel the goodness of the promised land. Now, I posted this on my Instagram earlier on. I said, listen, hey, you know what I mean? No one deserves to have a partner who doesn't make them feel like, they're not on dry ground, okay? You should always feel like you're swimming. But the reality of the situation is, okay, all right, we need to glove up. We don't want kids, we need to glove up, okay? So I'm seeing a lot of irresponsibility in the season, and I am going to agree that the men this season are absolutely trash. Most of them. Not all of them, most of them, okay, all right? Bar maybe Nicky D, you know what I'm saying? Bar Nicky D. Other than that, can I be honest with you? The rest of them are absolutely problematic. And then we've got Alex as well, a little bit problematic as well. We've got Hannah, who's a little bit problematic as well. And the rest of them seem to be pretty cool. I can't lie to you. Monica was on the verge. I know some of you don't really like it. Some of you ladies are, I know, on my neck a little bit when I said it's a bit dusty to ask for the money back. I did think it was a little bit dusty. Okay, because if you're asking money for groceries back, okay, sis, it's spent. Let it go. Okay, it's spent. Let it go. Okay, all right? You spent the money together, let it go. You know what I'm saying to you? Now, if this was a man saying, run me my money back on Venmo, I think some of you would be like, it's a little dusty. Okay, all right? It was a couple hundred. You can let it go. You know what I'm saying to you? It's just a little dusty, all right? But we're going to start the show, Okay, all right. You know my shenanigans and my foolishness. I like to play around a little bit as well. Okay, so today, listen, we are back with another one. Okay, we are back with another one. Okay, all right, we are back with another one. A super panel talking about Love Is Blind season 7, episode 7 to 9. And we're gonna have a good time because we're gonna talk about some real key things, and I want all your real opinions. I will leave a link in the chat, so if you do want to enjoy the conversation and join in, I know I've got people behind the scenes already, then by all means use a link, join in. I know that season has been hot for you and you've been waiting for a place to be able to speak your opinions. Okay, then this is the place to do it. You know what I'm saying to you? You want to have a conversation, you want to say your piece, then join the live. We want to see you guys as well. All right. Without much further ado, I'm going to get my panelists on, because like I said, it's a super panel, it's not my day, so, you know what I mean, my shenanigans are done up, so let me let these shenanigans go, okay, all right, but we definitely going to keep it definitely safe around here. We're going to glove up, okay, all right, listen, do me a massive favor, like it, share, subscribe, click on that fabulous bell button for the notifications of the uploads. I got my chicken in the oven, so I cannot wait to get the panelists on. I got my chips in the oven too. I got some salad ready to go. You know I'm going to be eating my food while you guys are on the live. We're going back to old school ways of doing lives, okay? All right? You remember the times we used to sit together and chill? You know what I'm saying? We had fun, didn't we? We had fun, didn't we? We going to have some fun again, okay? All right, cool. Let me get my panelists on. First of all, you know, I'm going to do my little introductions as well, you know, because I know some of them already, so 2 of them I already know. I know Faye as well, and Dee's there as well, but I know JR and Elsid very well. So my first panelist, welcome, JR. What you telling me, my guy? Gang, I see the arms in there, but I can't. Wait, hold on. You're on mute, bro. Even though I don't have my headphones in, you're on mute, bro.
Oh. Yeah, cool, brother. I'm here enjoying the shenanigans, the Scooby-Doo reveal. Yeah, bro, that was all good still.
It is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, season's been quite chaotic. What a nosedive. Like, first 4 episodes, you're thinking, wow, there's so much hope and promise. And then, man, episodes 4 to 7 kind of turned that upside down, bro. But, you know, I'm sure, like you say, there may be a slim chance that some of these couples make it now. I can't even think of one really at the moment, but we'll dive into it and
definitely
get to them.
You tell no lies. All right, my next person coming up here, you already know who she is, okay? All right, the Slayer of Worlds, okay? All right, you know she's a dissector, the FBI of the reality TV world. Okay, all right, a prophet in the game. She's gonna prophesy for you guys and let you know what's gonna come to pass. All right, she's somebody who doesn't hold her opinion back. She's gonna let you know how she really feel, and she definitely gonna give you the light and the dark when it comes to these particular people and their behaviors on the show. I want you guys to give a warm and wondrous, okay, and a beautiful welcome to Elsid, baby. Hey, wait till they be Elsid.
I wasn't ready. I thought that was for somebody else.
Baby, you are the Slayer of Worlds. You should know. You're the only one.
I don't mean to slay people's words, but you know, as a happily married woman, I am not gloved up for this event. So it will be raw. I will say my unfiltered opinion. So just glad to be here. Hey, JR.
He's on mute again. He didn't even realize he's saying hello, but he's on mute. There you go, bro.
Oh, I said, hey, Elsid, what's happening? All good? No, she can't hear you.
No, she
I
heard
can
you,
hear
but
you. I
she
just
sign
muted.
language.
I was like, hey, you know, I'm saving my words for the smoke that everybody's gonna catch. Sorry, just saving
I told
the
you,
words.
Slayer of Worlds. I told you, Slayer of Worlds. I done told you. Get me Silver Surfer. Ain't got none of her. All right, cool. Next person I'm gonna invite up. You already know who she is, okay? All right. You know she the sultry seduction. You know what I'm saying to you? The person who seduces with the words but lets you know she can cut either way, okay? This is our good sister who begins to speak in a particular way that brings peace yet carnage at the same time, okay? You know her already. You've seen her plenty of times, okay? Don't get, gassed and looking at the beauty and thinking that, something. When she comes, it's like a thief in the night. You know what I'm saying? It creep up on you. You know what I'm saying? She's smart, intellectual. All right, dangerous. You feel me? Yeah? I want to welcome onto the stage. You already know who she is. You gonna laugh, you gonna cry. Either way, you gonna get this smoke. Welcome to the stage, Jay, baby! Yeah! I know you're in the car, Jay, but welcome, baby.
Now I got to put on my radio voice since you sat there and said the song introduction. So now I got to bring some peace while seducing some people's mans. All right. What's good, Elsie? What's good, JR? What's good, folks?
Hey,
All good.
I see you with the specs, JR. I see you.
Yeah, you know the ways.
'Cause you,
He's going to see into these people today, baby.
Oh
baby,
yeah,
I heard some smoke.
the inspector's here.
Inspector indeed, you know. All right, listen, I've got two more panelists behind. Listen, now, no offense to the other two panelists, because I don't know you that well, I won't do an intro. But when I get to know you better, I'll do a proper intro. You know what I'm saying to you? Because I want to give you the best I can give you. You feel what I'm saying to you? Now, I can't do it without really knowing you. You know what I'm saying to you? You know what I mean? So I'm going to introduce my two other fabulous, panelists to the stage as well. All right. And we're going to have a good time today and have a good conversation. So first one I'm going to introduce is Faye to the table, baby. Faye, welcome to the conversation, baby. How you doing, sis?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me. Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Welcome, Faye.
Hey, Faye.
Hey.
Good seeing you, Faye. We're blessing you. Appreciate you. Pleasures. And then we've also got D. D, welcome to the panel stage, baby. How you doing? How you doing, D?
I was going to come in on Jay's intro because that sounded like me. So I just didn't want to come in too early. But I felt like, I was supposed to make an entrance. Okay, so I'm ready. I just want to tell you, I was on point with most of these people last time. You don't remember, but that's, again, we good. So the only people that bamboozled me, that bamboozled me was Tyler. I was bamboozled. I was hoodwinked. My feelings is hurt. And I'm ready to talk some smack about him today.
I like it. The energy's righteous and it's right at the moment, and we thank God for that. Listen, we are not going to waste time. We're going to go straight into this. I know some other people will be coming as well a little bit later on as well. Look, this season has been, I like what you said, D. I've been hoodwinked, you know what I'm saying to you. It does feel like that a little bit, this season. So let's start strong. You know what I'm saying to you? Let's start strong because, you know what I mean? People are Venmoing me the money back on what they had spent on a particular relationship. So I want to get your thoughts on this first person. So I'm going to get the video was playing already, so I'm going to play it again just for you, remind you, real refresher, and then we're going to get into some conversations for y'all. Okay?
Leaving you alone.
Great.
It
Before
was,
you leave, I would like you to Venmo me the money you owe me for me carrying your weight the last couple days. If you wouldn't mind taking out your phone now to send me the Venmo.
It felt personal. It felt personal. It felt personal in that moment. It felt like some people had robbed her before, and she said, "This is you not going here hoodwink me too. You ain't gonna rob me too." It felt personal in that moment. Shout out to Venmo getting a free promotion on Netflix as well. I can tell that Venmo gonna get a few more people coming through too, because ain't nobody gonna mess up my money. All right, so I want to get you guys' thoughts and ladies' thoughts as well. This relationship has gone a particular direction. I will ask a few questions about these couples as well, so I'm going to stay alert. So the first question I want to ask about this particular situation is, we saw Monica about the flowers situation. Before we got to this point, I know it was a bit crazy. We saw her about the flowers situation. She was talking about his words not matching his actions, and such and such. I want to get you guys' thoughts, and ladies. Was Monica being too much when she was asking for these flowers? I don't know if you remember the scene where she was asking for the flowers, saying, "Hey, I want these flowers, because, and then she spoke a little bit about the bag that she also kind of wanted as well, but she said she wanted materialistic, which I get. She likes gifts, but then mentioned an LB bag. So I want to get you ladies and guys' thoughts. First question is, what did you feel about the flower situation? Was she going overboard? Was there something we missed? Because he looked kind of scared a little bit as well. What's your thoughts on that scene? Who want to go first? Who's ready to go? JR, you had your mic open originally, and I just closed it, so you're going to go first. Thank you. You'll go on my first whistle. Remember Gladiators. Talk to me, bro.
Yeah. I don't necessarily think she was doing too much. Like, flowers are a complimentary gift that a guy would usually get for a girl in a scenario anyway. The fact that she had to prompt him, you know, or let it be known how much she wanted them. Yeah, I wasn't really feeling it per se, because I would do that type of thing off my own natural accord, right? How I'm feeling about the person. But I think, you know, the prompting of it, she was a little bit aggressive with it, but it wasn't the end of the world for me.
Anyone have an opposing view to that? That they thought it wasn't too much. I mean, that it was too much. Sorry, go for it, Elsid.
Aggressive. There's that word again. But I'll let JR live on this. Could Stephen have a moment? Could the man have a moment? We're in Mexico. We're on this little honeymoon. Could we have a moment for me to get flowers? You know, she's expecting him to go to production right now, today, next hour, and get her flowers. It's the constant flowers, flowers, flowers. Can he have 2 hours to go get flowers at the store? Could he have a moment? Could he have a day? It seems like every day, every moment, it is flowers, flowers, flowers. It just was a lot so quickly. Like, say flowers again, and when we get back home, it seems like the first day home, flowers, flowers, flowers. Give the man a moment. Give him enough rope for him to trip off. That's all I'm saying.
Love that. Anyone else having a similar view or an opposing view to that? I mean, you ain't got no choice, actually. So you can either agree or you can disagree. I mean, we ain't really a choice. Yes, Jay, go for it.
I'll say there's an art to teaching people what you want. There's an art to teaching, period. You know, everybody learns differently. And again, if you're constantly finding yourself repeating something and you feel like they're not getting it, then maybe you need to change your lesson. And like Elsa said, give him time. Give him time to do it. Your love language is really gifts. Your main gift is a flower, yes, or some flowers, and you might want them daily. But that's something that comes over time when you know a person is actually into you and attentive and wants you and stuff like that. So you give that person time to process the things that you're asking for and make them happen for you. You know what I'm saying? If I keep telling you, then it's like love. When I say I love you every single day, but I have no actions behind it. I don't give you nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't give you room to decide if you're going to do them, when you're going to do them, and if you're doing them just because I'm begging you to do them, or you actually want to do them and you love to do this for me because you know it makes me happy. So it's kind of like, I want to say aggressive, but it's chill, sis. Relax yourself. You stressing yourself out. You aging yourself over these flowers. You want these flowers so much, go and get them. At this point, it sounds like you gave the man the money to give you the flowers anyway. So what is you crying for? Right on the dollar bill, flower. Just in case you forgot, you know, subtle hints, but just to keep saying it over and over and over again, I would tune you out. I would totally tune you out. Like, okay, girl, I'm gonna get it to you when I'm ready to get it to you, because I'm a little bit rebellious, but that's just me. Other people might follow these directions the first go around and you ain't gotta never tell them again. But just give people a chance to hear you process what you're saying and then respond accordingly. And then you'll know if they for you or not.
Love that. Who wants to add on that as well? Faye or D? We haven't heard from you.
I mean, I feel like I have perspectives, because at the end of the day, you're experience.
Oh, wait, D, we can't hear you. Wait, D, we can't hear you, babe.
Oh,
we can't hear you.
Can't hear me at all?
Like a dialect. Yeah, you was going into dialect mode. Wait, try again. Let's see.
Can you hear me again? Still no?
You know, we can hear you. Go for it.
Understand both perspectives for me. Like, I feel like you're in this period for such a short period of time that you want to be able to see that he's going to be a man of his word. And I mean, I agree with everybody's sentiments, essentially like trying to find a way that works for responsiveness for your spouse. But I also feel like this is just incompatibility. And when I'm a person that has had to learn about beating a dead horse. And at the end of the day, you picked a man that you didn't know at the time was not going to stand on business, and that's an issue for you. And so you can't beat a person into submission, I have learned, which I already said was a problem last week. I could, before this even happened, I saw her just belittling him in a lot of ways, and which he also indicated was his trigger to have this type of response where he goes to feel secure in other environments where he feels like he's not being adequate. So I've noticed it. It just makes sense to me that this would be the outcome. Just accepting him for who he is, especially since you're in the beginning and he's showing you who he is, instead of just repeating yourself over and over and over again. Was she excessive? Absolutely. Absolutely. That girl was good morning, flowers, good evening, every 2 seconds. She was talking about them damn flowers. And he went and got her what, I don't know what that word is called, but essentially a forever flower. Like, don't keep asking me for flowers again. And it was very passive. Both of them are passive aggressive. Essentially, that's their mirror, and hopefully they can be more transparent in their communication about what they are or are not able to do moving forward, and accepting potentially if people are having that passive aggressive behavior where they're not going to try to meet your needs.
I like it, D. Faye, go for it.
I agree with pretty much everyone. The only thing I would add, I just don't think anyone likes to be told what to do like that. Like you can say like, hey, this is what I like. I like flowers. I like bags, whatever. But then like if you keep asking for it, it's just, if I was gonna do it, now I don't want to. So I feel like she just did a bit much. And then just the flowers by itself is kind of like a cliche thing. So I know if if a guy has any bit of rebel in him, then that's another reason why he probably wouldn't want to do it too. So I think she could have probably eventually got what she wanted, but it was just the way she was going about it was the problem. So that's all I have to add.
What is it? Can I ask one more question before you move on? What does it look like when a man is not standing on his business or what he said he was going to do and trying to hold him accountable?
That's a good question. To the panelists.
I just personally feel like you have to give somebody time. Like it's just too short of a window to hold him accountable in that situation. Like, yeah, he said he was going to do it, but then like they're in Mexico. It's a lot going on. He's down on hard times. Like, I don't know. I think you should confront someone eventually if they don't stand on business, but I think it was just too soon in this particular scenario.
They just met. They talked for 10 days without seeing each other. We just met for 3 days in Mexico. You don't know each other. So whether he's not standing on business or not, you really don't know. You haven't been in real world situations with this man. So you got to give it, as Faye said, give it some time and watch him. I mean, maybe you told him and give him 24 hours and see what he does. And then you could talk off camera. But the constant flowers, 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 I'm like, I don't want to see flowers. I'll probably be insulted by flowers right about now because Monica just kept going on and on and on about these daggone flowers.
Go for Jay.
So I'll say it's a catch-22 to it. I'm agree with Faye and El Cid that you should definitely give a person time. Some people don't need that much time. However, those people can be manipulative too. So it's kind of hard in this world, in this setting, because you don't pick up on the little nuances of the body language and the silent communications that we have with one another. Again, it's not enough time. We're in pods where you're not distracted by a whole bunch of other options and all these things going on in the world. So when we get outside into the real world, then, you might want to say at one time, then just a reminder, this is something that I do like, and then just give it some time to see if they pick up on it. Unfortunately, there's no given time frame that you can actually see. You just got to go by watching a person's character. So what you do is actually watch them overall. You don't watch them just with you, but you watch them how they behave with everybody in their world. you know, from the waiters to their mom to, you know, strangers off the street. You just watch how they act. And that should be like indicative of how their behavior is going to be and how attentive they are to things. And if they're going to actually stand on business, if they're a person about their word, when you watch them as a whole, not just with you, because they can be their word. They can keep their word with you. And that can be kind of manipulative because they got an end game with you and not keep it with the rest of the world. But if they're a person that does it consistently with everybody, then you know they stand on business, period. And you could take them for their word.
Yeah, I'll just say, yeah, it's been a very short time that they've known each other. So if the flowers were something that she really wanted, you can articulate that a certain way. You know, if you get on the guy's case straight away, then 9 times out of 10, he's going to give you those flowers more because you enforced it rather than him actually feeling like doing it. And that takes away the sentiment from it. So it'd be an empty gesture. So, like I said, I think she was a bit pushy. I'll change that from what I said before, Elsid, just for her consumption. But I think she was very pushy, and yeah, you have to be careful with that. You can be assertive and affirm what you want, let it be known what you want, but once or twice is good enough. If they haven't picked up the hint, or they're not picking up what you're dropping, then yeah, like you guys said, give him time. He may come round to that, even do a more romantic gesture. But the fact that you've kind of made a big deal out of it, it can kind of go the opposite way and make him not want to do it.
Yeah, listen, I think Monica had the right idea, just wrong execution. And I think that's all it is. It's a right idea, wrong execution. When you are, and listen, I've got the same kind of energy with Monica in this sense, right? When you feel, and the reality is, the way she approached it was from a hurt position. And oftentimes when we are hurt about something, or we don't like something, we can come in real hard, real fast. And then we feel justified in the way that we've approached it. But what I started realizing about Monica is this is not the first time she addressed something in that particular way. She did the exact same thing when he spoke too much. She did the exact thing, you know what I mean? Like, and I can't remember, there's another part where she kind of did that too. So I think on 3 occasions, or maybe 2, let me just stick with the 2, so I can't remember the third one properly. But she has spoken like that, where she goes hard and fast into a situation, and what it does is then it puts up a person on a back foot. And I'm having to learn these skills as well myself, right? Because I can be like that in relationships where I'm hard and fast, and it's because you don't want no one to take advantage of you, and you don't want nobody to think that you're easily pushed over, which I totally get. But that usually comes from a stance of being hurt in the past or not being able to hold very good boundaries. And so then you end up kind of pushing the subject a bit more harder than you need to, when it should have been like, maybe at the first start, maybe she should have really just said like, hey, like, is there any particular reason why you haven't got the flowers? Because then it's an inquiry first rather than the accusation, right? Because her tone was more accusatory, which is like, you haven't got the flowers, da da da. And so she's essentially ready to go in to use it as information to kind of hit him with, which I totally get. We spoke about this on Pop the Balloon as well, right? It comes from a hurt position, so it requires just to kind of shift the tone, the tonality of the questioning, just to be able to inquire as to if there is a reason why the flowers haven't been bought. Because I remember watching it and I said, if you look at his face, he had the same face that he had also when they were back in Mexico. Sorry, when they were back in the room, from the first night, when she said, you're doing it again, you're talking over me again, and da-da-da. And it's like, you're telling me off rather than actually, trying to understand what's going on. And listen, I have this, again, I'm saying this from a perspective of, I really do understand where she's coming from, because, again, I sometimes do this, and it feels like that because, again, like I said, when you're not used to holding good boundaries, number one, and you're not really good at asserting yourself without it becoming, and I heard it said I said the same thing about Ramses, when you become the beast rather than the lion, this is what usually happens. You've gone from lamb to beast, and it always confuses people when you go from lamb to beast rather than lamb to lion. The lion is able to be assertive, but they're also able to bring you into the conversation, to be in a place where they can say your feelings matter and so do mine. And so in this moment, I'm going to be honest with you. My feelings are hurt, but I'm not going to trash your feelings to make me to get what I want out of the situation. And so I'm going to say to you, listen, let me inquire. Is there a reason why you haven't got the flowers? I know it's only 2 days, but you know, I really wanted some flowers, right? It should start with a personal investment in that conversation, which is, I really did want flowers. You know, it makes me feel good when you get the flowers. You know, is there any particular reason why you want the flowers? And that gives them an opportunity to say, listen, hey, look, you know what, my bad. Because sometimes what we don't realize is some people actually get more scared because they feel like they're being judged, because they've been judged maybe previously. So your tone, your energy, the way you're approaching it can feel judgmental. And trust me, it's one of the hardest things to do, because I do it a lot and I'm trying to change it. But it's so tough because you're always in a place of trying to protect you. But you have to be able to release that, let yourself go, so you can approach the conversation in a particular way. Okay. Anyone got any additions on that particular question before I change the question again? Go for it, Elsid.
As we're saying in the chat, you know, he never even gave her any form of gift in the pod. So that could have been his time to get her flowers, or his time to get her a meal. Because we know several people order stuff from production, I'm guessing, for their partner. So if she really is about that, you know, gifts as her love language, he shouldn't have been it for her, because he didn't even show when production was supplying it. He didn't even, you know, order her something.
No word of a lie. I hear that. All right, cool. Listen, this is the next question for Stephen and Monica. My next question is, did he self-sabotage to get out of this relationship? I know everyone says about the cheating, and he definitely did it. But did he self-sabotage? Because I don't know anyone who, well, I do. This cheating was a bit obvious. Can I just be honest with you? Leaving your phone in the hands of the woman where you know the woman's still texting you sounds like sabotage to me. Okay, it's given Jeremy from a few seasons ago, from last season, when he did the exact same thing, sabotaging yourself. So do you think that maybe Stephen will sabotage himself out of this situation, or is he just a bad cheater? Is he just a bad cheater? And there are bad cheaters out there, so you know, people who just don't care about the art or the craft of cheating. You know, cheating is an art or craft. You know what I'm saying? It's a negative one, but it's an art and craft. You know what I'm saying? It's like being a thief. You know, there's an art to being a thief. You know what I'm saying? You don't just steal. Yeah, there's an art to it. You know what I mean? All right, cool. Jokes aside, I'm being real. Do we feel like Stephen was sabotaging, or do we feel like this was really bad cheating? Who would like to take this topic on? So none of y'all want to talk?
Yeah, he bad. He was bad. He was bad. Why, if you are swimming in somebody else's pond, no offense to y'all in the UK, why, if you're swimming in somebody else's pond, you gonna leave your phone, first of all, away from you, because you know you're going back and forth. It's gonna ding. Second of all, you leaving your phone face up. That's foolishness. That's either, you know, you have no tact for that, or you've been cheating in the past, so you knew what was going to happen. You left the phone right there within reach of her, and it lit up, and she looked at it. You left it unlocked too. So again, Stephen, you know, you did this to yourself, and you wanted to get out, you wanted to get caught, and you wanted to, you know, I don't know why you would want that narrative, because all of it would have come out. This is one of the most embarrassing ways to leave the show. You could have just left. But no, you know, it's the passive way, but he should have just ended it and left. I cannot respect him for the way he decided to leave. That was just, you know, no tact, no kind of finesse, but leaving it face up next to her, yeah, he wanted to get caught. And he was still chatting with the girl. He wanted to get caught.
He's ready to go next. Yes, Faye, I see your face changing. Okay, no. Jay says she's gonna go. Jay, go for it, Jay.
Passive aggressive is as passive aggressive does. Okay. She been passive aggressive with that man. Watch me one up you. Thank you. Better spat now. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Try again.
Let me know when you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you
now. Yeah, passive aggressive is as passive aggressive does. She's been passive aggressive with him all this time. And so he's like, yeah, let me passive aggressively show you how to play this game. All right. Do I believe he did this and he's a bad cheater? I believe both. I think he did it on purpose, and I think he's a bad cheater. Okay. Because first of all, how you get caught the first time? If you didn't learn nothing the first time you got caught, how you get caught again? So you definitely a bad cheater unless you just took this opportunity to go ahead and do it one more time, which I really do believe the way he was already packing up and ready to get up out that house. All right. For the person that was just screaming, I love you, I love you, I love you, I'll do anything for you. You already packed and ready to get out the door without really explaining yourself. All right. Now, I don't know how much she Venmo'd him. Maybe it was a lot more than we think. And he was trying to hurry up and dodge that payment plan. I have no clue. But like Elsa said, you don't leave your phone unlocked. You can leave it up. You can leave it beeping. But one thing you don't do is leave it unlocked. So for the fact that he left it unlocked and decided to walk out the room, he wanted to be caught. He wanted out this relationship. I'm not going to say this is the best way out for him. This was not a mannish way out. He should have been like a man and just say, you know what, I had enough of whatever you got going on and I'm good, and just left the situation. But hey, he labeled himself a cheater in the pot.
Damn, we lost her. She'll come back. Hold on. Hey, Jay, you back? I think she's going through a tunnel or something, so she may have, her signal may be a little bit off. Okay.
Wait, that'll give me a few seconds.
Okay. Oh, you back?
I was going to say, give me a few seconds to get out this area, but I think I'm out of it now. I'll just say, he said he was a self-proclaimed cheater. Okay. He's living by his code. I guess I'll say it like that and I'll end it there. Yeah, he proclaimed to be a cheater in the pods and he gonna live up to that. So it is what it is. He's just a bad one. He wanted to get caught. And so he got his way out. Congrats to that man.
All right. Yep, absolutely. I hear you on that. Faye, D, JR, I haven't heard from you. D, go for it.
I was going to say first, give Jay and I the grace today for our internet connections. I appreciate you, and I also would say, I from his overall passive aggressive behavior, I would definitely say that he did it on purpose. I didn't see if somebody can answer a quick question. Did he say he left his phone unlocked, or was that a report that he left his phone unlocked?
We're not 100% sure. Like, what she reported is that he left her phone with them because they were expecting a text from Garrett, as they said. And I think she was with Taylor at the time as well. So something just doesn't feel right. But yeah, I think that's what was said, kind of, in a sense.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past Monica to have the passcode to his phone and had opened it up and been able to try to see what was going on. Overall, do I think he's a liar? I have seen some reviews about him that he's been like posting that he was actually supposedly didn't have a timestamp or date stamp at the sleep study. So like, I just feel like it was passive aggressive. For what reason, I do not know, just to be able to con and deceive, or maybe to see if she was about that life. Like maybe because he's all into these kinks. I feel like they find like that conversation that they had. I know this is going a little bit further, but like shaming him, my perspective about his fetishes that he has, I don't know what they were. Like maybe he was just trying to see if she was a swinger. I don't know. Like he just is passively aggressively trying to get through everything.
Definitely hear that. Can't lie to you. Definitely hear that. JR, Faye, who wants to go? Okay, JR says go ahead. Go for it, JR.
Yeah, I think it was intentional, him getting caught. I think if he's really versed in being a player, cheater, all that, he knows the ways to hide it through practice of having to hide his shenanigans. So it makes me feel like he's either very novice, very rookie, because that's a rookie mistake, or it was intentional. I'll side with the latter. I think he did it on purpose. I think maybe there was a bit of tit for tat or, you know, you're going to talk to me a certain way, well, I'm going to talk to other people instead of you, and have a much better time talking to them on text than I'm having with you at the moment. And I think the telling thing for me is when she found out, and when she subsequently asked him to Venmo her the money back and before he leaves. Not saying he had to fight, but he didn't really put up any resistance. He was like, okay, you know, if that's how you feel, I'm cool with it. So those to me were the telltale signs that it's quite intentional. He doesn't really feel invested in a relationship like that anymore.
Definitely hear the jail. Faye, go for it.
Yeah, I think just once he started feeling inadequate and like unsafe with her, I guess, I think that's when he decided he probably needed to find a way out. And the way that he responded to her, I don't think he felt comfortable telling her that he was done. Because there was a scene where um he was like he looked like he was about to cry, and like she was asking him about like, is he having second, doubts, about second thoughts, whatever, about, ending the relationship or getting married or whatever, and he looked like he was like tearing up, and then she was like, are you about to cry? And then he was just like like he just kind of tried to get it together, but I think he just didn't feel safe telling her like, I don't want to do this, like I'm done. And that's probably the way he felt, like, I'll just beat myself up and get out of here, and then that way, like, I'm the bad guy, I'm the bad guy and I'm done, but it's not like I don't have to face this, confrontation. I just don't think he could handle it. So I do think he did it on purpose. And it kind of fits the narrative that he's put out there already anyway. So I wish he wouldn't have did it like that, but hey, if he's okay with living with it, because he also like looked into the camera at one point too during one of the scenes where he's like, I'm gonna have to live with this, and that was kind of weird. Most people don't talk directly to the camera like that, so I think he thought a little bit about what the narrative would be, and he felt like that was going to be his thing, I guess. So.
Love that, Faye. Thank you very much. Now, before Sean goes, just want to announce to the audience, we have 260 people in the room and it's rising. So we appreciate you guys as well. Want to let you know, we're about to go to a members only comment section. It is £1 or $1 to join the membership. So if you want to be commenting, joining the festivities, having fun with the conversation, then join the membership. It's £1, $1 a month. Okay, I would say to you it's as much as a hot coffee, but it ain't. Coffee's more expensive. You know what I'm saying, to you? And we ain't saving no kids. I just want to be real with you. All right, we ain't having fun. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not about to sell you an emotional thing. Join the membership, okay? Or you're gonna be locked out. It's that simple. All right, get a key by getting some membership, joining this fabulous team, and having some fun with the members only conversation. But Sean, you said you had a different opinion. You said that you might have an unpopular opinion in regards to this question that we're talking about, which is that Stephen may have sabotage, or potentially he's just a really bad cheater. What is your thoughts? How did you see it?
Yeah, I don't think that he could have planned this. I don't think he's smart enough to even do something like that. Because if he was, he probably would have done it better than he did. This is just the typical sloppy, unbridled, uncontrolled man who has no impulse control, and he fell prey to his needs. And I think it's the worst example of not having any impulse control. And it's unfortunate because Monica's personality comes off unlikable at times. So we are just very much willing to kind of make up this narrative about what he did. No, he's a jackass. He's a jackass. He's a deviant. And his behavior is despicable to me because it signs that he is not ready to be anybody's husband. Because what's going to happen if your wife gets pregnant? What happens if there's a period where she's unable to be intimate with you? And this is how you behave. So yeah, no, I wouldn't even go so far to think that he tried to do this. It's a sign of somebody just being loose and not being able to, wanting what they want. Because if you look at the signs from the very beginning, he was hypersexual. He hypersexualized her, hypersexualized himself, and then he continued to, just continue to just not even be concerned about her needs, because intimacy between two people that are supposed to be married, that's supposed to be about a mutually enjoyable experience between the husband and the wife. He was solely focused on himself, solely focused on his needs. And at the end of the day, hey, he's somebody that got caught out there, like many men do, that don't have any control because he's sloppy. And again, I'm not saying Monica was perfect and there was things that she could work on. Absolutely, 100%. I think there's also a little bit of race play going on in here, because she overly was consumed with her non-blackness, which is another thing. He was overly consumed with his non-blackness, which really, in truth, I mean, listen, if we all do our 23andMe, we're going to find some, we're going to find some color up in there, because it's called the motherland for a reason. So at the end of the day, I'm tired of this narrative about him being black. And I think that at the end of the day, he was obsessed with the other, and he over-sexualized her. If you hear the way he said, she was like, you're constantly poking me at the middle of the night. The brother got something going on. There's no impulse control. He's a grown man. He's not 16 years old and he just found out he can get an erection. You're going into a process trying to be married, and this is how you're acting. Yeah, it's off-putting and it's problematic. And I'm actually glad that Monica shut down the sex, because and the minute she shut it down, within days, he's texting and, talking all this BDSM or whatever the hell he was talking about to the other person. And everybody can have their kinks or whatever you have, but you have to be controlled. And if you want to be in a marriage, and Love is Blind is a traditional marriage, unless you tell somebody out the gate, hey, listen, this is what I kind of want, and give them a chance to determine if that's what they want. But at the end of the day, we're looking at this under the guise of a traditional marriage. He is everything but that. And unfortunately, his depravity showed up and he got outed.
I think, I would agree to a certain point. He does seem like there's some sex addiction there, but I think there's probably more time than the panel has, or the viewers have, to address the conversation. It's always confusing when a person cheats and they say that they're in love. Like that's just an age-old conflict that people have about how can you betray another person while saying that you love them. So that was my second point to what you said. And then I'm also confused about who's actually going to still want to suck his member after this show's airs. But again, I've been watching some information and said that he has over 6,000 followers. Why he posted that, I don't know. But again, it leaves me to that he's more manipulative than he appears. And again, I'm double downing on the fact that I think that, yes, I think maybe two things or three things can be true at once. He had to have not been considering his person's feelings. He was fulfilling his own personal needs. But I do think that he's manipulative, i.e., because he's not being straightforward in the conversation. I can't remember her name or her face. Miss Fry said earlier, when he had an opportunity, regardless of how she said it, to say, yeah, I am having second thoughts about being married to you, and she gives you an out to say yes, and you just backing up because you're afraid of the confrontation, you're going to create conflict in an alternative way to be able to get your needs met. Do I think he should be judged necessarily by it? No, but then for the people that's not going to work for, it's to then wants to be able to have honest conversation and communication to be able to resolve the issues rather than just having your behavior suggest how you feel, is problematic.
Dee, now there are some women out here that still want to see if he is the 3% he says he is from the waist down. Okay? Don't act like there are not going to be women out here not going to be checking for Steven, even if it's for just a moment and a drive-by. So, yeah, we can say, oh, we can't imagine. Couldn't be me or the people I know. But there'll be clout chasers out there that want to say they drove by Stephen.
That's crazy.
Definitely hear that. No word of a lie. Okay. So obviously, Stefan and Monica, he did, the do and cheated, and Monica found out from that situation, and in that space as well. So, is there anything to say? I'm going to be cheeky. So, is there anything to say in this instance? Why was Monica in that phone? If by going what I remember, what I read, she just saw and didn't really see anything else per se as a text. But I could be wrong. If someone can correct me, that'll be happily corrected as well. I'm being instigating on purpose, by the way. Is there a reason why Monica went for that phone in the first place? Was she feeling a little bit insecure herself? Was there some aspects for her behavior beforehand? You know what I'm saying, Chu? Because the text didn't flare up. It was a text already existing. So, I don't know if anyone can correct me there. Maybe you can correct me and maybe I was wrong. Go for it.
She went through that phone because her gut told her to. That she didn't go through that phone. She didn't go through that phone because there was some text messages, because that thing said they all was getting text messages. So she got her own phone to go through. Her daddy whispered in her ear, and it whispered in her head some more to go through the phone when it beamed. So her and Taylor probably set it all up to go through the phone. Like, let's send a text and I'm going to go through the phone, and there's going to be the excuse that I'm going through the phone because you just sent the text or whatever. She don't have no other reason other than her gut telling her she needs to find the information that she needs to close this deal. I hope that's what she was going through it for. You know what I'm saying? If you want to end something, that's when you start going through somebody's stuff. I'm not saying y'all should be doing this, but if you want to end it, be prepared to find what you need to close that deal. So she found what she needed. Hopefully she was going to stand strong on closing the deal, which I wasn't too sure the way she was carrying on, because I would have let that man, as soon as he said he want to check his stuff out, go on by. Please do. Bend me my money and go. If she want to be petty, bend me my money and go. But I'm not about to have a back and forth and try to make you feel any less than or whatever stuff. My absence will make you feel all of that. So just go ahead and go. I found what I needed. Thank you. Have a good day, sir. Bye.
Plus, she said her dad asked, "Are you sure this guy's not a liar like your ex?" So that certainly would send alarm bells off for her. So it's like, I wonder if he's a liar. I don't recognize this girl's name. Let me click on it. Let me make sure that everything is kosher.
I mean, beyond that too, is if I'm asking you repeatedly about the same task and asking you to get it done, it's because I don't trust you. So she doesn't trust him. Should she have acted in that way to try to gain trust from him? No, because that's not what creates it. But overall, she didn't trust him, and he shouldn't trust her, and she decided to make that step.
Yeah, I agree. I think that at the end of the day, we've always heard that anytime somebody checks somebody's phone, you kind of already know. So you're just looking for validation. So I think she already knew, and she just needed the validation and the opportunity. And when his phone was unlocked and open, at the end of the day, she saw it, and that was it. So I think she just needed all the evidence. And she knew that once she clicked on that phone, because I watched an interview of hers, and she says that it didn't just pop up, that message from that woman. She had to kind of go looking for it. So once she went looking for it, that already meant that she knew that there was something to find, right? If I lost something, I know there's something that I lost that I need to go look for. She knew there were text messages to be seen. She knew there would be something in that phone that would be incriminating. And I think if anybody wanted their way out, I think it was her, because she was tired of giving him money, tired of him poking around at her, tired of all his antics, tired of him not doing the things that he proclaimed to be doing, tired of him taking up space and air with all of his words. And that's another thing that I think when it comes to Stephen, people like him, there's manipulation. I'm not saying he's just innocently going around and doing it, but I don't think that he wanted to be caught, because he had found his most recent victim, and I'm using that word kind of lightly, to kind of play around with, somebody to give him a little bit of money, somebody to him to kind of, play around with. But the jig was up because she was kind of starting to get on to him. So now he's like the criminal that, the person that they just get sloppy. So then they keep doing the same things. And then that's how the police catch them, because they leave too many trails of evidence of their behavior. So that's kind of what I think around that.
I think two things can be true at the same time. I think she's insecure and she didn't trust him anyway. And I think he's freaky and was looking for a way out with somebody else, or to look to get freaky with someone else. In my opinion, if you're going through the phone, especially that early into knowing someone, yeah, you already made your mind up that you don't trust them. And, you've shown that they can't leave anything around you, whether it be a phone, a diary, anything. If your intuition gets you, you're going to go through it. You're going to go and look through his stuff. So I think she was justified if she had that intuition. She ultimately found what she was looking for, which was that smoking gun. And it was the perfect time for her to confront him about it. And as I said, he wasn't too pressed. He tried to explain it, but at the end of the day, it's still early. He wasn't going to fight for no marriage that's only been, it's not even, they're not married yet. They're just still engaged and getting to know each other. So that's a wrap. And I think she knew what she was doing as well. She knew that once she confronted him, it's over. So they both wanted a way out.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, can't lie to you. I actually went to read it again, and her statement was that she said, I went to click on Garrett's text. I was in his text messages, and there was one at the top right under Garrett that was a girl's name, and I could see some writing, and it was just ... Yeah. Monica says with a sigh, it was such a quick decision, but I was like, push. And then, I saw a bunch of texts. You know what I mean? So it could be intuition, but it also could be the fact that she could be insecure. But at the same time, she was right. So the intuition was correct. You know what I mean on this occasion? I think like Stephen, regardless of whether it was sabotage or not, is very immature. There could be issues in terms of sexual appetite. He's a bit of a freak, in terms of sexual appetite, and it could be a case of, an unsatiable hunger that he has for sex, right, as well. And this is something that I feel like with Stephen, he's going to have to work on it. Now, one thing I will say is, why I feel like it is Stephen's way out is because, and someone's put it in the chat, they actually filmed this after the incident happened. So he actually had to agree to come on camera to film the set. Now, I don't know about you, but when you want to cheat, you ain't trying to come back on that camera to be like, when you're trying to get out of something, it's like, yeah, I know I did it. Yeah, I'm sorry, my bad. So that could be, what I'm saying? I don't know. But again, like I said, it could be the fact that I do feel like he's got a problem with sex as well. Like, I think there's an aspect of that he may have that aspect, or at least attention, because he keeps putting himself in situations where he's in the DMs of some women. Do you know what I mean? And I think he needs to do some real deep undercurrent work, because even if Monica was talking to him recklessly, which I totally get, I don't want anyone talking to me recklessly, right? The fact that he monkey branched onto another relationship immediately to start talking to someone else talks about the fact that how he feels about himself, and so there's some deep actual work he has to do underneath that, and no more of this, I'm bad, I'm sorry, No, the therapy didn't work. Go back to that therapist, get a coach. The therapy isn't working. Get a coach who's going to run you through some plays, because we need to honestly undo some of those things that are happening to you that you using as an excuse and a crutch as to why you do what you do. And so after Jay goes, I want to ask the question, why is it that you feel like Stephen does what he does? Because I think we need to balance it as well, because we've talked about Monica and her behavior as well. Go for it, Jay.
Well, I'm gonna answer that part real quick. I think he does have a sex addiction. I wrote that up in the chat. And then also, I was going to ask a question on top of that. Could it be he actually pre-set this up, and I know Sean won't want to believe that he is not this smart, but I think this is probably his out for anybody he didn't agree with once he got out the pods. Because why would you tell somebody in the pods, and I understand we're being truthful and all this stuff like that, but why would my notion of truth be to tell you that I'm a self-proclaimed cheater and I cheated this particular way and then proceed to still cheat that same particular way, when it's like, okay, you know what, this person's a bit too much for me. You know, I don't know. I'm reading him a whole lot different. Like I hear what you're saying, Sean, and D, that, you know, he can't possibly have been this smart to do all this. But some people really are. When they want to out, they want to make sure they have them out of the situation, and he's willing to be the bad guy out of it. I don't know. It seems weird. But yes, he has a sex addiction, to answer your question overall.
Appreciate it. Does Sean want to reply back to that? I don't know, because obviously I like the conversation. You guys have different opinions. It's good to have different opinions.
Yeah, no, I just don't see him that way. I think sometimes we look at people through the lens of our lens, and I think that's good for empathy, but it's not necessarily always, it doesn't always pan out, you know, because we know what we might do. But when I look at just his layout, and it's obviously an edited show, right? But when I just look at his behaviors, it shows someone that lacks impulse control, someone that is also highly impulsive, right? So people like that, they get caught. Those are the same people, like I said, that commit crimes. And then we're like, how the hell did they get caught? Because criminals, as crafty as they try to be in some areas, they're not crafty because they're breaking the law, right? So you can't be that smart if you're so busy, you know, you have this proclivity that is uncontrolled, right? Just this constant desire to act out without any level of awareness of the other people that are involved and your own self. So I think that, yeah, there could be a subconscious underneath there that he wanted to get caught because he really didn't want to be in the situation. But I think he was too invested. You know, I think he falls under the hobosexual, you know, we call the people the hobosexuals, right? The men that just looking to take up residence, looking to have a woman take care of them. That's the stuff that they do. Those are the kind of behaviors that they engage in. They kind of lure you in a little bit. They tickle your ear with a little bit of truth, and then the rest is lies. And then at the end of the day, they want the ride. He's got some money from Monica. Once he had a mark, men usually don't move away from that quickly, because he had Monica a little bit where he wanted her, where she was willing to break her boundaries, because in the pod she was talking about wanting to be taken care of, but here she is taking care of him to a certain capacity. He does not have a job at the moment, but proclaims that he can get one at any moment. So I think he was starting to set his claws into her a little bit, and he might not have wanted to marry her, but I don't think he was quite ready to leave just yet.
Well, my response to that, I don't agree with Sean. My perspective is that there is understandings of people's inner worlds that I don't understand, and I'm open to receive that there's something about him that I do not understand. But I just also, again, I really feel like he was highly manipulative in a lot of different instances. Again, when Monica tried to defend him at the table with all their friends, and he was like, you know, speaking disparagingly about himself, which also was a pity play, to try to get you, like Monica supported him and said, you know, you're smarter than you think. 2 seconds later, Monica was trying to interject, and he was like, yeah, let me break this down for you so that you have a better understanding. Whoa, sir, how we come from no confidence to all the confidence to shut me down in 2.5 seconds? No. He is very much manipulative. I know we don't like to use the word narcissist, but I very much feel like there's some characteristics. I think that he has a blatant disregard for other people's feelings. I think, again, he's manipulative to get his own task met, and I can understand why he would behave in that way with the sex addiction, which also comes with that particular narrative, with trying to like feel better about himself and not knowing how to go about getting his needs met. Also, again, I can understand how Monica, and there's no safe, if you feel unsafe in yourself, there's no way to feel safe in another person. But I also feel like Monica doesn't necessarily didn't facilitate that either by being judgmental in some aspects. And also, like when he, like even saying he's disgusting and he's nasty, if you're trying to get to the truth of why he did his behavior, all of his behaviors are going to be disgusting and nasty to you. So were you trying to have another discussion to understand, or were you just trying to still beat him up again about by his behaviors? And distinguishing the two, like I just, it was just a mess. The whole thing was a mess.
Oh, well, welcome, darling, to the conversation. We're just talking about now, Stephen. I know you missed the first part of it, but, we're talking about Stephen and his particular behavior and why he was cheating. I want to kind of get a perspective from yourself. What was your kind of read on Stephen and why he did what he did?
So, I personally think that he's passive aggressive, and I find that a lot of passive aggressive people like to play the victim and basically kind of like slough off the power onto the more aggressive person, and in the way that they're able to speak without having to actually confront the person is by cheating. They'll do stuff like that, and they'll use passive language like it just happened. I don't know. No, you do know. You know what happened. And I think he's that kind of person. He almost had the balls to say something. I don't know if they were still in Mexico at the time, but one of you guys, I don't know if it was Faye or Dee referenced it earlier about he looked like he was about to cry, and Monica caught it, and he caught himself, right? And I think at that moment, maybe because of the way that she asked him, she was kind of brusque with him. There's not much warmth to her. I think maybe it scared him, and so he just kind of went right back into his shell. And I wonder if that was the moment he decided that he was going to cheat on her, or if he was already doing that. And I say decided, and I'm using that word very intentionally because I'm tired of people acting as though cheating just happens when it doesn't. That is an active decision that a person makes. You go out of your way to go cheat with somebody. You don't have to do that. And passive aggressive people like to pretend as if they have no power and that they have no ability to make decisions, and they very much so do. So I just find him to be a passive aggressive personality. He says a lot without saying anything. And he was able to keep doing that until he ran into Monica. I think he missed what's the word I want to say? I think he misread her and thought that maybe she was more of a pushover than she actually was. And when she wasn't falling for that anymore, he's like, oh, I guess the jig is up. When he just bow out gracefully, he didn't even put up much of a fight. He actually didn't put up any fight. He was just, you're right, and hoping that will calm her down so we can move on. But yeah, that's the read that I get on him, is that he's just passive aggressive.
I like the points. Anyone want to
add? I mean, as a passive aggressive person, I don't want to be claimed in my spot because I feel like I'm working through that. But what I was generally in retaliation of, and maybe that's what he was saying, that after that conversation, I felt like I wanted to do whatever else, and she perceived it as him blaming her. I, despite all the things that I've gone through, have never retaliated in that type of fashion. I'll do something similar in my perspective, never doubling down with the vindictiveness to get my point across. And again, I mean, I guess people have their own ways about going about getting their needs met. Overall, it's really important to have healthy communication to ensure that your needs are getting met for both people. But for me, it just feels much more calculated to double down in that type of fashion to go about getting your needs met instead of, I don't know, like you didn't get the flowers. Why did it have to end in not getting the flowers and cheating? Like, come on now. Like you're doing a lot.
I think too, though, like people like that will play into whatever narrative exists about them already. Like he's the cheater. He's like down on himself. Like he doesn't think highly of himself. He doesn't think he's, good enough. And so it's like easy to just play into what he feels like, at least from his perception what everybody already thinks anyway. Like, yeah, I'm a piece of shit. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I suck. I don't deserve you. Okay. Like, I think that's kind of the way that he went about things. Whether it was conscious or not, I'm not all the way sure, but there's definitely like a subconscious probably component of it as well that he just plays into that narrative because it's very easy to do.
Just to kind of follow up what you said, Faye, I do feel like he does play the victim, which is initially what he did with Monica in the pods. He was trying her. He was trying some stuff to see what was gonna hook her, just different pieces of bait. And then the thing that got her was him being honest about emotionally cheating before. So I do find it interesting that even now, I think on IG, he's trying to play the victim. And there's some women who are going to fall for that. People like Monica, and I don't know if she's willing to own up to it or not, but she fell for that. This lady, when he said that he had cheated in the past and he had gotten some help for it, she did no follow-up, no investigation. What she said was, hey, I can forgive anything. Her words, she said that. And her tagline at the very start of the show was, my best quality is I am a ride or die. That's what she said. So now he's putting you to the test and you don't feel like riding or dying. But that's the impression that you gave everybody, is that you be willing to take somebody like him back. And that's the energy that you put out. And she gonna need to do some work on that too, because why are you so cool with accepting people like that and you don't do no kind of follow-up? What is that?
Yeah, that was going to be like my second question. Do people test your boundaries with cheating to see if they're going to be able to engage in that behavior during the relationship?
Yeah.
All the time, even subtly so. You may not even know you're being tested.
Mm-hmm.
I just think real quick about the therapy piece, and it's nothing new, but I think at the end of the day, anybody can go to therapy. It's not a sign that you are working on really fixing some of the problems you have. Sometimes it's just a way. Sometimes people go to therapy just to have somebody listen to them. Because on the way therapy works is what you put in is what you will get out. So if you're not being 100% vocal and honest with your therapist about everything, then they're not going to be able to work through, diagnose, help you through whatever your challenges may be. So yeah, I can go to therapy and have great conversations and talk about what I want to talk about. But if I'm not being transparent, if there's not a level of trust between my therapist and myself, if I don't want to fix some of the things that I'm doing, then that's the only things that I'll be able to get, to work on. It's a one-sided thing. So I'm not talking from somebody else's perspective that is experiencing me. I'm talking from my own selfish perspective as well. So.
Hey, Sean, that's a crazy thing, though. I was going to say that you will go to therapy, and I'm not saying you per se, but a person will go to therapy and be honest with their therapist, but won't be honest with their partner. It's just like that simple. Just be honest with the person that you're with. I think like that's the issue with Stephen and Monica, and especially on Stephen's case, he's not honest to the fact that he needs to say that his emotional needs need to be attended to too, and that she actually does not do that, because he's pre-mentioned that the last time he did it, it was emotional cheat that he had going on. Again, it's another emotional cheat. That means that your emotional needs are not being catered to. You might have these kinks that you just like to talk dirty to a person. You don't necessarily want to do anything, but you should be able to do that with your partner. But you also should be able to tell the person that you're with, hey, you just don't fulfill me in this area right here. So either we can make an arrangement if you want to stay in this thing with me, and I can have these little side things or whatever, or we just need to go our separate ways, and I need to find what's best for me, and you need to find what's best for you, because I'm incapable of giving you what you need as well. And so, like, while we're having these conversations, I get it, paying for your therapy and you're paying to have these conversations for free. You can actually just be an honest person and just have these conversations with the person that you're with and just move on if they don't fulfill you in that way, as long as you're not locked into a marriage. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, I hear what you guys are saying. So we gonna shift it to obviously Ashley and free your baby daddy Tyler. So we're gonna go to them, but we're gonna just take a minute or two break. So recalibrate yourselves. I'm gonna play a little timer. Take a minute or two, just recalibrate yourself. It's been an hour or so. So take a minute or two. I'll play a 5-minute timer, but it'll be 2 minutes. So we'll come back in 2 minutes time. All right. Just give yourself a bit of a reprieve. Okay. Just some breathe. You know what I'm saying to you? It's been some good chat as well. All right. Cool.
And it's so crazy because I was so sure. This didn't go how we planned it. There's a hole inside my heart.
Well, we're back again, guys, after that 2-minute interval. We are talking to you guys again about Love is Blind. We are dealing with Ashley and Tyler now. We just had a good deep dive of, Monica and Stephen. So if you missed it and you're just joining us, don't rewind. There's no point. Okay? All right, wait till after. Watch this section. It's about to get deep once more again. And I have some lovely panelists as well with me. I have Sean, I have JR, I have El Cid, I have Dahlia, Jay, Faye, and D as well on the panel. I can't wait to still have these more panels over the course of the next few weeks coming up to Christmas as well. Listen, we're talking to you guys about Love is Blind season 7, episodes 7 to 9. It's crazy. The last few episodes have been absolutely immense. But if you haven't been watching it, don't turn away now. I mean, it's too late. Okay, the whole world knows about this stuff. Okay, so we are seeing now Ashley and Tyler, and we now know. Tyler let Ashley know that he have 3 sperm donor babies, but the internet is telling us that the 3 sperm donor babies are not 3 sperm donor babies. Okay, they're telling us that these baby mothers are coming out and telling us that no, that's real children. You know what I'm saying to you? And so we're seeing Ashley, having a conversation with Tyler, and he is in a space where he is literally. I don't know. He tried to put on the waterworks as if he was really sad about the fact that, he had to tell her the truth, which he could have told her in the pods. But and listen, by the way, you have to deep it, yeah? He hadn't even seen Ashley. He didn't even know if he was going to win or lose her. And he still had to lie. Okay? So, the fact that he had that situation is kind of crazy. So I'll play a little bit more of the clip, and then we're going to get into some conversations about Ashley and Tyler as well. Okay? We're going to get into D in a second. Give me a second. We're going to play a little bit more of the clip. Okay? All right.
kids, please.
My God. It's giving. All right, cool. If you haven't done so already, make sure you like, share, subscribe, click on that bell button for notification of the uploads. If you haven't joined the membership, why haven't you? It's £1, it's $1, and then you can comment in these live chats as well. There's over 300 people in the room, and we love the fact that you guys are joined in. Let me just quickly welcome our new members. Phoenix Rising, shout out to you. We appreciate you for joining us as well. You know, wait, hold on. Let me get my little song. You know, I like to play my little song when I'm doing my little thingies here, you know. Here we go, like that. Here we go, like that. Can't do too much, you know. The copyright will get you. All right, cool. So, lazy head full of hair. I'm guessing that's lazy head full of hair. Good name. I like that. Welcome to the membership as well. We've got Crazy Home Body Girl. Welcome as well. Elsid gifted out 5. We thank you, Elsid. God bless you. May the Lord continue to use you and open your wallet further. Amen. May He dominate, you know, the wallet, and may it increase in the name of Jesus. He who gives power to make wealth. Amen. May it rain like manna. Okay, financially for you in the name of Jesus. Promotion will find you wherever you stand and wherever you will be. Okay, wherever you stand will be holy ground, El Cid. Amen. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah, whatever you touch, your hands will prosper. The work of your hands will go. You understand what I'm saying to you? And 5 is the number of grace. May you be blessed with more grace in the name of Jesus. From faith to faith. In Jesus' name. Yes, Strawberry Wine also has joined as a member as well. God bless you for joining as well. And those 5 people who've been blessed to join the membership, thank you as well. Hope you enjoy the time spent here. Elsa, thank you again once more. All right, let's get into the conversation because we've got to talk this stuff because this stuff was crazy. And it was a lot. Okay, my first question, I'm going to start strong. He lied. He lied. And I want to know your thoughts on this. Should Ashley walk away? You know, I know it's an obvious question to ask, but I still want to ask it. I want to know, should Ashley walk away and why? You know, if you're saying she should walk away, why? If she should stay, I want to know why. You know what I'm saying to you? Feel free to be contrarian if you believe you can bring a contrarian point of view. But if we all agree, it is what it is. Do we believe that Ashley should walk away from this situation due to the lie that's come up and information? Who would like to start off strong for us? Okay, Sean looks like he's ready to go. Okay, Sean, go for it. Deacon said he's ready to go.
Yeah, she gotta go. I'm sorry, I can't even make a petition for the other side. This is crazy because if this is how a man will speak about children that are actually his, and based on evidence we've seen, children that he's actually spent time with, and he's going to deny them more than Peter did to Jesus, you better go, because imagine what he's going to do to you. So yeah, she needs to go quickly, expeditiously.
I hear it. Can anybody defend Tyler here? Is there any defense for Tyler in the sense of why he didn't tell her he had 3 sperm donor children? Not even El Cid can defend this. Are we saying is that tight of a case?
Do you want me to?
I mean, I'm trying to see if anyone can give. Maybe because someone could give that other side. I don't know if someone can.
Okay,
If they can't, then we can't, innit?
I'm not defending Tyler necessarily, but I am going to tip my hat for creativity. You see, as a dark artist, this saying that you have sperm donor children, that is on a whole other level and stratosphere. Because most of the women would just say, oh, okay, you gave life. That is a story that has to be taken from the deep depths of the earth. I'm sorry, that is as far as I could give him, as far as a compliment in any kind of way, but that story is out of this world. The fact that he would even do it to a woman that he's never seen, doesn't know, and his children, and he knows these are his children. But for creativity, for an excuse, I would give him that.
I would not defend him, but I can say something in his defense that he knows he has to make somebody fall in love with him before he tries to tell somebody he has 3 sperm donor / real life babies. So he delayed telling her this information until he knew that she was locked in.
There's nothing anybody can say to defend him at this point. Because the deception, the lies, he had so many opportunities to say he had children. Like, they talked about kids all the time on the show together. And if someone would do that and then wait until you're already in love to tell you that, it's like so manipulative. I would be scared for whatever could be lurking, in the background that's additional. And then when are you going to wait to share that information? When we're now married, and then now you're going to pull out something else. And it's just, and then the other part that was bad was he was talking about trying to have kids even before they got married, or at least working on a baby. And that concerned me even more, because if she were pregnant, it would be a lot more difficult to exit gracefully. So yeah, he's scary. He scares me. He scares me.
Ashley didn't realize that the minivan was full. By the time she has her two kids, the minivan is full. There is no room. She did not realize that he had a 3-kid head start. But, I said it in the live with Jade, this is diabolical. This is wild that this man would not say, even if you were a donor, I would expect, and the gentleman can correct me if I'm wrong, you could say when we talk about kids, I don't know how many kids I have out there, but, I have donated. So it may have, ancestry may come up that I have fathered some kids, but I did donate for, a financial struggle time in my life when I was a teen, or when I was a young adult. I can totally understand this, but I hope that we are not seeing the donor that's out there in Europe, where he's got thousands of kids all over the world. So we're going to just say Tyler know about these 3, but I'm hoping he ain't just littering DC with his gene pool. I'm just sorry, but Tyler, it's diabolical. And you sat there with her dad. You told her dad that you would take care of her. Daddy, I need you to wipe up them tears. And you said you in the back seat. I need you to snatch him. I need you to snatch him.
I mean, I feel like Ashley, I don't know, as a hard-headed person, I'm telling y'all all my business. As a hard-headed person, you when you have people in general that are hard-headed, sometimes you have to let them learn from themselves. And I feel like he said it in the most accurate way possible. Like, she's with it, so I'm with it. My loyalty. But when she's not with it, I'm totally not with it, and I'm coming for your head. Do right. And at the end of the day, like, what can you tell somebody that wants to go their own way besides I'm with you? And so for me, that's kind of the feeling that I got from him. And I'm with you when you're right, and I'm with you when you're wrong, but we're going to have an issue. I do not like that he deceived her father. And I would have an issue with that too, as Ashley. Like, not only are you deceiving me, but you're deceiving my family too. Like, that's problematic. Like, you just don't care who you want to manipulate in order to gain your objective. Like, that's just so. Final answer to a question you didn't ask. Don't nobody believe in Tyler. Everybody say she's to leave that man right now. Right now. Don't pass go. Leave him.
Yeah. I can't defend nothing about what he did. I think he really should have said this in the pods, and at least given her the heads up that there could be a complicated situation out there. Now, I was talking with El Cid on live a few weeks ago when I told her that he's got kids, right? And what I subsequently found out is that it's a couple, same-sex couple, and he agreed to be the donor. Like, he was friends with them or whatever, but he agreed to be the donor so that they could have children. All right. Now, that relationship apparently broke up because the couple had made an agreement that he would just be a donor and wouldn't have anything to do with the children. But one party in the couple decided to keep him involved, like have him around, like, this is Uncle Tyler. type thing. And the wife or the other partner wasn't down with that at all. She felt betrayed that this was being kept from her, that they were sneakily bringing Tyler around the kid when the agreement was that he would have nothing to do with it. So it's a very complicated situation. At the end of the day, like I said, he knows his situation. So in the pods, when you're getting to know someone, this is something that you bring up because it can inform someone's decision as to whether they want to be with you or not. For him to subtly drop it off camera, yeah, so I don't know if that was production's idea because they wanted to create a storyline for him or whatever, or if it was his idea and he asked them, who knows? Fact of the matter is, it needs to be known because if you're getting married, you're now attaching somebody into your very complicated situation. And that's unfair of you to do that. And if she did get pregnant and have a child for you in your marriage, then now they have external siblings and another group of parents to get to know and all these other different things. So it's not as straightforward as you led it to be. So yeah, I can't defend him at all. I know a lot of people had their hopes up when they first saw this couple get together. I did too. I thought, you know, by the way he came across, he articulated himself, seemed like a genuine dude. But obviously, we've seen a drastic turn in these recent revelations, and I think she should be out of there. To be honest, they haven't known each other long. There aren't that much roots or anything. They haven't created that many memories together. It's, you know, information overload. Get out.
So I don't think that she should choose him, but I would say that even if the scenario was just what he presented to her in the original discussion, where he's saying that he was a sperm donor and this is for a couple that he knows, I would still say the same thing. And the reason why is because typically with sperm donor donations, it's anonymous specifically for this reason. What you just said, JR, about there being all these issues, they will typically tell you don't do private donations, especially if it's somebody that you know, like a family member or a friend, because it gets really complicated. The boundaries are non-existent. It causes too many issues. And so she would be walking into that situation, number one. And then number two, it's also really suspicious that he even knows how many children he has, because again, if it was like a regular sperm donor situation, you would be number 276. They would have no way to get in touch with you. If you go on a lot of these donor baby sites, they're actively looking for the father because they have no clue who it is. The donor banks, they can't even tell you. They can't even give you a face. They can literally just give you a profile and a number. That's it. They can't help you out with any of that. So that meant that he would have had to do a private donation, which means that he knew these people. And if he knows how many children came of it, and the fact that he felt the need to disclose it meant that he had some sort of relationship with the children. So you not disclosing that ahead of time, waiting until you knew that she was falling in love with you, got you involved with her family, says a lot about your mindset, says that you were manipulating this woman. So no, I don't want to be with you. No, I don't want to be around you. That's some wicked behavior. That's before we even know about all this other stuff, because what you didn't mention, JR, and maybe this is a rumor, but what I heard was that first baby of his, that was an agreement between him and the lesbian couple. But the twins, those two other kids, he went behind the one partner and had, I don't know if this was him having sex with her, if he did a donation on his own, I don't know, but he had relations with her some kind of way to have those twins unbeknownst to the partner. So now they're divorced. The reason why he's on the hook is because they did this terribly. He never gave up any paternity rights. So now he's on the hook for all three of those kids. That's why he has back support. And I guarantee you, the partner, she probably stuck him with that. So now the mother of the children is probably coming after him because she's got no help from her partner. And it's like, okay, well, I got these three kids. I'm leaving here with something. That's probably what happened. So nah, I wouldn't want to step in that quagmire. And if it was my sister, I would tell her to move on. There's other fish in the sea. You do not need to be dealing with that. You are way too pretty for that. I'm sorry. She's way too cute for that. Ashley's a pretty girl. Please. No.
If it was me, I mean, and I was a lesbian, and I had a friend that was willing to assist, and not go through the financial aspects of what it costs to be able to do all of that, I can't say that I would not be interested in doing that with a friend. However, judge me or not, I'm trying to turkey baste it. I don't understand why you allowed your, I mean, I get it, like maybe that's the most efficient way to do it, but like regardless if it's, I don't know, again, what I'm just trying to say is that that woman that had the baby with him was already suspicious about this by even having sex with him in the beginning, because I would still view that as cheating with another person despite the agreement that we have. And yes, I heard the same rumor as well that she went back and doubled down and had sex with her, but again, that just to me just speaks to her behavior. So I, I think that the whole situation is complicated for me because I feel like both of them was tricky. He probably got caught up in some trickiness. He thought he was too above the trickiness. Would I, if it's my friend again that I'm alleging that I'm having this baby with that needs support, would I cut him out of my life entirely or not tell the kids just because it's complicated? I can't necessarily say that. None of this negates the fact that he should have told Ashley from the beginning so she had a choice in what she was going to do with this information. That just, it's just very complicated, which again goes back to the fact that I can understand, I don't agree with the fact that you would just want to not say anything at all because there's no way out of having this sound like it makes sense.
Go for it. Yeah, who hasn't spoken yet? Go for it. It's getting interesting in this conversation, I'll tell you.
What is the actual question? Or are we just talking about how crazy this whole situation is?
No, the question is, should Ashley walk away from the situation now she's found out that he has 3 kids by sperm donor basis? If so, yes. Why should she walk away? If not, why should she not walk away?
I think she should walk away because history will tell her that he cannot be trusted. He is conniving, dishonest, and a misleading individual. I think it's beyond just the situation with the sperm donating kids. It starts with his alleged ex-girlfriend ex-fiance that he went behind her back allegedly to even have this whole sperm donating situation. And then it goes on to the fact, just to piggyback off what Dahlia said, but a small correction from what I'm hearing, not only did he have a relationship with the first child behind the one of the people in the couple's back, he then went on to fight for custody of that child. The reason why that other partner is not in the life of the first child, even though she was on the birth certificate, is because he participated in court proceedings to get her off of the birth certificate. That's actually what happened. Yeah, the lady, the other wife, who thought that this was a turkey basting situation, all to find out that it wasn't. It was a natural situation. Then the wife is on, this is all on TikTok. They actually pulled the birth certificate. The wife's name is on the birth certificate. And then he went to court to fight with the wife to get her off. And she was like, I'm not going to keep fighting and paying for this. So then Tyler went on to try to build a family with the alleged lesbian and then goes on to have the twins. So that's why you see the mall photos and the holiday photos. It's because he was trying to make a family with the lesbian because he destroyed his own engagement through this whole situation. So there's that. So like he's in that, his ex-fiance, I said this on Jay's channel, is a whole beautiful news anchor in DC. Like she was not nothing to snooze about. So that's the type of people that he's pulling, and that's the type of situations he's messing up. So it's not like Ashley is the first beautiful, alleged successful woman he's met. He gets women like that. Men who look like him, who are conniving and can say the right things, will always get women like that. So he's used to women like that. It is nothing new to him. So I don't think he's going to change. And then if that wasn't all bad enough, you went on a show, you went no contact with your kids, you owe multiple women money, so you're okay with trying to use your charm to get money out of women. Any man that owes women money and uses his charm to get money out of women, to me, should just be single for the rest of his life. And then you're talking about kids. knowing whole time that you have 3 kids. I mean, if she walks into this situation with that information, even with a snippet of that information, then, you know, anything that, you know, you get out of that, as Sean says, you can't pitch a fit, because that's it. This is it. You can't, that's enough for me. That's enough for me. So she should walk away, because he can't be trusted. I think he has a problem. Like a lot of these dudes on this season, he has a real problem.
It just gets worse and worse. You know what? Can't defend that. Can't even. Can't even. It gets worse. You know what? He's right to lie, because ain't nobody gonna believe you in them pods. He should have lied. He's right to do what he did. That's how I'm defending him. He had every reason to lie, because ain't nobody believing your story in that pods. That would have got around, and he would have never been able to explain nothing again. But all jokes aside, yeah. And Jay, go for it. I know you wanted to add your 2 penny pence as well. Sorry about that. I didn't see you in the background.
What's the question again for me real quick? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. The question was, obviously, should Ashley leave, knowing now the information she knows from Tyler? Should she now leave this relationship, this engagement that's about to happen?
Listen, I want to say she should leave because of the state that I'm personally in. I'm on a peace journey. And so that would disrupt my peace that you lied to me and I got to figure out who the heck you are. But if she's still in her ride or die phase, maybe she ain't learned the lessons that she need to learn yet. She might have to sit up in this for a minute. I don't know. It is really up to her. I know we all agree that she should, with the information, the little bit of information she had, because I'm pretty sure she don't know all the ins out, the details, the debt and all of that stuff quite yet. Maybe he talked about it. I really don't know. But with the little bit of information she does have, she should just walk away, because that's withholding something that big is crazy. Regardless if you were a donor, a legit donor, a private donor, homie at the time or whatever, it was a one-time deal, whatever the case may be, this is something that you had plenty of time to talk about outside of the pods, okay? Let alone inside the pods, but outside of the pods, many conversations about kids came up and they showed every last one of them. There's probably more. And you didn't think, you know what, let me be serious for a minute instead of sitting here negotiating 7, 4, 2. You already passed 2, so how are we going to negotiate 2? 2 more, you mean, or something? Like, what are we doing right now? So the fact that you will hide your kids is like, what else are you hiding? A whole family? How many bodies? Like, I need so much more. That you got so much more that's going on with you, and I got to question everything that you told me from this point. So to save herself the headache, leave. But if she's at that space, I'm not really sure, because I wouldn't even be entertaining the conversation for the cameras. You know what I'm saying? But on the flip side, if mama decides that I'm going to stick through this, get all the way to the altar and get her bag while telling him no, I'm going to stand by her. Do your thing. Get paid for your pain, okay? Since he want to embarrass you, go ahead and get your coin for it. So, you know, she may ride through this thing, and hopefully at the end of it, she go ahead and say, F you, and carry on and run away from the altar smiling. I hope that's what she do at the end. I'm going to pray for her. But it's up to her.
Who hasn't spoken yet? Faye, have you gone yet?
No. Well, no. I think I talked about this earlier. I don't have much to add. He's scary. Okay. That's it.
It is a very scary situation, and I definitely agree with you, ladies and gents. I think this is diabolical behavior. It's the equivalent of when women get pregnant by the man, marry the man, and then don't tell the man whether that is not his kids. It's diabolical. It's, you know what I'm saying to you, right? It's diabolical behavior on any front when you play with children and then trying to pretend as if you don't have them or if someone else is. Any kind of stuff is just diabolical behavior. The dark arts of it all, to call it sperm donor, is crazy. But it's definitely diabolical behavior in terms of holding her in position, knowing that you haven't told her this information and giving her a chance to be able to make a solid choice. I think it's selfish. I think it's manipulative. I think really and truly that it's problematic behavior, actually. In this essence, I think someone says, now I believe when it says bad out there. Listen, it's bad everywhere, you know what I'm saying? You can get caught in a marriage, you can get caught outside of that place. But you're right, no, it is bad out there in the dating field. So if you catch a good one, stick with it. But no, so yeah, definitely hear that. So has everyone spoken on this yet? Because I think I'm just going to play a clip before I do for you guys as well. Everyone's spoke on this at least once. Everyone's spoken at least once. Dee, have you spoken once already?
I have, but can I ask a quick question?
Okay. No. Sorry. I want to play a clip first. You can ask it after. I'm going to play a clip for you guys first. That's what I'm going to do. So you can ask after, because I know your questions are really good, so I'll let you ask after. I was just on Twitter, and Twitter will do it for you. And there is some apparent tea. So I thought I'd bring it to you guys live, you know what I'm saying, Chu? So I'm going to bring the tea to you guys, okay? So we're going to bring this up to you guys. Hold on a minute now. Okay, so we're going to bring this out here. And there we go. We're going to... Not my internet is trying to stop me being great. Let's go try one more time. Okay. Ooh, baby. They're going to get hot. I hope you guys are ready. Okay, there we go. Our good sis, who's reliable with the TikTok tea and the Lover's Blind tea. She's been on it every single season since Uche Madness. Since SK Madness. So shout out to her for bringing some more tea. So there's more tea apparently around this issue. Let's hear what she got to say.
Guys, the Tyler tea just doesn't stop because he was texting a woman while he was engaged to Ashley. Now, I was going to come on here and tell you guys that he was telling another woman that he loved her days before going to film Love is Blind, but it's worse because their last communication was actually after he was engaged and living in his shared apartment with Ashley. Now, the woman does not want to reveal her identity, so I will respect that, but she did share these screenshots. As you can see, they are dated October 24th, 2023. Love is Blind season 7 started filming around October first, 2023. He is literally saying, hey, can I come over? Really need it. She says, what happened? He said, just really needed someone, but it's okay. She said, if it wasn't 3 a.m., then yeah, because pay attention to the time. It's 2:30 a.m. Can I just sleep on your couch? She says, I tried to call. Guess he didn't answer. He says, can I come? I did ask her, did he end up coming over or no? She said, nah, I said he took too long to reply and I was going to bed. She obviously shared the screenshots that she was comfortable sharing, so I'm not going to push it to see like what her response was, but she said dude was always begging to come, so I didn't know it would be about the show, but he did live down the street, so it wasn't out of the ordinary. Around that time, he would have been living in his shared apartment with Ashley. Now, as far as the I love you, on September 27th, 2023, he's saying, hey, you up? I want to come over and watch a movie. She says, nah, since you didn't come, I went on a date with someone else. I know that's right. You ghosted and I just don't trust you anymore in any way. Mind you, this is another woman who lent this man a large lump sum of money, $2,500 to be exact, and he never.
I'm sorry, 2,500. She also lent him too. The dust is settling. Anyway, let me continue.
Paid her back. Tyler is the Love is Blind swindler, clearly. He says, wow, you are so mean to me. I miss you, babe. She says, I gave you a chance and you let me down. No more. He says, please, I love you. She says, are you drunk or just insane? September 27th. 3 days later, he went to film Love is Blind. This is the money that she sent him, and he never paid her back. He told her it was because his aunt and uncle passed away and he had to pay for the funeral. At this rate, I don't even believe anybody passed away. But nothing beats this. October 24th, 2023, when he was living in his shared apartment with Ashley, he was asking another woman to come over. I'm not sure if Ashley knows this information. I don't know if all the news coming out about Tyler, she is just finding out as 2023 when he was living in his shared apartment with Ashley. He was asking another woman to come over. I'm not sure if Ashley knows this information. I don't know if all the news coming out about Tyler, she is just finding out as it's unfolding. And to be honest, I'm sure many, many more stories are coming in the coming days. I have talked to exes, grandmothers, exes of exes, exes of family members, close friends, teachers, you name it, about this guy. So more stories are 100% coming. But this needs to be addressed at the reunion. Just like they did Trevor, they need to pull up these screenshots and ask him why he was asking to come over as an engaged man. This is crazy, bro. I can only imagine the stories that are coming. As always, I'm going to keep you guys updated, and I'm going to come with the receipts. And I pray that all these women get their money back, because my God, they need to do a Netflix documentary on him at this point. Tyler told SK, hold my beer. Tyler told SK, oh, you thought you was the villain? Let me show you how it's really done, because this man is diabolical. This man is diabolical. And I fear that Ashley is just finding out the truth about this man in real time with the rest of the world. There is no way that she knew all of this. And if she did and she stayed because she's a ride or die like Monica, bless you, child. That much love in the world, okay? You can't want to be picked that bad. You can't want to be a wife that bad. Like, if this is not who he is to you, if this is not the man he's shown you to be, he was texting somebody else while y'all was in a shared apartment. So this has to be who he is.
Who would like to comment on that first? Because we are at an intersection that's crazy right now.
So, how much money we giving to folks we date these days? Because
$2,500.
I mean, you know, talking the way Hannah talks, it could be making you financially secure to be dating folks that are willing to give you this money. I just don't understand. I don't see how people are giving up this amount of money. She gave up $2,500, like I said in the chat. She paid for his wardrobe.
Well, that's not the only one, though. The worst one was $10,000. The one that has a judgment against him is $10,000.
Right. That judgment will come up on night.
Videos. Yeah, it's in one of her other videos. Yes, he owes one woman $10,000, and she has a judgment. Y'all would be surprised the amount of women that see a man that looks like Tyler and just start paying for love on accident. Like, they're not trying to pay for it. It's subconscious, but they just start trying to be that, that ride or die. It's a form of pick me behavior. I mean, I haven't lent a man a dime, so I can't relate, but this literally happens. It literally happens. I get this. My stomach gets queasy with a "can I hold a dollar" type Negro. No, I would feel sick to my stomach before I hand over a dollar.
Can I throw some Monster extract up in here?
And I'm really happy that you don't do that, because I don't do that either. I don't understand. I don't understand women lending out that type of money, especially when you don't have any history from the guy to show that he's going to pay you back. I don't understand that mindset. Is giving real sugar mama behavior. And we like to pretend that we don't do that, but yes, we very do. And I'm just not understanding, what are you getting back in kind for you to be lending out this type of money to a man?
What man asks for money? Most stand-up men would literally work outside for 48 hours straight before they come to a woman and ask for a dollar. I'm a woman.
Are we sure he asked? Are we sure he asked for it though, or did he just say something about it and they gave it to him? That's the thing. With the 10,000 person, the person for the $10,000, obviously they got some paperwork of that it was a loan or supposed to be a loan, however it was presented. But the 25,000, the 25,000, the 2,500, that could have been just like, dang, I got a car. Something happened with the car. It's gonna cost me 2,500. Oh, girl might be like, here you go, babe.
Wait, what did she said in the video? What the 2,500 was for? I forgot what they said. He said he needed something. She said it in the video. I don't know. The 10,000 I remember was the house. He said something happened to his house. I don't know if his house fell down, got hit by Helene. I don't know, but said something happened to his house, and he asked for the 10K. I mean, the 10K. Lord have mercy. I'm glad people got 10K to give somebody. Shout out to y'all. But
right?
I mean, Okay, Big Mama, but 10K?
Well, you know what? She may not. She may be taking out a loan, or I don't know, doing like a payday loan or something like that to give it to him. Maybe his credit is too bad that he can't go directly to the banks, so he's going to her because her credit is better. That could be it.
I'd just like to interject as, again, probably a scapegoat for this conversation. Have I dated people that I needed to be able to financially support? Absolutely. And I get that there's judgment around that. I just want to say, for the people that are like Ashley, like myself, or forever anyone else that is in this circumstance, it's not your propensity to be able to help them that are in need. It's your selection process for people that would take advantage of those type of traits, because ultimately I would hope that if you're in a relationship where it's mutual, that you're making decisions that are in the best interest of the relationship. But when you have someone that is manipulative, they'll take advantage of those positive traits and make it seem like it's about you, and it's not about you. It's not about Ashley or me, although again we have a responsibility to protect ourselves differently. But the people that would take advantage of those particular traits is my perspective on that.
Well, I think to your point, and I have a friend like this, I think people with that propensity to do that are naturally attracting or giving off some type of energy that attracts those type of scammers and people who understand that you're like that. So I think a lot of times I hear people say, I'm not saying you're saying this, that it's not you, it's them. But in many ways, I'm not saying you the person, D, but it is you, because you have to be mindful of whatever energy that you're giving off that is attracting or leaving you vulnerable to those type of people. And I think, again, most people know if you're in a relationship with a person who would give you his last, right? And then all of a sudden he hit hard times, he was laid off, and you guys been in it for, let's say, 4 years, he was laid off, and you had to, step up. Definitely not talking about that type of situation. But I think if you encounter a person who within, man or woman, okay, if you're man or woman and somebody is asking you within the first 6 months, first 4 months, even the first year for $1 and you give it, then that's on you. Nobody should be asking you for money within that period of time. And if they're seeing something in you that's saying this person is gullible, and you got to be mindful of that. You can't give that off. So, but I am not talking about people who've been with somebody. If you're with somebody who would hold you down and give you his last, and he happens or she happens to be going through something and you want to help them out, definitely not talking about that situation. Definitely not talking about that. But Tyler looks like he preys on women who he knows will hand over $10,000, $2,500.
See, and the thing about it too is that, and I agree with you, I don't know her daddy from a can of paint, but that's a very attractive man. So I wonder if he has given off the same energy, because they seem like very similar in a lot of ways of how they behave. So I wonder if she's kind of correlating the love that she got from him to the love that she expects from other people. And overall, this is all speculation, because Ashley wasn't aware. There's allegedly how she's going to end the situation, that I won't spoil it for everybody else, but like he has a track record of behaving poorly, and I don't necessarily think that it's about looks. I think that anybody who can be manipulative knows how to, like, they'll try different things to get their needs met. I would say, for me, Tyler is way more attractive than Stephen is, but he still learned how to try to manipulate to get his needs met. It's nothing about necessarily attractiveness. Some women probably got involved with him for a variety of reasons, including his looks, but more so what he says when he says it, to be able to get his objective.
Okay, who hasn't spoken on this? I know a lot of you guys had a bit of popcorn stuff for a second, but who hasn't spoken? I haven't heard Sean, I haven't heard JR, haven't really heard Ed. I don't think you've gone, Dahlia, either. So, who hasn't gone? I know you guys. Are you there? Maybe you guys are chewing. Yes, Sean.
Anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here. I mean, I kind of My position really hasn't changed much from the beginning. You know, I think he needs some deep work, you know, some help, because at the end of the day, he's denying his children, he's denying himself, you know, denying who he is, rather. I think he got some real big problems that he needs to get a hold of. You know, he's also, you know, somebody who is financially abuses women. So he got some serious issues, and the brother needs help. And trying to date and get married is should not be on the list of his priorities. It should be get myself together and then figure out how I'm going to be a father to my children. And then figure out how I'm going to apologize to them for being an embarrassment and being despicable, because I think that is disgusting to, you know, to insert himself into their lives the way he did, and then pull back out. To me, yeah, you got some real big problems. He doesn't value himself, so he can't give anybody else love. He can't be in a relationship with himself because he didn't even value his own self. Yeah, I'm kind of done with him, and he, you know, he's a sad person to me.
Appreciate Sean. Where's JR? Did you have drop off?
Yeah, he dropped.
Okay, he's not here. Elsid, have you gone?
I was about to
No,
type
magic.
up a pause on Sean.
You know, he said he ain't doing it no more. He said he's putting a pause on the pause.
The pause on the pause was he.
We're doing a pause. We're doing a full stop on the pauses.
What do you say that was pause worthy?
No, it was just funny to me the way he said he inserted himself into the children's life and then he pulled out.
Oh my
That
God.
was just hilarious to me. I'm sorry, Sean.
Elsie, how your brain even go there? I didn't even. That was not pause.
Because we are in diabolical time with Tyler. That's how my brain got there. I'm sorry. So I digress.
Gosh.
But you want it unfiltered. Sean's name is unfiltered. So
not no more. He took it off.
I'm gonna give you unfiltered. My thing is, I thought Dee was gonna say that Ashley's dad gave off the same energy as Tyler, possibly financially, you know, with taking money from ladies, and I was just dying on the inside. But my thing is with the whole finances, what is going on out here? And that we're being told that, you know, money is tight for many people, but apparently Tyler could get all this money from people. He is certainly, maybe he is just investigating people and finding out who got some money to even lend him. But for Tyler to be out here collecting stacks from people, stacks from ladies. I agree with Sean. It is financial abuse. It is definitely something, you know, to be aware of. And it starts off small. As he said, it starts off, you know, with $1 or, hey, can I get a couple bucks to put air in my tires? It starts off small and then it gets bigger, and it may not be an ask. It could be a suggestion, because if you are a giver, like Dia said she probably is, if you are a giver, just someone saying, hey, I'm on hard times, makes your heart open and say, how can I help? And you have to be aware of that. Your own, you know, goodness could be used against you, even from someone who claims to love you.
I just learned a long time ago from my dad that a man's never gonna ask you for $1. I mean, my male friends ain't asked me for $1. So to me, I don't know. Most men I know, if they ask you for $1, it hurt them more than it's gonna hurt you. Like if they really had to come to you and ask you for something, you gonna see that hurt on their heart, and you gonna give it to them just because you know if they had to come to you, they really needed it. Like, and then that's different. You know what I mean? But a man is not gonna just come out and be like, can he get $1 from? That's manipulative. And Tyler's no different than, you know, nice looking women. Tyler has figured out that he doesn't have to have a job or a good job. Netflix, someone on TikTok saw that he's changed his title on Netflix 3 times. First, he was a nuclear security officer, then he was an accountant, and then he was something else. I'm not sure that Tyler has a job. He's used his mouthpiece, but his literal mouthpiece and his face to manipulate women. That's his job. That's what he's doing.
So is us ladies mad that a man is doing the same thing we've done to men? Is this what's happening? Are we mad?
See,
Yes.
that's the thing. But
We mad that he's a male escort? We mad that
Say the
he's using
truth,
his body
Jay.
and his looks to get a little
He a gold
cash?
digger.
Yeah, hello, he wants to be a kept man.
Mm-hmm.
Should we
I don't know
shame
why
He
him?
said
everybody's
it.
complaining.
I
yeah,
don't
we
care.
we
No,
should
Daddy,
He's
they
a
absolutely.
wrong.
trophy husband.
Hold on, guys. Let Jay finish. Uh-huh.
Not Jay.
Finish your point, Jay.
He
I'm
should be
just saying.
shamed.
Don't let them derail you. Continue, sis.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying. We are shaming a man who has standards of being a kept man out here in the world. And if these ladies are living up to the standards by providing him with the needs that he needs, providing him with his needs and reassuring him that they can do it,
Come on now.
is that a problem, ladies?
Oh, it's a rhetorical
Should
question. Don't
we
answer
should
that,
we
guys.
just throw stones at this man like this?
No, but he needs to
Yes.
take care of his
It's
kids.
rhetorical.
I object.
Let her finish. It's rhetorical. Continue, Jay. You preaching. Damn.
Jojo, do you want to be a kept man? Is that what this is?
Hey,
Right, that's
listen.
what it is.
2024.
That's what
It is 2024. But anyway, Jay, have you finished yet, Jay? Have you landed your plane? Because it's rhetorical. Because
No, I'm just saying.
you still flying? Continue flying.
I can fault him on the kids and all that stuff like that. But as a man who has needs and wants certain things provided for, he wants his nails, his grooming kept, a beard, this nice watch every so often. He doesn't ask for these things, but he suggests these things in a way that Monica should have those flowers, and these ladies provide for him. You know what I'm saying? Hey, that's a nice Movado over there I seen the other day. And guess what? The lady goes and brings it back to him. It sounds like good pimping a little bit to me.
Right.
I'm just trying to figure it out because honestly, if I had a son, this is probably why God never gave me a son. Lord Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
She's
Jay
landed,
has finished.
Jojo. Can we
She's
respond?
landed. Hold on now. We've got a new person on the panel who also needs to have a conversation. Nisha, how are you doing, Nisha? Welcome to the panel.
I'm good. Thank you for inviting me up. So
No worries.
I will say I think Tyler's picker is spot on. Regardless of how trash of a person I think he is, I think the method he uses to attract certain women is spot on. I think he's more than likely going for established women who are in their 30s, who have no children, because sometimes for women that match that criteria and they haven't been married before, there's this rush to beat the clock, if you will. We think by a certain age we should have the husband or at least a child. So when you have a woman like that, they may be open to bend with certain things that maybe you need to pay more attention to, as far as lending a man, giving him money in general, because we know it's not a loan, especially if you're laying down in bed together. It's not a loan. It's really, here you go. Same thing we just saw with Monica. I'm willing to bet Ashley has experienced a bit more in this relationship than we've already seen, because there are certain things that happen behind the scenes, such as Monica, let's say, lending Stephen money. Same with Ashley. It would not surprise me if she has upped some finances for Tyler, but we just haven't seen it. One of the questions that I do have, though, I'm wondering, how did Tyler even get selected for this show? We know that producers use Instagram as a method to find contestants on this show. His children were already on his Instagram. So it would not surprise me if Tyler scrubbed his Instagram and the producers kept this as a back pocket moment to bring up on the show and hit him with a, hey, we saw that you have 3 kids that you're involved with. This isn't something that you've mentioned on camera or in the pods to Ashley. We think you need to have a conversation with her on camera right now. I just don't think Tyler is that stand up or decent of a man that he would voluntarily want to have that conversation on camera with her. I don't think he's that decent of a person. And I do think, I agree with a lot of the folks that have already spoken, and I do think there is a great level of protection that we have to keep in mind for Ashley, because a lot of what's happening, she's finding out like in real time. I will, however, say that a part of protecting her is also holding her accountable, because I think with the information that she now has in the scene that we last saw in episode 9, I think she has enough information to forego the relationship. I think that if she continues forward with him holding that critical of a secret, I do think there is some degree of internal work that she may need to do.
Great points, Nisha. I know the crowd were ready to bite at the conversation that Jay was having, and now Nisha's obviously added. So if you guys have different opinions, one at a time, please wait for people to land the plane before you run and jump in. I know it's excitable to talk about how man them are stealing money from women, but let's do it one at a time, ladies, okay, and gentlemen. Okay, who wants to go first? Because I know this is a touchy subject. There was objections earlier on.
Are we
Yes,
just
Faye, go for it.
speaking on men taking money from women right now?
You can do. I mean, listen, it sounded like there was objections around, him being a bad B and him being an escort and just slinging D. So I want to know what you guys' thoughts are in that respect. And if you have any objections, or you can talk about what Nisha just talked about. It's up to you.
Okay, I'll just say this real quick about him in general. So, I think people like him will now be using the Love is Blind show to basically skip the vetting process in the beginning to be able to get off having a big secret like that. Which is, I think going forward, the show needs to be more careful with these types of people and do some better background information digging prior. And then when it comes to the money thing, I can't say I've never loaned money to anyone. But I learned my lesson pretty early on in life. Hopefully these ladies have learned their lesson. But I do feel like to a certain degree, women are a little more transparent with the aspect of wanting money or whatever it is, but it tends to be that when men are in this side of wanting money from women, they tend to use kind of a lot more manipulative tactics in which to do it. Not to say women don't, but this particular situation, it seems like Tyler knows what women are looking for. He pretends to be everything they've looked for and then uses that to his advantage, which I don't respect if either gender does that at all. If you're going to want money from a situation, you should be upfront from it from the beginning, and I don't respect it.
Cool. Who would like to go next?
So on the topic of the application, in knowing some things, I don't think each department talks to the other department. We all know this. So it could be that, yes, the application department saw he didn't have any kids on the application, but the background check department saw on Instagram he had 3 kids, and no one did a cross-reference. Now, all of a sudden, we have a cross-reference, and I think Netflix then was like, wait a minute, who has information about Tyler and these kids? So again, I don't think Netflix casting, when it passes the background check, I don't think it's coming back to casting to let them know there are inconsistencies with something like social media. They probably figured he put that he had 3 kids on his application, but that's just my guess on that. As far as him pimping himself out in these streets, yes, I agree that he is picking the right ones, because apparently the ladies here, we are definitely not the right ones, and we will not be in his realm. And for him, the thing is that, unfortunately, he will still rise to the top. I hate to say this. He will still go out there and find some woman willing to finance his life. He may be now out in the open and people know, Maybe this will help him with his roster and, who he chooses next. But I'm sorry to say, Tyler isn't going to like go away and be destitute somewhere. He's going to find somebody who even don't even know about Love is Blind, and they are going to, finance his life.
Okay, so I'm actually going to disagree with you, Elsid, at least on the first part when you were talking about the background checks. So, because I actually find the casting process fascinating. So I watch a lot of videos about people who do production work, especially for competition shows, dating shows, and they talk about this. They absolutely knew that information. They do talk to each other. They would have to for liability purposes, because they have to make sure that the person that they run across, if they know for a fact that this person is off, they can't have them on the screen, because that's information that should be known. So there's things that they do have a legal obligation to share with each other to see if that person needs to be out of the process or not. Also, for the background check people, they actually would need to have the application in hand as a reference point. Otherwise, what are they checking? Like there's nothing for them to check. I absolutely do think, to Nisha's point, I do think they knew that information and sat on it. Here's what I think happened. I think if Tyler hadn't developed a conscience and said something, I think that Love is Blind would have said something to her or would have pushed him to say something. I don't think they would have let her go through with the wedding, because it's just going to open them up to an annulment. And they've already wrung out as much drama as they needed. They don't, at this point now, they don't really need anything else. That's what I think happened. Now, as far as the other point that Nisha made, I didn't mention this before because I didn't want to offend people, but I also got the impression that he's basically living off of people, and he's like a low budget escort, and he's specifically targeting women, well-to-do women who have the means to be able to take care of him. How else is he getting 10K? Now, it's possible that they just have good enough credit score that they're willing to go put their name on the line to get a loan to give him the money. That's possible. I've done that for a family member before and got burned. I get it. Okay. But more than likely, if they're probably well-to-do women and he specifically targeted them, he knows what they likes. He knows how to attract them, and he's able to hook them. Because why are the lesbian couple choosing him? Out of all the people that they could have chose, why did they choose him? Like, how did you meet these people? I think that there's something to that. And us women, we like to pretend that we don't do that. It's just men who do that. That's not true. We're just a lot more sneaky about it. You do these faces, Elsid. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It happens a lot. I'm not saying it happens on every level of society, because obviously most women can't afford it. But I'm saying in the well-to-do circles, yeah, they very do. They get them like a kept boy who does what they need him to do, and he looks good on their arm, and he gets a little piece of money, and he gives them a good time, and that's that on that. But they just kind of pretend like it's not happening, but that's what it is. Brittany's doing the same thing. She can just afford to be more open about it because she's a woman.
I was not making faces.
I can totally see that happen.
I wasn't making faces what you said, Dahlia. I was just paying attention to the men on the panel who were paying attention and making note, because it seems some of them want to take an application and go to Tyler's workshop and how to get funded. Okay?
And learn.
That's right.
Yeah.
Listen, if he's able to sling the Johnson for 10K, then not many men can do that. So I don't know if I go with that theory, because girls ain't paying 10K for D. You can find it a lot cheaper.
It's the whole fantasy. So you meet somebody who's clean cut, who looks good on your arm, who's gonna sell you a dream and call you baby and all that stuff. It's the whole thing.
No, there's something called gigolos and bachelors, and they're a lot cheaper than 10K, ladies. So if you got that type of money, you can probably get much more men with that 10K than just the one man. What I would say is, I think the editing, the casting, the Netflix production team, they were all in on it. I think what they thought was this guy could be the eye candy of the group. So let's keep him in. Let's see what happens, right? So they deliberately withheld, the kid's part. Maybe they didn't expect him to get this far, but he did. And now he has to reveal what they were hiding, right? I think that's why they may have helped him by not allowing it to take place on camera, because they already knew, right? And it would make them look bad if he just came out all of a sudden and said, okay, well, I've got 3 kids. And everybody would be like, well, why didn't you vet this guy properly and this, that, the other, right? Now, I think he also has done himself no favors, because as we're hearing, all these salacious things that he's done and women giving him money and all the rest of it. Listen, he's got 3 kids that he's probably on the hook for. He's going to be in financial struggles for the next 18 years. So any girl that he meets has to be aware of that. He has to let them know in a sufficient time scale what his finances look like when he gets into a serious relationship. This is a serious relationship. It's a different process, but it's a different relationship. And also, I would just finally add that just like some people may think going on a show like this may be a blessing in a way, because you're avoiding the physical contact, the sex, the intimacy of meeting someone face to face. You're getting to know the person's personality behind the screen. The downside to that is you can have this guy sell you a dream, sell you a fantasy, and you won't see the facial expressions or see him sweating or any of the other nuances to him telling you this BS, right? He's going to be there behind the screen, basically freestyling, fabricating, and you're going to be eating it up thinking he's Prince Charming. When the screen's revealed, you see this tall, light-skinned dude, well-groomed. You're going to be enamored. You're going to be like, wow, this is, who I'm putting a person to the story now. But the downside is he could be hiding a lot of stuff. And this has to be one of the most shocking reveals for me personally seen on any of these type of shows, because that situation that he has with the children, combined with the amount of women that have come forward talking about how much they've lent him and all the rest of it, yeah, it's a nosedive into trouble. And it's not going to stop him getting ladies, because he still has some level of aesthetics and some level of notoriety from being on the show. So there will always be girls that are out there for him, but he can't untangle his situation. That's an 18-year-long situation with those kids. And if he has to pay those women back, that's going to take some years too.
I want to say that the show gives no Fs. I mean, no Fs was given about trying to vet these people. It makes good TV. That's why we're all sitting here talking about this for God knows how long. So the show gives no Fs. So there's that. And then I also just want to empathize with her experience. If the next episode is not her leaving, she's already locked in emotionally with wanting to believe his perspective about the narrative that so she's already kind of leaving her center of what's right and wrong, and she's in a very unstable place, and she's dealing with an emotional F-boy. And so and that goes for every woman he's dealt with, because I'm pretty sure he has a track history of speaking his narrative, isolation, which she's in. She's not able to communicate with anybody else at that particular time. Well, maybe a little bit more so about what's going on, but she already loves them, so she's probably hiding this information from other people. Father's already said she's a ride or die. Like, there's so many aspects to say that she's already locked into this person who is deceitful, and there is some responsibility that she has to have about herself and maintaining who she is in this relationship. I just I don't know if Ashley would ever watch this, or again, people that are like Ashley or myself in this dynamic. And being grounded in yourself and what feels truthful is really important, because essentially this is a triangulation against her relationship and the entire world, or the world of people that are watching this, because everybody's telling her she should leave when she has a gut reaction to be loyal to her dynamic that she's in right now. when she wants to believe the person that she loved. Everybody else can be objective because you don't love him, right? We don't love him. I don't love him. I don't, but it's just different. You give people grace and mercy for people that you actually have a connection with sometimes because of the connection that you have to him. So I just really hope that she gets centered in herself to be able to be realistic with whatever perspective she has about his behavior.
Dali, you see you have a question? We've got a few more minutes in this part and we're going to switch over to another couple.
Yes, I'm glad, JR, you're back, because this is actually just for the men. I'm noticing a pattern about this whole ride or die culture. And I noted that Monica said it, and then Ashley's daddy said it for her. Oh, she's a ride or die. And I'm wondering, what does that mean to y'all? And is it a good thing for you men? Y'all seem like upstanding, fine gentlemen. If you heard a girl say that to you, I'm a ride or die, would you think, wow, this is great. This will be good for the relationship? What does that sound like to you?
She's talking to you two men, JR and Sean. I'm a man. You guys are men.
Kojo, you're funny.
I don't know what you want.
Yeah. Brother. When I hear a woman say she's a ride or die, I don't take it as a bad thing. I think she's trying to show that she's loyal in a way, right? She's trying to state that when things get tough, I'm still going to be here. That's, I like you that much. I love you that much. I'm still going to go through the ups and downs with you. That's how I take it. Doesn't necessarily mean she's going to be handing me money or doing anything financial. That's not, I don't even equate that to that type of statement. So to me, it just means that she's trying to say, listen, I'm down. Wherever you're going through ups and downs, I'm going to be here for you regardless. That's how I personally take it. No financial connotation to it at all.
Sean?
Respectable.
Yeah, maybe I'm doing something wrong because I've never ever heard a woman say that to me. I've never had, and it's not even something I desire. Like I don't need us to ride or die together. Like I just don't look at relationships. I think that's, it's unfortunately a toxic trope that carries out. Yes, do I want somebody to be loyal? Do I want a woman that's loyal? Do I want a woman that's going to be by my side? But I don't need anybody to ride or die for me.
That's because you be
I don't
picking
need that.
people with my
Nor
personality.
do I want that reciprocated, nor do I want to have to reciprocate that, because if you do a crime, I'm telling. So I know my limitations. I'm not built for jail, so I'm not going to jail for anyone. I don't care who it is. So yeah.
I hear that, Sean. Yeah, I mean, personally, I like the idea of ride or die, but it's I like the idea, and that's about it. I don't think it works in principle. The reason why it's called ride or die is because you're down to ride or to die. So, like Sean said, I'm not here to die. I'm not here to go to jail. You know what I'm saying to you? I love you, and yeah, maybe the first year I might stick it out, but by that second or third year, I got needs. Okay, so I would be out. So I know I can't do it. But yeah, I don't really like ride or die. I don't like ride or die. I don't like put me in my place. I don't like you need to handle me. I need you to tame me. I hate all those terms, really and truly, because they really do have a mentality behind it that never is actually a healthy one. I want someone to be loyal to me. I want someone who's gonna be down for me. Yes, but not to a point where I'm on some foolishness. I'm gonna ride out on a crime, and you wanna accompany me rather than telling me, are you all right? You know what I'm saying to you? Like that's my point. You know what I'm saying to you? So for me, I want a healthy relationship. So yeah, I don't really rock with that particular aspect. Good question.
You passed the test, so I appreciate that.
Worries. Well, we didn't need a test to pass, but we thankful for the fact we passed the test. Okay, let's move on to another couple because we've exhausted that one. The other couple we got to talk about obviously now. I know this was a debate last time, but we obviously had Hannah and we had we had Hannah and Nikki D, and this was interesting, this debate, because people were talking about financial literacy and and the such. So obviously a few days has passed, so maybe different thoughts have come to the foreground. We have different people on the panel as well, so it's going to be very, very interesting to hear this perspective. And so let me play a little bit of the, I guess I got to play a clip, so let me just play you guys a clip so you got it on your screen, because I want to know what you guys' thoughts are. Sorry, I'm going to play a little clip for you guys with Nikki D and Hannah. Okay, all right, just so that you guys can remember what we're watching as well. Okay, here we go. Nikki D.
Came into like the pod, and I called him Nikki D. I was like, "Hey, Nikki D."
Nikki D.
And we called him Mr. Rico Suave, and he loved it. He thought that was the best.
All right, that's Nikki D, and that's Nikki D's mum, and that's Hannah there for you guys. All right, cool. So I want to get your perspective. A question here for Hannah and Nikki D situation. They had a debate. Oh, sorry. They had a conversation, which we had a debate over. And the conversation was around the area of financial literacy, okay? We found out that he cannot... No, sorry. We found out that he does not pay his bills, whereas Hannah kind of, is very independent. And they had a conversation about it. She talked about stocks. They didn't know what stocks was. But I'm going to change the question slightly. Here's my question to you. Is there anything wrong with Nikki D being in a position where he doesn't necessarily pay some of those bills, or not even know some of the bills that he pays, that his parents pay? Is anything wrong, or are we viewing this situation through a lens of the fact that none of our mamas and dadas are paying for your bills up until this point? You don't have the luxury, you don't have the family for it, you know what I'm saying, to pay your bills up until this point, you know what I'm saying, because the royal family, they don't have this problem, just saying that, you know what I mean? We still paying their bills, you know what I'm saying, but I'm asking a question. Is there anything wrong? We're going to start that way. I'm going to angle the question here. Is there anything wrong with Nikki D and the fact that he's got parents paying his financials in that space? I want to hear a good conversation, but please let people land as well, okay? And try not to go over 2 minutes, guys, you know what I mean? I know the monologues are beautiful and they are really good, but we've got time constraints now. So love to hear your perspectives. I'm going to let the people who started off the warfare the other day go on again, because maybe they have rested well and the Lord has spoken to each of them and they're right next to each other as well. So I'm going to let Sean and El Cid go, and then I'm going to get the others to join in this conversation as well. El Cid, I would like you to start. Is there anything wrong with Nikki D? The question is, anything wrong with Nikki D having all his bills paid by his parents? Anything wrong with that? If so, yes. Why? If no, why? You know what I'm saying? Let's start off strong. Talk to me.
Are you letting me start because I started it last time when my tussle with Sean?
Not at all. Not at all. Wouldn't even do that to you, El Cid. You know what I mean?
And even if
I just
he
saw
did,
E before the S.
Even if he did. So nothing's wrong with it. If Nick and his parents have that arrangement, they're not asking for money, ain't nothing wrong with it. Now, whether as Nick's fiance, hey, I'll be asking, could you put me on your parents' plan? Because again, what is her level for financial intelligence is my question. But I don't see anything wrong with it at all. We don't know the nature. I need more specifics, because as I said when I was tussling with Sean, and I have not changed my mind and I have rested on it. My question is, I know people who are living like this. They're grown, got careers, whole doctor. But even though it's still on the parents' plan, they're paying for it. But if his parents aren't paying for it, that's between them. Whatever.
It's a good, strong start. Sean, do you have a counter, or do you have a move aside? Are you moving aside, or you got a counter?
No, I totally disagree. And let me preface it by saying I lived at home until I was almost 30 years old. But I was not getting married at 30 because I was not ready. And when I moved out at 31 and got my own apartment, because I wanted to live in a particular place and I wanted things a particular way, so I waited a little bit longer, and I had the luxury of being able to do that. And when I moved out, I lived on my own. I learned to manage my finances by myself as an independent person. Then I was able to be prepared some years later to be married. So I don't think it's okay for him to do it, but I think that right now he needs to focus on himself and learn to be more financially aware of what bills are and what expenses are and what an investment is so that he can healthily manage a household together versus relying on Hannah and her experience, however limited or vast it may be. It's more than what he has. So yeah, that's what I think.
Elsie, do you have a counter to what Shauna said?
I appreciate that Sean is, giving us his perspective based on his life experiences. But again, this is Nick's life. Nick's parents don't have a problem with it, so I'm not going to have a problem with it. Now, if you are to be a life mate and life partner, this may be part of the partnership. He may not know how to manage the finances, and it's his life partner, his wife, would be managing the finances. We're not saying Nick has no money. We're not saying Nick is borrowing money left and right like Tyler's doing. But this may be where she is strong, where he is weak. So again, the nature of it that he has to be this or he has to be that, some people's marriages have a different dynamic. And it could be that way for them.
Sean, go for it one more time and then we'll get some others involved.
Yeah, well, I guess my pushback is just because his parents allow it, it doesn't mean that it's the right thing for him. And as I've seen Nick show up, he shows up very stunted, very immature. And a lot of that, to me, based on what I've seen, is because he's been handheld and almost crippled by his mom and his parents coddling of him. And what I would also say is, yes, this dynamic does play out in many marriages, but what we often hear, and this is anecdotal evidence, but we often hear women's frustration of having to bear the load in their households. And a lot of it is because there are a lot of men who are coddled. So if we don't call that behavior out when we see it and allow it to continue without being checked, then it's going to continue. And I think a man should come to his marriage being able to provide, being able to contribute, and not just sitting back and allowing a woman to do it because she has, or allowing a woman to do it because she's strong. You should be co-managing your relationships and not expecting for your wife to pick up where your mom left off.
Does anybody have a counter to Sean's last point? Or for those who agree, I'll let you have a go about it. Anyone have a counter to Sean's point? If not, I'm guessing you all agree, and then we can continue from there. So everyone's agreeing to that point. I know Seaway definitely agrees. Ain't no way. No one else? Yeah. Okay. So everyone agrees with Sean's point. Okay. So talk to me. Talk to me. Let's get one of the ladies in then. D, what's your thought process to this? Nicky D, not paying bills. He's at home. Doesn't know what his next bill is coming out because his parents pay it. What's your thought process to this? Is it wrong for Nicky D to have this situation set up going into a marriage?
I would say so. I wouldn't embarrass myself on national TV not being prepared. But outside of that, again, it's being a former sugar mama, and having someone who can pay my bills. I feel like there has to be a natural desire to be able to have some things together. And when she's asking him certain questions, he's like, what is the benefit for me for not paying my own bills? It's just like, the benefit is that you're not a burden. And he should be able to, I think he's emotionally intelligent to be able to do so. I think it's just because he understands the benefit that he gets from having that support that he doesn't want to seek his own. And again, as the former sugar mama, unwanted, you understand that in order for me, like, there was a convoluted conversation that I had to have with myself. One, a man deserves respect regardless of what position that he's in. Also, it's important for me to be in a relationship with a man that I respect in order and I admire, so that I can make sure that I am in that space of integrity with him at all times. And she's already shown me that she does not respect him in a multitude of ways. And I'll say it again. I just don't think that that relationship will work. They can make it work, because he's willing to be diminished on a very consistent basis, but and she's willing to be able to talk down to him. But it's just not great for a woman to stay in her femininity versus a man to be able to stay in his masculinity, and knowing for whatever reason that this is important to him to be able to financially provide for her, and that she feels safe in him. So I just think that it's really important. Hopefully that was under 2 minutes.
Appreciate D. Who would like to add in this aspect? Who would like to add here? You know, there's a JR. You got your arms folded. Okay, go for it. Yeah, who opened the mic? Someone opened the mic. Who did it?
Oh, that was
Go for
me.
it,
Okay,
Go for it.
so I'll say this. I think that initially there's nothing wrong with it. Like, because he's like, what, late 20s, and he was playing football for a while, probably after college, and then was still living with his parents and whatever. I think there's nothing wrong with it in that aspect, but when it comes to trying to get married to someone, that's where I see the issue. Like, you need to be independent by yourself first, is what I believe, before you try to join, and become one with someone else, for multiple reasons. If anything were to happen within that marriage, you should be able to take care of yourself. And if you have a partner and something happens to them, like, what are you going to do? Like, how are you going to care? He can't cook for himself. Like, he has a lot of, he lacks a lot of things that are necessary to be an independent human being at this stage. And if he wants to continue to be like that, that's fine, but he shouldn't be putting himself in a place to be married, with that level of, not enough responsibility, essentially. I think if the parents want to pay the bills, like, they probably need to think about how long they want to continue to do that. And that's coming from someone who, I picked a career that took a long time for me to be independent, and required a lot of training. And my parents did pay my cell phone bill for a really long time. So, coming from even that perspective, I think his parents probably need to think about how much they want to provide for him, because at this point he's looking for a mom, and he may run into a woman that's willing to parent him, but that's not what a marriage should be.
Go for it.
Okay, so Elson, I'm sorry, I'm jumping ship. I've had some time to think about it. I've consulted with the Lord, and I think Sean is right. I'm sorry, girl. I'm sorry. Okay, here's the thing. I'm being a hypocrite right now because I'm thinking to myself, I have 2 younger sisters, right? And if they brought someone like Nick to my door and said, hey, Dahlia, what do you think? You think I should marry him? I would say no, for the exact reasons that Sean gave. It would be hypocritical of me to sit up here and say that as he is right now, he's ready for marriage when I don't think he is. And to be honest with you, I think it has less to do with him being able to pay, to him having his bills paid by his parents, but more so his attitude towards it. I'm actually in a position where I can speak to this because I lived with my parents until 2 years ago, and I'm 36 right now. Initially, they covered all of the bills. And then as I grew in my positions and I was able to make more money, I had more financial responsibilities put on me. Some they asked me to do, some I decided to take on myself, right? So he's in a position where he's making enough money that if he wanted to, he could take over those bills. Nobody's stopping him. He could have went to his parents and said, hey, listen, thank you guys so much for everything that you do for me. I want to go ahead and take on some bills. That's what I did. My parents asked me to start covering more of the rent. And then we moved into a house. Hey, we need you to help cover some of the mortgage. No problem. I decided to take on more of the bills myself. Nobody asked me to do that. If we had emergency situations, I stepped in to help with money for that. Nobody asked me to do that. He's a grown man. He can do that. He's choosing not to, number one. The other issue that I have is that even though he lacks these life skills, it doesn't seem like he has much drive to learn. He's fully capable of doing that. I believe that. I feel like he's smart enough that he can pick those skills up. And in other ways, I actually do think that he has good character traits that will make him a good husband. But when it comes to like basic life skills, any financial skills that he needs, he ain't got it. And I don't think he wants to learn. He's not there yet because he don't want to be. He defers to her. That's annoying. If I was Hannah, I would be annoyed too. Would I approach it the way that she does, like a Harridan, and nag him? No, I wouldn't. That don't make a man move, and it certainly don't make him want you. Like he's gonna just go from here to here if he sees you talking like that to him, and then you gonna dry up like the Sahara, and neither one of y'all gonna be satisfied. And then how is Nick's mama gonna get her grandbabies? She's not. Okay, so no one's gonna be happy in this situation. So yeah, he's got some learning to do. I actually think that they would be good together. They don't need to be married. This particular couple would really benefit from just being allowed to date for a little bit while they got time to cook just a little bit more, and then come back together. But right now, to answer your question, no, Kojo, I don't think it's wrong that his parents are paying his bills. I think it's wrong that he's not volunteering to cover more of that. And I think it's wrong that after he gets married, he still wants them to cover that. I'm sorry, sir, but it's leave and cleave. It's leave and cleave. Okay. You a grown man now. You wanted to marry. That means you're an adult. Pay your own freaking bills.
Let's give him bow and weave.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Gia, you look like you're ready. Oh, sorry. Okay. So let's see where it's ready. So go for it.
I was going to say something that hasn't been said. I think as a general principle, I think what Sean said was spot on. I'm not going to regurgitate that. I think as a woman, as a woman and a man, you should have at least what they say, as Wendy used to say, have your own apartment, do your own thing, figure out the food that you like to cook, figure out the way you like to decorate, figure out how you can survive as an individual. I just think those are individual life skills that everyone should have prior to entering a marriage, just as best practice. But what I will say is the fact that to I guess maybe Elsie's point, I'm not sure, if him as he is now, a marriage is really just a contract or an agreement between two people. If this is the person that he is right now and he wants to get married, my biggest problem outside of what Sean said is that you're not finding a person that wants to be your second mother, that wants to show you life, that wants to teach you how to make pasta, that wants to teach you all of these things. You're with a person who is a little toxic, seems very verbally abusive, abrasive, annoyed, frustrated. I don't know if it's Faye or D, lacks respect for who you are. There may be women who don't mind raising kids and Nick, right? That isn't me. That probably isn't most women on this panel. But if he wants that type of situation, I don't think he found the right person. Because I can't say that every single person who got married and maybe even stayed married is the way Sean described. I'm sure there are people who are more like Nick. But the thing is, if you're going to find somebody to marry you, you need to find someone that accepts you where you are, the eggshell plaintiff, as they say in the law. And that is not what he did. And I will say, though, to Sean's point, I know sometimes as parents, and I'm not one, but I know parents, like, we want to do as much as we can for our kids. And I am the resident panelist that is still on my mother's phone bill because I'm not bothering her, and she sees I'm out here taking care of myself, and it doesn't make her no never mind. But I will say, like Dahlia said, to my parents, my dad, slowly but surely, because he saw us being independent, he kicked me off of the insurance and said, see what you need to go get your own insurance because you need to understand this whole situation. I was so mad. I said, it's not bothering you. You mean being on your State Farm? And he was like, no, it's time that you get your own insurance. And I was probably 29, a whole attorney, and just being lazy at that point. The point is that parents have to do that. They have to keep pushing their kids out for their own benefit. And I do think, you know, to a certain degree, if it was just a phone bill here and there, it wouldn't be a problem. But it seems like his parents in many ways are doing him a bit of a disservice with what's going on for him. And so because of that, if they're not going to push him, at least they can recommend that he finds a woman that's going to either push him or take care of him, because Hannah is not it. Hannah is not it. And that's really just, you know, my point. I'm not going to judge the parents' individual choices. And he still is kind of, I think, what is he, 26 or 28? I don't know which one. One of those. He still has, yeah, he still has time. I think, especially in today's economy. I'm not going to judge where he lives or whatever. But the only situation I don't recommend is trying to get married in this economy, in this situation, to that type of woman who does not have the patience nor respect for your situation. I'm not saying she should. I'm saying she just doesn't. And so that would be my global perspective on this.
Okay. And before you go, Jay said her signal's going to go in a minute. So if I can let her go ahead of you, and then you go after JR. Yeah. Go for it, Jay.
I'm not going to be too long, because I just want to say 100% agree with Seaway say what she's saying, and I just want to add to some little nuances to it. You have couples that get married out of high school, straight out of high school, and to this day are still married, figuring it out together. And then you have people that live independently, and then they struggle being married because they've lived independently so long and they're just used to their space. So what Seaway said is just spot on for me. Is like, you just got to find a person that sees you where you are and is willing to meet you there and go forth and make your own path from there. And Hannah is not that person. Hannah does have some of the qualities where she takes charge and all that, but she doesn't have the nurturing qualities that like his mother particularly has, that is nice and polite and doesn't mind doing it, or doesn't give a strong fuss about doing some of the things for her son or her husband or whatnot, whereas Hannah complains about the things. So he was kind of getting what he wanted, but it's not presented all the way that he's used to, because he's used to his mother's way of doing it and not necessarily Hannah's piggy ways. And then on the flip side, because Hannah is so, I know what I'm doing, you don't know nothing about it, sometimes people go retreat into a shell and just say, you know what, you're right. He could be financially literate because he's smart enough to say, I'm not about to join accounts with you. He's also might be just smart enough to say, you know what, I'm not about to have this conversation with you on these airwaves or whatever and stuff like that, because I don't like the way that you sit here and belittle me all the time and all this stuff. So if you think I'm dumb, just continue to think I'm dumb, and I'm going to do my finances the way I want to do my finances. So there's a little bit of whatever there with that. I'm not really sure, but I agree with you, Seaway.
Because he would, thank you, Jay, because he was smart enough to clap back on Hannah not having a job. Quiet as it's kept, I think Nick may have a whole bank account full of money. Now, does that counteract everything Sean done said, I done said, Jay done said, everybody done said? No, you still can be not prepared for life and have a whole lot of money. But what he do know is that while Hannah's doing all that barking, Hannah the one ain't got no job and probably ain't got no money, and that's the reason why she walking around mad.
And student loans, let's not forget that.
Student loans. How you got student loans and no job and a bad attitude and a big back? No, I'm just kidding. You gotta.
No, you ain't. You didn't have to do that, Seaway. You didn't have to do
I'm only
that.
doing it because I don't like her. I do not like her.
Oh, it's uncallable. I have a flag on the plane. Anyway.
When she done unbig her back, I still don't like her. I see she look real cute, but she still got a bad attitude. Horrible attitude.
Who wants to? Sorry, JR, go for it. Apologize.
Yeah, I've got to agree with a lot of what Seaway and Jay said. So I won't like regurgitate either, but I'll just say there are some parents who think that they are helping their child by giving them a leg up by supporting them financially, and that's usually because they're well off or well-to-do. They can afford to do it, and it's also their way of showing love and protection to their child as well, in their way of thinking, right? So I have seen that happen. Now, him being in a position where he's the beneficiary of that financial help and that love from his parents in that way, I don't know if he should shut it off, because he's able to stack his money and prepare for marriage, to share that with, share his finances and his life with whoever his partner turns out to be. Hopefully it isn't Hannah either. I really don't like her. But You know, I think some parents do that, and it's an understanding that they're doing it out of love. I don't think they're intentionally trying to stunt him or make him have a hard life out here. Not saying that he wants a soft life, but his parents, he's just fortunate enough to have those type of parents. Hannah, on the other hand, you know, we've already seen her create a list of things that she didn't like about him after spending one day with him. So it seems like anything he does, anything she can, you know, call him a mama's boy or anything like that during an argument, she prepared to do it. I'm not a fan of her at all. Don't think their relationship's going to work. And I would say different strokes for different folks. There are some women who may appreciate the fact that he has all this money saved so that when they do get married, he can cut the cord from his parents and go out there and they can have a nice setup, probably got a deposit for a house together, things like that. He doesn't strike me as someone overly materialistic and he's broke and he ain't got no money and he's relying on his parents to pay all his bills. It just seems like it's a gesture because he's their son and all of that. So I think, as I said, this relationship may not work, but there will be hopefully someone out there for either of them, someone that can tolerate her belittling and quite rude at times behavior. But there'll also be someone for him who will probably appreciate him and respect him a bit more for who he is. And when that does happen, you know, he seems like he'll be a stand-up guy and be prepared to take care of his family and not expect his family to take care of his family, if that makes sense.
Definitely hear that. Okay. I haven't heard from Faye on this yet.
Sorry, y'all. I'm driving.
Don't even worry.
Yeah,
Be safe.
Yeah, I think I pretty much spoke on this already for the most part, that I do feel that, you know, if you have parents that can help you out, it's fine. I just think when you are about to get married, there should be a level of desire to want to have that independence for yourself, and I just don't see that with him. And he hasn't, like, you know, Jay and also Seaway has said too, I don't think he's found the right person that's gonna, you know, want to take, you know, clean up after him and be everything that, you know, his mom is for him. He's really gonna have to find someone that wants to do those things. Hannah is just interested in making him feel bad about himself for not having already learned those things. But that's it.
Definitely hear that. Who hasn't gone? D, have you gone yet? I don't know if I have heard you, to be honest.
You know, I'm always ready to go again.
D was dropping gems.
You know, I was too busy eating my ice cream. I do apologize.
What happened to the chicken?
No, the chicken got finished already, my friend. One ice cream, one dessert.
I mean, I hear everybody's statements. I mean, I try to, as best as I can, to hold everybody's perspective about the scenario. I can understand, like I said initially, about yes, for sure he could be potentially saving his money, but to his parents' detriment is a problem for me. Like, why you could still be saving, I don't know how much you're making on your sales of your homes, but let's just say it's at minimum $10,000 every 3 months. With out of that $10,000 for that 3-month period, are you not going to pay your parents when your everything is being taken care of? Like, I really go about character more so than anything. Money is not really a thing for me. Again, that's why I'm okay with, or I have been okay with being a sugar mama, because ultimately, do you respect what I'm communicating? Do we have good communication? Like, all the other things that are important outside of money, I know that that's a big issue. Are those things being taken care of? And you manipulating / abusing your parents and not giving no craps about it because you're willing to say, what's my benefit of getting off of my parents' insurance, is more of a big issue than you not even paying the bill. So I mean, I agree with what everybody's saying. Like, he's problematic. I've told you, as again, the perspective of being the person that is more knowledgeable in certain aspects, how you can get frustrated by communicating the same things over and over again, and when you're not in alignment and you're also not willing to let go, that you stay in situations that are ultimately going to have repetitive conversations. You'll beat the horse to the dead horse about situations that you've already dealt with. Foundationally, he has a lack of desire to take care of his own responsibilities, take accountability of his behaviors and how he interacts with other people in general. And you have a problem with that. Sit with yourself about the fact that you have a problem with that, that he's not going to respect your boundaries, and be okay with leaving that relationship. She's still younger. She still gives Megan Fox. And I appreciate her. She makes good TV. Again, these people don't care any F's about them actually having long-term relationships. So I'm here for it.
Okay, I'm going to pass it back to Sean and Elsie in a second. My personal view is actually, I don't think anything's wrong with it. I'm going to tell you why I don't think anything's wrong with it, right? Well, let me not say I don't think anything wrong with it. I think it's a case of a learning curve, but I also feel like, maybe us as black folk, we are quick to send our picnic outside of the house quick. You know what I'm saying to you? Paying. See, we just told us she was getting her baby pills at 29. Okay, all right.
Oh,
so
now.
what's now?
Okay,
So
no, mama, I'm on my mom's phone bill now.
okay. So there's nothing wrong with that though, is there?
And my brother's still at the house. So so there you go.
I think the difference here is that often, and again, I think instinctively, a lot of us do believe in gender stereotypes, and I've got no problem with that, right? A lot of us do believe in gender roles. I just hope we keep it succinct when we're saying we believe in gender roles, and it should go all across the board in everything that you believe in gender roles. But I think in a situation, right, I think there is a due diligence that I can see why Sean has that Sean has problems with it, and I do see it because it's like, are you going to be able in future to handle bills and all that kind of stuff in future? Are you going to be able to progress, and especially in the amount of time that it needs to be done in a marriage before the patience wears thin of the other person who has to do maybe a picking up from your shift. My other aspect of this is that if this is a woman and she doesn't know how to do any of these stuff, but the man is providing, do we have the same conversation? We might still do, but not maybe in the same way. It might not see it as a big problem. Reality is because we expect men to provide for their women. So the financial thing might not necessarily be a big issue. I think his parents paying for stuff, at first I would have been like, that's a little bit, but it's because my parents never did that for me. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So sometimes I think about it like, am I looking at it really from a perspective of this is bad, or am I looking from a perspective of the fact that just like Hannah's doing right now, is that you never got done that was never done for you. So you're now going in for the kill about he needs to grow up, he needs to do that, he needs to do that. But the guy is working, so he's working. He's getting money in. I'm assuming, right? The only thing that would be concerned would be this: if he was a spender as well, I'll be very shook. You don't know how to pay your bills, and you're a spender. But it sounds like he's not a spender, because as soon as you said $300 you spend in a week, he immediately was like, "What's going on there?" Right? So clearly he's got some acumen when it comes to what you're spending. But one could say that he may be taking advantage of that his parents are able to do that for him. But then the question is he taking advantage, or his parents just want to do that for him? You know what I'm saying to you? So I think, again, it's not about saying, I'm not going to say anybody's wrong in this instance. I can see both sides of how this could be a problem if he's not going to have the learning curve to learn to grow, that when he gets into that position, that this is how we have to do certain things. But I also see the other side, which is that, hey, bro, if our parents would pay us till 29, 30, you know what I'm saying, to get us a head start, especially when we need generational wealth, and the fact that many of us have to do it on our own now, then maybe it's another way of looking at it. You know what I'm saying, to that they're paying all that. And if he's got savings, and the key word is if, because I don't know if he has. If he's got savings, if his money's coming in that he's getting from the houses is actually going into something and he's saving it up, then you got a winner. If you haven't, then and he's spending all the money, then we got a really big problem. But I don't know if Sean and Elsie want to jump back in, because, you were the originators of this conversation. Yes, Sean.
Yeah, and that's why I made sure I prefaced it by saying that I too lived at home when I was his age. So I did have the luxury of those experiences. So I'm not judging him saying, oh, you shouldn't have this experience. I'm saying that when you are prepared to go into a marriage, there's a certain skill set that you should have. And I don't expect him to be Susie Orman, or financial guru. I'm saying you should have more than a very below basic level of how to do certain things. And Nick has shown us the behaviors that he's not. He can't cook. He couldn't master boiling water to make pasta, which is a very basic skill, which tells me he cannot cook at all. And that to me is problematic. And I think that if we are talking about today where we expect people to come together and to be able to co-manage households, he's not equipped to do that. And I really would venture to say I'm not a woman, but I've been around a whole lot, and I've been in relationships, and I've been married. I've even been called out by my own wife when I was married about my not pitching in for certain parts of the household. Right. And I was somebody who was willing to pay a maid, who was willing to do certain things, can cook really well. Right. But there were still frustrations from her for certain things. And I own the finances, and I did basically all of that. Right. But there were still frustrations from her about things that I wasn't doing. I think if most women are honest, yes, they can do it because women have done it and have been pushed to do it. But if they're in that position, they don't like it. And if they're liking it too much, it's probably because they're using it as a tool of control to be able to control that man, because he doesn't know what's going on. So she's able to do what she wants to do. And that happens a lot when it's on the favor of men, when men are financially abusing their wives. So I just feel like, hey, I'm calling it out for what it is. I've had a lot of help from my family growing up, and even as an adult, but I've also been taught how to do things for myself. I've also been told no. I've also been said, hey, we're going to help you here, but you got to show how you're going to do it here. And Nick has shown none of that to me. And he's also proven himself to be a little bit of a liar and a little bit of a manipulator, because if we think about him in the pods, describing himself as Henry Cavill and every other superhero action figure, Travis Kelce type personality he can be, he lives in a little bit of fantasy and delulu. So again, I'm just talking about Nick. We know what Hannah's got going on because we see it right in front of us. I'm talking about Nick.
I'll see you know.
Yeah, I believe that we are, of course, we have questions, and we are judging Nick based on our own life experiences. But Nick is not coming from our life experience. If we look at Nick, the way he lives with his parents, they are not coming from behind the 8 ball. So their financial hurdles are ones we may not have had when we were growing up. So paying his bills is not going to seem to them as something big. Heck, maybe they're not even paying their own bills. They may have a financial manager handling all of that for them. So I'm just saying, yes, we can say, oh, you should have this. This is a basic life skill, blah, blah, blah. But that's a basic life skill for the life we lead. There are people in this world at a level of wealth, they do not handle their own money. They couldn't tell you how a stock or a bond works. Again, Nick is a licensed realtor. He had to go to school. He had to learn. He had to pass the state board. The man has some kind of intelligence. So he did not say, I'm going to collect this NFL check. I'm going to collect this money. My family's paying my bills, so I'm not going to do anything. He went and he got himself licensed to be a realtor. So I'm going to push back for Nick if nobody else will. Because the thing is, he could have been the snotty little rich boy sitting at home getting his bills paid and don't have to do anything. So Hannah coming through trying to tell him what he needs to do, I need her to sit back and listen to how he got to where he is today. Sit back and ask if he has anything in savings, because guess what? His savings has to support the family now because she don't have a job. So with all that financial intelligence you're talking about, she doesn't have a job. So I need her to go past the state board, get licensed to do something before she starts pushing back on Nick and about how Nick living and not paying his bills. Because right now, Nick is paying both of their bills. And she needs to just sit down in that leather jacket and boil that spaghetti.
You're killing me.
Learn to boil that spaghetti, you mean. Learn to boil that spaghetti.
I mean, as I initially stated, like I'm one of those people. I have a parent who's able to financially support me, and at the end of the day, I still want to be able to have my own. So, I can't say I know the gravity, but I understand the propensity of being able to be crippled by your parent because they want to be able to make sure that you're okay. And with that being said, I still have a desire to have my own and being able to navigate in the world independently and stand on my own 2 feet. So if you want a narrative from that perspective, this is mine. Not to say that I'm everyone else's, but this is what my perspective is because I have that ability. And um there to me is an issue again with what he's considering. Again, like I'm speaking to the cognition that he has the ability, the forethought to understand there is a financial ramification with me being responsible of my own bills versus my parents continuing to supplement me. And Hannah Megan Good has to be the one to interject that there's an alternative perspective that maybe you just want to be able to handle your own. There is something else. So I think he's problematic. I mean, just like everyone else is. I don't want him to feel bad about his financial situation. Everybody kind of goes through it. Sometimes you need help. Sometimes later on in life, you go into financial stress, and then you need to be able to regroup. And thank God when you have the support of your family to be able to help you in those circumstances if you were to come upon them. But having a lack of wanting to get your own is problematic.
Okay. Sean, you don't have the last word on this, and we're going to shift it.
Yeah, I just say I would caution us to fill in the gaps and give a whole lot of people grace when they haven't shown us that they haven't shown us that we don't have the evidence yet to give him all this grace. The evidence has shown that he's somebody that's misrepresented himself. The evidence shows that he is well unequipped to do some minor tasks by himself. So we got to go on the evidence, not look to humble Hannah, because Hannah's issues are separate from Nick's. And I think that we need to really deep dive into why we feel like we should give so much grace to someone who arbitrarily has shown us nothing that he's done to deserve that kind of grace. And hey, I've been 100% honest and transparent about my own situation. I am not unfamiliar with wealth. I'm not unfamiliar with what it looks like to have a family help you. But I also know that when people are overindulged, it is crippling. And I've seen it also in my own family members where they were handheld, coddled too much. And then when it was time for them to fend for themselves, they were not equipped because the parents, as well-meaning as they were, did not provide certain life skills and balance and boundaries for those kids. So anybody without a boundary, anybody without life skills is going to be crippled in some way or the other.
Thank you, Sean. All right, let's move on to another couple. And we will talk about another couple going forward. We're going to talk about obviously Marissa and Ramses. I know this is another techie one as well because this was an interesting situation. So let me just quickly find you guys a clip, and then we're going to go into that for you guys as well. So let me get that for you guys. All right, here we go. Okay. I'm loving it.
Now, if you love her as much as you say you do, then you should have no problems having a prenup that you guys could walk away with no problem.
I'm going to ask a question straight off the bat. Okay, should there be a prenup between Marissa and old boy here in this situation? Yeah, bear in mind she didn't have the money right now, but she obviously, the type of job she's going to go into, she will come into some money. I mean, it's not guaranteed that she's going to keep all the money, but she's going to have that money, right? So I want to ask the question. First question we're asking is, should there be a prenup? You know what I'm saying? Should there be a prenup? Okay, and I just wanted to make you aware, if we're saying yes, would it be the same way if you had a man saying this and they said we want a prenup and the parents told the daughter who's coming in, we want you to sign a prenup before you come into the environment. A bit like Freddie and Catherine, who had a situation like that. She was a bit pissed when she heard about it. So you know, I want to hear. So should you know, Marissa be getting a prenup with Ramses? Bar the fact that Ramses could be an absolute douche, just on a general basis, should there be a prenup? Whoever I see his mic open up first, I will choose you. You know what I'm saying to you? Okay, Jay, I saw you go for it.
Yes and yes. She don't know that man. He don't know that woman.
Who got the money?
It don't matter who got the money. They don't know each other. Whenever they get into the money, that's when it happens. Like, you just need, this is to protect yourself. A prenup is nothing to protect yourself, and it does not matter. Yes, I am. It's that, Daddy. I'm still not talking to you. Jesus. They need to protect themselves at the end of the day. I really feel like every last one of these couples on this show should get a prenup. You know, I don't know you yet. I'm learning you. So whatever we walk into this, we need to make an agreement on how we're going to divvy this up just in case this does not work out. I'm not big on the just in case because I'm not big on divorce, but the chances are these people are not going to stay together in these quick turnaround type situations like this. So protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? Protect your future. Protect your kids. If anything, you know what I'm saying? They have an unprotected sex. So at least make an agreement that, okay, the prenup, whatever goes into this relationship that we put in, this is going to our kids or whatever. It's a setup to protect yourself. So just like any other insurance, go ahead and buy it just in case.
Okay, so before anyone goes, bar the show being a basis of getting a prenup. Okay, so I would agree with this. I think the show should automatically have prenups anyway, right? Because it's reality TV. Bar the show, should he be agreeing to a prenup? Should Ramsey agree to a prenup? Is a prenup right in this situation? Bar the show. So like, forget they won the show, they get into a situation. Should there be a prenup for Ramses and Marissa once again? Okay, whose mic is open? I heard someone's mic's open.
Me.
Whose mic was that? Oh yeah, Talia, go for it. Sorry, I couldn't see there. Go for it.
Okay, so my stance on this has not changed since our last conversation. I still disagree. Well, first of all, let me preface this. I disagree in general with the concept of a prenup. The only time I've ever been convinced that it's necessary is if somebody has already accrued like a massive amount of wealth, and it's like family wealth. So something like Prince Harry or Prince William, like their money is not their money. Their money is family money. So it would make sense for them to get a prenup because, you know, if they were to divorce their wives, it's not just their money that's getting divvied up. It's family money too. That makes sense to me. But we not Prince Harry and Prince William, okay? The vast majority of us don't have to deal with that kind of situation. So I don't agree with the concept of it. But especially in this case, because of their particular situation, I really don't agree. As of right now, there is no money. Neither one of them has any money. And the one who has less money is Marissa. So I feel like the mom is a little bit the Lulu, especially since she was also the one who said that her daughter wants to be a stay-at-home mom. Okay, so your daughter wants to be a stay-at-home mom, but you're also saying that she should have a prenup for this law degree, this law job that maybe she will or she won't have, and that he's going to try and take the money, even though he told you he doesn't even agree with the concept of billionaires and millionaires. I don't understand this thought process that she has. I feel like that's her fear speaking. That's her bad experiences that she's projecting onto her child. I don't think it serves either one of them well. And I would still have the same idea in mind, Kojo, because when Freddie presented that to Catherine, I said the same thing. I thought, first of all, he didn't even present it right. What he was talking about was a will, not a prenup. And secondly, even if he was just talking about a prenup, I also feel like he didn't even present it well, and he's basically trying to screw her over so that way his sister can get money, which isn't cool. So no, I don't agree with the concept. I don't care which gender it is. No.
Okay, I'm gonna get in there and say, I think that the people in the marriage should should agree on whether they should want a prenup or not, and it seems like they're both in agreement to not have it, so they shouldn't. But do I disregard her mother's perspective about the marriage concept, although she said it harshly, with the understanding realistically, statistically, that of the amount of divorces that happen and wanting to protect her daughter, who is nose wide open and engaging in a relationship where she fundamentally disagrees with her husband on certain aspects. Yes, absolutely. Like, you need to. I'm not in, again. It's the concept of, I'm not in love with this man. I see realistically the aspects of what could happen, and I want to protect your best interests, whether or not you're thinking about them or not. So, no, because of the fact that they don't want to do it, but yes, because regardless of what she's acquiring right now, he's saying overall that he does not desire to be financially wealthy. Maybe she does. She also is not in the, she's not standing on business with her mother's understanding. Both of them have different perspectives about, like, she wants to be a stay-at-home wife. She's asked her potential husband to be a stay-at-home wife, so, like, our husband. So at the end of the day, like, they're not in agreement overall, but, like, do people need to protect their best interest? Because when it gets nasty at divorce, because people are in an emotional space about what happened, do we need to have a logical perspective about how we're going to disengage from this relationship? Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, I'm hearing you, y'all. JL, you want to go something? Go for it. Sorry, it's because you moved.
Nah, I think the prenup should be mandatory because of how they met, right? But in a situation where neither of them are millionaires, really, or anything like that, so what really have you got to protect yourself from? You know, you're going to invest in a relationship, and you're going to have to come into the relationship with what you have and combine it, and that's how it's going to work. Now, if she doesn't have a job or she isn't working at the moment, then he's going to have to pull up the slack. And unfortunately, it looks worse on him if he goes through hard times, because he's meant to be the provider and all that stuff in his role. I think the mum is a problem in general. So I would just take offense to her bringing that up. Such a, on the first time you're meeting me, that's what you're coming with. But as I say, I think in theory, it's a short space of time that they've known each other, and to get married so soon, I don't think it's a good idea to go in so vulnerable, as you may lose out assets if it doesn't work. And there's a higher chance of it not working because you don't know each other that long.
All right. I'm hearing it. Okay. Elsie, why are you shaking your head, Elsie?
I'm just shaking my head because I'm like, we're living in a world of no prenup. I just don't get it. It's not to just protect your assets. It's also to protect you from their debt. A prenup is something that Ashley really needs from Tyler right now. I'm sorry. It is just, a prenup is to protect you. And I just don't understand people not, taking it like that. It's also to protect future earnings. You may have a great Aunt May that may pass away in the future and leave you all of her inheritance. Money does change some people. It can change the dynamics of a relationship. You could be protecting your future children. It is not just to protect you against a spouse that may do something wrong. It is to protect also just your assets in a relationship. Protect you against their debts. I mean, it's just, it delineates spousal support. It delineates, if the person, oh gosh, it delineates so much. I'm sorry. It's just that I think we need to, in the scope of Hannah's whole financial, literacy or financial intelligence, I think we need to educate ourselves more on prenups and how they can protect us, because, I'm sorry. I'm a strong proponent for prenups, even postnups. I mean, people do sign that as well. But I'm very interested to hear what our resident legal team has to say about it.
See what they're talking to you, by the way. Just want to let you know. Because they ain't talking to me. I don't know nothing about that legal stuff. I think CRA might be tied up legally. Sean, talk to us. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, as the resident banker, I can tell you that, I think whatever that couple needs to, or whatever one person needs to make them feel comfortable and secure, then that's what's needed for them. In Marissa and Ramses' situation, it doesn't even seem like it's a big concern of Marissa's. It seems like that's her mama talking. I don't know. I didn't hear from her like, oh, I definitely need it. It's important for me. I think they got bigger fish to fry. But when it comes to the prenup, I think, hey, listen, if you, I see the value. I totally get what El Cid is saying, and I would lean more towards that side of protecting yourself, protecting wealth transfer. I mean, there's just so many things that a prenup can do. Yes, do you enter into a marriage where you want to love, honor, and trust? But I don't know if anybody has looked at the divorce rate. It's quite high, and it's more tipped in the scale of divorce than people staying together long term. So people change, things change. That I know is a guarantee that I'm going to change, she's going to change, somebody's going to change. And can I tolerate it? Can she tolerate my change? And just in way too many instances, unfortunately, people show they can't tolerate the change. And money, it gets sticky. So I support it if that's what you want.
Interesting. I'm definitely hearing some interesting points of view. I mean, I don't agree with it, but I definitely find it interesting. So, good points of view. Who hasn't spoken on this? I haven't heard from Faye, but you may be driving, Faye, so you don't have to come up if you are driving. It's okay.
I will say something real quick. It's not like I'm adding a ton to what people have already said, but I do think prenuptial agreements have a bad rap, and it's not. People have alluded to this already, but you have insurance for pretty much everything, rental insurance, house insurance, car insurance, life insurance. Like, you would insure your life, but not a marriage. I just don't understand that. I personally believe that everyone should, even if it's not like, I think you should get a prenup, but if you don't, you should at least have like a discussion about, what would happen in the event that you dissolve your marriage, because again, it's more likely than, unfortunately, it can happen. And so you should at least prepare for it. And, we've seen situations where it does happen and then people are left in situations that are not ideal, or they see that their ex-partners have kind of turned into people that they never would imagine they would be. But for this particular situation, like for Marissa and Ramses, I do think I understand mom is trying to protect her daughter and everything, but she does come off a bit overbearing in the way of the conversation to me. But I don't think she's necessarily wrong for wanting to protect Marissa and, her future earnings, even though she really doesn't have anything right now. If anything, she would probably be more of a liability for Ramses at this point with all of her student loans. But I get the concept, and I believe in the concept of a prenup, and I think everyone should at least take it into consideration prior to marriage. That's it.
Definitely hear you. Listen. I think I slightly disagree. Not even disagree, actually. It's not a disagreement. It's more of a different point of view. I think, obviously, again, because of, obviously, for me personally, when I look at marriage, I look at it as two becoming one. I take that very seriously. If I come into money, let's say a great granddad passes away and I get a windfall, we got a windfall. I'm not like, and if this became an issue where we're talking about my kids, well, it's our kids. So wouldn't you want to see the best for our kids? So for me, again, and also because maybe the way I look at wealth as well, I'm not coming from a wealthy perspective. I'm coming from a person who's had to work hard. Now, I'm obviously on the trajectory towards there. The Lord is working with me on that as well, right? But it's actually the Lord who's actually put me on that trajectory. So if that marriage can nullify what God has done for me personally, then it wasn't God who gave me that wealth in the first place. That's how I look at it, from my perspective. because of the way my life is set up, it's God who put me on that trajectory. So if you can rob me of that blessing, then my God is not my God. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? If that means I have to give you everything, you go away with it, take it. Because the God that gave me that money will do it again. And maybe because I've come from a bottom perspective, I'm not coming from a place where I've already got wealth, I will have a different perspective. If someone's coming from wealth, I can understand they may have a different perspective. They already have accumulation of wealth, and so therefore they may have that aspect. But for me personally, two are becoming one. Whatever I have is yours. So for me personally, the whole point of a marriage is that there is a risk that it could fail. Love is a risk, taking that risk. You know what I'm saying to you? I put my money into stocks. We're talking about stocks, right? It is not a guarantee you're going to get your return on your finances. In fact, I just checked my stock. I put some money into stocks just the other day, right? And then I took to stocks and I looked at the trend of the history, and thank God I didn't put it in 2 years ago, because it was a downward trend. 10%, 19%. I said, God damn. But then this year was 15. No, last year was 15. This year was 23. And I said, man, I'm gonna put my money right here. Let's hope on the bet on this third year gonna come out real good, right? So you it's a risk that you do this, and so I'm not gonna down anybody for doing a prenup. I'm just saying, from my perspective, because of what I understood about wealth and how God has put me on that trajectory, if I can do it once, I'm going to do it twice. You know what I'm saying to you? And if it means that you get to have the money, I don't even want to fight. Maybe, and one of my mottos I've always had is that I don't like fighting for money. I think for me personally, I hate fighting for money. So whenever it starts getting to a place where it starts becoming a fight over certain issues, I go, Lord, you handle it. If you want me to have it, you'll let me have it. If not, I won't go down that way. Because for me, money ends up killing people, and it doesn't need to be killed with stress. So and I say this because, listen, I've had situations where an auntie, she scammed me. A brother in Christ, he scammed me, and I said to him, listen, what? God bless you, have it. Let me tell you something. And that's just my perspective, because the way that God has dealt with me, it's like, when it comes to money, I realize that, listen, if you're willing to scam me, two things have happened. One, I probably wasn't being sharp enough anyway. I wasn't asking enough questions. You're a damn scam artist, like Tyler from the show, right? And number two also is that money's currency. It flows. It will come and it will go again. I just need to be prepared and ready and have skills ready to be able to utilize that. Do you get what I'm saying to you? Because how can you rob me of the skill of coaching? You can't rob me of that. You can rob the finances a bit up, but you can't rob the skill. I can go again. So for me personally, it's like, if you were somebody I saw eye to eye with and you're my partner and it ended up going badly, I'm really not trying to have much of a fight. So if you feel like you want to take everything, hey, my friend, listen, I'll say what I need. I'll take what I need. If you want to take the most of it, go for it. But what's going to happen is, the God that I know, He's going to bless me again, because He did it the first time. That's just my perspective, and it doesn't have to be everybody else's perspective. That's just my perspective.
Amen.
If someone wants to disagree, happy to hear it.
I was just gonna say,
Go for it,
no,
Siwa.
because I'll be real quick, Jay. I was just gonna say, if you have that perspective that Kojo has, then I think that it definitely makes a lot of sense not to get a prenup, because I feel like that's the energy that you need to have in case something goes wrong. But I think if you don't have that energy and you're gonna be wanting to put up a fight, or you're gonna be mad at a person that you thought you knew you didn't know, then it may be just best to kind of iron out some of the big things that is going to really send you. For example, someone trying to take your late grandfather or grandmother's house or something like that. Like, if something's going to really just, send you up a wall that someone's going to try to take, then I think that you should just iron that out ahead of time. But I do think, I just want to say Marissa's mother's energy was just off, and the way it was discussed was just off. I do think there's ways that you can get a prenup that don't have to be so aggressive, and it could just be looked at a different way. Just ironing things out, in case there is some type of disillusion. It could be phrased as, we did the work up front now, so we don't have to do it later. Because even if you have one, someone can contest it, and you still can be in court if someone wants to be petty and mean spirited and whatever. So dealing with a mean-spirited person is always going to be an issue, even when you have a prenup or not. But yeah, I just think if you're going to not get a prenup, it's best to have Kojo's attitude. The same way if you give someone money and they don't pay you back, you're okay with it. You need to have that attitude. You can't be ready to fight at the end, because it's just, it's not a good idea.
Who else wants to jump in? Jay said she's not going in.
I just have a different perspective. I appreciate and understand your perspective, Kojo. I am not there in my healing process, I guess, but I do believe in protecting the blessings that I receive. And sure, yes, I was given discernment. Sure, this person was put in my path, probably, by the Lord. But my thing is, it is also my duty to protect the blessings. So that's just my different perspective.
Good point.
And I'll add some firsthand information in, since I'm gonna take a page out of Dee's book. But yeah, when I got married, I did not have a prenup, and thank God, when we chose to divorce, my wife did not, and I'm not saying like, oh, I had millions and millions of dollars or anything like that, but I had assets that could have been in question. But thankfully, we agreed amicably, and both of us chose to do a non-financial disclosure, which is what couples can elect to do. That's not always the case. I've got 3 other friends who got divorced, and unfortunately without prenups, and they were married much longer than I was. And again, they didn't really have a whole lot when they first got married, but they accumulated wealth together in that marriage. They had homes together. And then what people often don't realize is your 401k and your retirement savings are on the table when you get divorced. So that is a lot of people's really only wealth is their retirement assets. And you are it is very easy to hand over 50% of that to your spouse. So I just want us to also know what's at risk and at stake amongst all the other things that people will be like, well, that's not me. I don't problem. Nobody's probably going to inherit money. First, you don't know what's going to happen. 2, your 401k, the money that you work hard for that comes out of your paycheck without you even knowing it or thinking about it. Yeah. When the tables are turned, you're very likely to have to give over a portion of that, unless you fall into my realm where you just get very blessed, and both of you are like, you know what, we don't want to harm each other. So I'm team prenup.
I can't necessarily.
Go for it, Dahlia, and then sorry, who wants to go after? Who's that, you, Jay? No, D. Okay, Dahlia and D. Mm-hmm.
I was just gonna say, Sean brought up a very good point when you were talking about retirement and the 401k. From my understanding, it was initially for the stay-at-home wives, so they could have something to survive if their husbands divorced them, because oftentimes they didn't have any of their own money. And then because they are stay-at-home wives, they're not contributing into Social Security, so there's nothing for them to take out either. So I think that was part of the reason why the law is built up in such a way that they could have access to it. But a lot of people don't know that. They don't know all the different financial aspects that go into a marriage. So while I don't agree with a prenup, I do think it's a good idea to have a financial education around the marriage experience, because yes, it is spiritual, but it's also a legal contract that you are making with the government, and there are repercussions that come with it, and you need to know what you're getting yourself into. I'm with you 1,000%, Coach, on the idea that in my family, there is no your money, my money. It's our money. It's the family's money. And whatever the family needs, we're going to use that money to make sure that it happens. And if there's any money left over, do what you want with it. But it's family money first. And so you need to make sure that you're with somebody who has that same mindset and be really clear about what you're walking into as far as the marriage is concerned. I think that it might even be useful to kind of pretend as though you are going through prenup proceedings, just so you can see where everybody stands on these issues. Like, where are you when it comes to retirement and the 401k, and what happens with the kids, and what do we want to do with them? Just walk through each of those bullet points, even if you're not actually going to file that paperwork. I think it's useful to have that conversation so you know where you stand, and you can iron out those details before you actually sign on the dotted line to get married. That to me would be incredibly useful. And I also think that we need to be having conversations about stuff like life insurance, trust funds, estate planning. We don't really talk about those things either. And I also know that in Europe, at least in olden times, the wealthy people would have the conversation before they marry their daughters off. The fathers would negotiate with the fathers of the husbands, or even the husbands themselves, and they would have conversations, dowry negotiations, basically saying, okay, well, this money is set aside for my daughter, so if you should die, she'll be taken care of, because there was no welfare system. There was no Social Security. So it's like, whatever money that I have to give you, that's what she's using to survive until she passes on. So I don't understand why we can't have that conversations. Families around the world do it all the time. Those Asian parents, they don't play about going all up in the guts of your finances. African parents, from what I understand, they, correct me if I'm wrong, but they do the same thing. They have zero problems examining your finances, because they want to make sure that you can take care of their daughters or their sons potentially. And they have those conversations like, okay, what's your job situation looking like? What is your money situation looking like? What's in your bank account right now? Why can't you ask those questions? I think that's useful to know. And I don't think you need a prenup in order to do something like that. I'm just gonna leave it there.
Dahlia, can we touch on something that you said? I really think more people need to talk about, like, I think women need to have a separate conversation, especially, you know, Kojo can say what he said, but I think as women, before you choose, even if you don't have a prenup, before you choose to leave the workforce and be a stay-at-home mom, or, because, you know, like how Kojo said, you know, his talent is going to be there. A lot of times women, they will take a step away from the workforce, and then they're not able to, whatever talent they had, career, they're not able to work again. And I think there needs to be a conversation, and it could be a post-up. Don't let love or religion blind you to this aspect. Do not put yourself in a position where you won't be able to feed yourself and your kids and walk away from work and from your ability to even be marketable without making sure that you have stuff in place. And people also need to know, I see a lot of ignorant, and I don't mean to be offensive, but it's actually the definition of ignorant. They'll say, oh, but you can get support. You can get temporary support. I think people need to actually try to follow a good friend or a family member through these processes and figure out how long it takes to get emergency support. Yeah. You will be out on the street. You will be out on the street. Make sure you're either putting your money aside if you don't want to do a posting up, or make sure before you agree to remove yourself from the marketplace, you get these things in line. And this doesn't have to be because of divorce. It could be due to incapacity of your partner or something like that. It's a very important conversation, because a lot of times you're leaning on this contractual institution that you're calling marriage for your survival. And then you're going to look up and you're going to be in a destitute situation. And a lot of, in 2024, with how expensive this daycare, it's very likely that one partner is leaving the workforce just to take care of these kids, because it doesn't make any sense. So if that is you, make sure you're protecting yourself. That's what I would say.
I agree.
It's cheaper to keep her, they say at that point, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Which, and listen, I think you guys are making some good points, you know what I mean? I guess obviously I'm banking on me being a decent human being, and maybe that's why I'm looking at it from that perspective. I'm not saying you guys are not decent human beings. I'm saying from a perspective of being a man and et cetera, which is that for me, and again, I guess my perspective is, I don't care if I had money when I started. If I come to you and I've chosen correctly the person I want to be with, I've chosen a person of character and outstanding moral standing, right? As I said, my perspective is already that if whatever I have, at least if we were to break up, I'll give you half. I don't care. Because again, I'm not trying to fight. Again, if I've made a life with you, I've decided that two are becoming one. Do you get what I'm saying to you? I don't care if it's generational. I don't care if it's gone back forth. Because again, we were going to die and we're going to pass and move. And also, not only that, but if you are a person I've married, especially if we're going to have kids, I think we didn't really have, that's another aspect. If that person has your child, and I'm coming from a male perspective, if that woman has my child, I don't want to see you in a destitute position. You get what I'm saying to you? I don't want to see you in that kind of position. I also take on that role, especially as a man, that knowing that maybe I can work a little bit longer, I'm older, I don't have the kids, maybe potentially in a situation, I'm probably going to have to cough up a bit more so that you can actually have a decent lifestyle, because my kids are who I'm thinking about. Do you get what I'm saying, Joe? I'm not thinking about hurting you. I'm not thinking about fighting you anymore. And I know there's some men who do think like that, so I want to be very much aware of that, and I can understand that perspective. But I guess from my perspective is why I said that when I start a marriage, my thing is everything is we. So you always know, I've always had that mindset. Everything is we. Because all I've ever seen when people come, as I worked in a bank, and Sean knows we spoke this before, when I worked in a bank, when I see couples that are together, everything is we. Right? Those old white couples, everything's we. Yeah? She knows what it is and he knows what it is. Everything's we. So it's and of course there are other couples sometimes you do see that do the separate aspects. So there are couples like that, but in most of the times what I saw was everything was we. So if it ends up breaking, then it's on me to say I've got to let that I've got to be able to cough up so that you can actually have a decent life, because you're gonna have my children, and that's a mad thing to even want to allow you to be in a space that's mad. But again, that comes back to my mentality at the very beginning, which is why I'm saying that I would set up a milestone from the very beginning. If you decide to suck me for all the peas, pause. But if you decide to suck me for all the peas, meaning pennies or monies, right? Then that's on you. That's really on you. And again, but that's, again, like I said, that's a faith perspective rather than maybe a legal perspective on that aspect. So again, I love everybody's opinion and thoughts on it, on that. But let's move on to the actual topic between these two, because there is a bigger topic with these two. We can have a separate live about this another day, right? Because it seems like we're having tasty conversation about prenups. But let's have a real the conversation, obviously, around Ramses and around our good sis Marissa. 2 issues: condoms and military. Okay, either way, you're. Anyway, but listen. So, I want to get your perspectives on Marissa and I don't know my people's names. I think I'm having too much sugar because I can't remember people's names. Marissa
Ramses.
and Ramses. Thank you. Condoms and military. I want to get your thoughts on that. What were your thoughts on those 2 subjects that were highly contested in the show on this episode? I want to get your thoughts. Condoms and military. Who would like to tackle this first? JR looks like he's finished, bruv. He said prenup. Get me out of here, bro. What you say, JR?
No, I'm not tapped out yet. Listen, I think they need to be strapping up. He needs to listen. They don't know each other like that. And if they are engaging in that type of relationship already, definitely protect yourself, because you don't need a kid coming when you haven't really known the person. And even if you do get married, you still don't know the person yet. So you're gonna have to, marriage changes people just like money does sometimes, and kids change people too. So if if I'm Ramses, I'm strapping up all the time. And they may feel comfortable, they may have the chemistry, she may even like it, but it's not sensible to do at such an early stage where there's so many things that can go potentially wrong at the moment. It's my thoughts.
Love that. Who's going next? Condoms and military. Well, I'll go on for the ting there. Your thought, opinions on those 2 conversations that they had.
Well, I always got something to say. I'll go.
Go
on, so first, thank you, baby daddy. So I'm always in agreement with you. So at the end of the day, like, here's the thing. I feel like this is one of those situations, and I think it happens often in relationships, where people need to have a third option, and they might not like the third option. But I feel like when I thought about it deeply, I was like, maybe they should have periods of time where they have unprotected sex and period of times where they do, and he can take that risk, and then both of their needs are potentially met. And you need to live with the ramifications of having a child, and she needs to deal with the ramifications of not having a child when you're not having protected sex. That would be the only third option that I can foresee for them, because he's saying, like, I don't care if I have protected sex with you. If we have a baby, you need to do something about that. And it's just very oppositional. I don't like his I don't like either one of them, really. Their stance on the position, like, I'm not changing, so you need to change perspectives. And I also just feel like, just by the way, what's that girl's name? Whatever that girl's name is, the way she phrased it, it was more like, I want to have a child, so I'm not getting on birth control, not the ramifications towards my body is the reason why she doesn't want to do it. So I just feel like that was. I hope nobody is going to have that scapegoat for her, because she said that she just wants to have a child. That's just point blank, bare necessities of what she wants to do. She wants to have a child, and that's the reason why she's not taking it. In regards to, what was the second option? The
military.
I feel like it's unnecessary for them to be disagreeing about this when she's saying that she's not planning on going back to it, but at the same time, I feel like she's not being completely vulnerable about it. Whether like she's saying she has tried to do the other program, I forgot what that was called. That she wants to potentially be involved in some sort of way, and potentially she feels like unappreciated for her for her service. I feel like she just feels very confused about the dynamic because she was going on and on about her other choice about feeling like the military was the worst thing ever is kind of how I perceived it, and feeling like she doesn't want to be with a military man. But here you had a choice to deal with somebody that was not completely for the military, that can understand your perspective, and didn't want to engage with him. So she just seems like she hasn't completely sorted out her feelings, and that's kind of impacting her relationship with Ramses slash 2 Chainz. All I need for my birthday is two braids. I did that for you, Elsie.
Appreciate you, D. Who wants to tackle this next? I haven't heard from Jay in a little while. Still, Jay. You there? She's not there. Go for it, Elsie.
So, the military. We know Marissa talked about it in the pods. So, Ramses, you having a problem with it now is a little too late. Too late. You should have had that problem in the pod. So now I got to look at you sideways as to why are you here? Why did you propose to her, a woman that you know has a military background, and you are, so opposed to the activities of the military? I understand your perspective, but please understand you are also living in a country that is providing you that freedom based on its military activities. Also, Ramses, Marissa, as a veteran, has a whole lot of veteran benefits that you will inherit as a spouse. Are you going to give those up too? Are you not going to go to college for free? Are you not going to have the health care? What exactly are you? You can't take Marissa without her part being the military. She said she's been part of the military since she's 2. Since she's 2. This is inherently a part of her, makeup. So again, you love this woman. You don't have to love everything she does, but military is a part of her. And she's starting to be a lawyer. Congratulations, Marissa. We heard you graduated from law school this year. And she might decide to go to JAG and be a military lawyer, which is quite lucrative. So again, I need Ramses to figure out what battles he's going to fight. As a part of safety, I think it's quite reckless that we out here raw. And Ramses, I'm going, ask for your hit list. Because if you asking her, you don't enjoy if you gloved up, how many women have you said that to? How many places have you ran through in these DC, DMV streets not gloved up? And how many women, like the ones who believed Tyler and gave him money, how many women let you? Because that is wild to me in this day and age, that you are not going to not only protect yourself, but your partner. So y'all are just going to wing it, basically, to figure out maybe she gets pregnant, maybe she doesn't. That is just not protecting your family, not protecting yourself. So yeah, there's a lot worse things than pregnancy out there, going without a glove. And, as I put the lyrics in the chat, Jay-Z said, you wife her, I put the rubber on tighter. Marissa, I need you to get him to wear something, because pregnancy is the least of your worries.
You ain't lying. Mm-hmm. Go for it, C-Way. Yep, go for it.
I just found their whole conversation to be annoying, mostly on his end. Because I just feel like if you don't want to wrap up, then, you are the last say on, accidents and things like that. So as a grown man, I mean, I'm not saying miracles don't happen, but for the most part, most adults know it's very preventable through certain methods. So he just needs to take it on himself to be the last call on what happens. And then he needs to be okay with the fact that if he messes up or there's a mess up in some way, then you get what you get and you can't pitch fit. I just thought the whole conversation is just odd. It's like, okay, well, if that works better for you, then you just need to do your darndest to make sure it ain't no problem. Or if it's a problem, then this is supposed to be your wife. You're gonna have to live with it. So I don't know. And I'm kind of with El Cid. I mean, I'm not a big army military person, but I'm definitely, and I also was very much so against dating military folks. No shade to y'all if you are one, but I just was never interested in that for my own reasons. And so I just wouldn't date one. You get what I mean? So if I dated one, then I can't have that such a strong opinion. So yeah, that's just how I feel.
Okay, so I'm going to touch very briefly on the condom, but most of this will be about military. STDs are on the rise, y'all. Just a quick PSA on condoms. I don't know how it is in the UK, but I can tell you that here in America, the STD, STI rate is rapidly on the rise, specifically in the Black community, and most specifically for Black females. And that's mostly down to heterosexual relations, okay? I don't care what this man is saying. You make sure he wraps it up. And if he's not willing to do that, we're not getting down, okay? Anybody, we already just said we're not riding and dying. That includes this particular situation too. He is not that cute. I'm sorry. His D is not that bomb that you need to go and let him go without a condom. There, I said that. We can move on. As far as the military is concerned, I feel like Ramses is value faking. He's talking a real big game about the military now. He didn't really say that in the pods. If he cared that much, he should have brought it up then, because it's not like she was denying it. She told you from jump, like Elsa said, she's from a military family. She was in the military. All her exes are military. Okay. She done told you that she's proud of her record. She's proud of her service. She's proud of the troops. And she's been a little wishy-washy on that. But in general, she's pretty firm on this stand. If you really, truly were about that life, you would have asked her a while ago. What I think happened was his spirit got triggered, got challenged when it came out that his competition was Bodie, and he didn't like that. He went out of his way to make sure that she knew that, yeah, we have some stuff in common, but we're really nothing alike. You don't want him. He's too intense for you. You really want me. That's who you want. And now he's got to go through with it. He's having a difficult time because her punani is real good. Okay. And he don't want to give that up. He wasn't expecting that. I said what I said. Okay. That's all they've been doing since they met each other, is just bumping booties. That's it. That's just smacking bellies. That's all that's been happening. But now that's starting to wear off, and he's realizing, I don't really want to be tied to her. What can I say to get rid of this lady? Let me just sit up here and say, oh, I can't get down with condom usage. I don't like the military. Please. You don't want this lady. You've never wanted this lady. Stop value faking. You're not really about that life. You should have left her. It was the mama.
Dahlia, it was the mama. It was the mama, Dahlia.
The mama didn't help. Now, I will give him this. He held his own with that mama.
It was an about face after the mama. Like, peep it. It was an about face after that mama. Keep going, but I just want to say that.
I don't know, man. I don't know, because I think they had the conversation. Did they have the conversation before or after the mom?
We just know how it was presented. We don't know when it was actually filmed.
True. But either way, I caught that from the pods, is that he was way subtler about this than Leo was, but he was absolutely trying to put a wedge between Marissa and Bodie, because he knew that was his competition and he knew how to play her. She's easy to play. As much as she claims she's a boss babe, she is not. That girl is easy to play. And I think he played her, and now he's playing with her, and he's going to get tired of that toy really soon. And then they're just going to be done with each other. And I also think that she's playing with him because she's wishy-washy. She says on one hand, she wants to be a lawyer. On the other hand, she wants to be a stay-at-home mom. Has she told him that that though? I don't think so. I don't think he knows that. The mom had to go tell him that. She says that she loves the military, but also she's not proud of the military, but also she is proud of her record and she loves the troops. Girl, which is it? I think both of them are wishy-washy, him more so. And yeah, I don't see them making it. I don't. They make some pretty kids, but I don't I don't see them making it. So
Thank you, Dario. Okay. Who hasn't spoken on this? I haven't heard from. Let's go for Faye.
I'll just say this about the military mostly. I just feel like there's certain things that are just not compatible. If you're anti-military and you get with somebody that's military, like it's just not gonna work. Especially if you claim to have such strong feelings about the military. I don't understand how they've made it to this point so far. Like, it makes me wonder, what were they really talking about in the pods? Because, I don't understand how you get to this point and that not have been the type of issue that it was, how it came off in the conversation. Because her being in the military was not new. They had to have had this conversation before. And then the fact that she's someone who was dating a Trump supporter in the past, it kind of doesn't surprise me that she would think that, she can be with somebody with such an opposing view. But yeah, that's fundamentally who she is. And if it's fundamentally who he's not, then I just don't think it's going to be a match at all. When it comes to the condom use, I feel like at some point birth control was not really an option. So people figured out what to do then. If a woman doesn't want to take birth control or whatever the case, condoms are the option. Or you can do the pull-out method and risk it. But I don't understand why that's such an issue. This is the second time that it's come up on the show, I think. Because there was another couple, I can't remember who it was, that it was such a big deal when they were talking about birth control. If there's certain sacrifices you have to make if you don't want kids, because that's the natural consequence of having sex. And I just find it really ridiculous that with his stance on life and his morals, and it doesn't really align with his anti-condom stance. So that's also incompatible, I think, if he's not willing to make some type of sacrifice in that way for that relationship.
Thank you, Faye. All right. Any other thoughts on this particular aspect? On condoms and military? No? We're going to move it on. Now, I know we spoke about her mum the other day, so yeah, that's us on the other live, so we'll leave it where we leave it there. Okay, cool. So, we have... who am I thinking of? Tim and Alex. Tim plus Alex, and then we got Garrett and Thingy, Taylor. All right, so Tim and Alex... situation is going to take us to our last leg. For anybody who's here, listen, welcome to the Little Black Book Show. Listen, you probably think to yourself, how can it be on here for 4 hours? You are new, okay? We used to do this all the time, all right? That's why we can only do it once in a while, all right? But, we used to do this all the time, okay? So welcome to the club, and welcome to the show. We're talking to you guys about Love is Blind. We're about to do the last leg of the show. We're going to talk about Tim and Alex, and then obviously we'll talk about Garrett and Taylor as well. Okay. All right. So talking about Tim and Alex, obviously we know their situation. I'm going to ask a question, but I need to get a clip for you guys first and foremost, because I have a question for their situation, right? And it was around where Tim is talking to Alex's parents, the dad, and I was like, yo. I know that he wrote a lovely letter, but I was like, I wonder if first and foremost he actually was being all the way truthful, because what she needed. Okay, you know what she did. She put her hand in your face, and you was almost like you can't take her back, can't forgive it. So the fact that he then wrote the letter, I was like, saying the letter, I was like, I hope it doesn't break her heart at the altar. So I want to know you guys' thoughts. I'm gonna play a little clip for you guys as well, and hopefully, you know, he don't break the dad's heart. Let alone Alex. Forget about Alex's heart. Let's hope Tim doesn't break the dad's heart.
I'm gonna read that to you. So, Mr. Bird, first and foremost, I was raised to begin all things with a grateful spirit. So thank you. Thank you for bringing Alex into this world. Thank you for raising her and understanding what love is.
Beautiful. I love that. That's about to cry. So we're gonna get your thoughts on Tim and Alex. Obviously, we know that she shushed him. We know that obviously, you know, that he came back. You know, so someone's ready. Okay, who's ready to go? So that Seaway's ready to go. Okay, so the question we're asking. You know what? I'm not even gonna ask a question. Go for it, Seaway. Let's see what you come up with.
This is the reason why I think people who've been following Lil Blackwood for a minute, y'all know my delivery is not always the best.
Not the pre-warning.
But y'all know I be right more than I'm wrong. The OGs know I'm actually rarely wrong, hardly never. And this is what I'm saying. Tim is very, very sassy and very, very feminine acting. And I'm about to get to what I'm talking about. He is acting like how women do when we just want to put a man, we got an ideal man and we just try to put any man in that box. And all the women on the panel, y'all can say y'all ain't did it. We all did it, even me. And I'm the opposite of that. I have like tried to put any man in a box because I wanted a man. The whole time, he is just not it. But I wanted a man, so I put any old man in this box. That's what he's doing. Alex has already showed him, forget the whole situation down to her probably calling him a little biatch and putting his hands over his mouth. Didn't he already go to the house at that point? Didn't he already see her house, or was that afterwards?
After, I think. The house ain't got nothing to do with it, Seaway. Dang.
How the house? Okay, we're gonna get to that in a second. I don't know how the house ain't got. The house has everything to do with it. Absolutely everything. Alex is not the person he wrote that letter about. I don't know who that letter was about, but it was not Alex. That man want to be picked so effing bad, and he just gonna write a letter about somebody else. Who was that letter about? It wasn't about Alex. It was not that lady we've been looking at. And he is going to hurt the dad on accident because he's trying to be picked. And that's the sad part. He gonna hurt himself and the dad trying to put Alex in the box of some woman that he wants to be with. He just really needs to love himself, put up some boundaries, and really just try to find the woman that he's really looking for. I think to find that woman, he's gonna have to put up more boundaries. He's gonna have to be a little bit more masculine, a little bit more choosy. He's gonna have to, do these things because he's trying to put any old toxic, sloppy, don't care about herself woman in a box and then gonna write her poor daddy lying on that girl, talk about she wonderful when she's not. And that is on him. That is on him. And I rarely call men simps, but that's some simp-like behavior. And he needs to be delivered from that simp behavior for his own good. For his own good. Seriously.
Seaway, he wrote that letter in the pods before he got mushed in the face. And he probably was going through the motions with this thing and going through, okay, and production's like, you got to read the letter to the dad. You wrote it to the dad. You got to read it. Tim did not look comfortable the entire time at all. He has not touched Alex even in jest since that whole mushing situation. He gives his hands behind his back or he keeps it together. He doesn't touch that woman. He doesn't laugh and talk with her. And, I'm sorry, your stance on him. I understand where you're coming from. This is, been your stance for, quite a while since we've known you. But I'm sorry. I cannot stand with you on this one, that he wants to be picked so bad. Maybe everybody on Love is Blind wants to be picked. Let's put it that way. Everybody wants to be picked to go to the next stage and be on camera. But Alex and
Elsie, would you have read that letter just because you wrote it? Would you have read it to that dad?
I would not have read it to the dad because, basically you're saying thank you for raising a woman that'll mush my face.
Exactly, Elsie. You know why? You want to know why, Elsie? Because you have self-respect. Because you'll stand on your own too. You will walk away if a situation doesn't serve you. So
But
I'm trying to.
also, you have to understand this man is also not a rebel like me. He is also going to fall in line with his military stance. He's not going to buck that system. He's going to play along and read the letter and keep it pushing.
Okay, well then, Elsie, there's two options. Either he's what I said, or then he's being fake. And then everyone should charge him with something else. There's only two options. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
I think he's being fake. I think he's just going through the motions because probably they're like, hey, production's like, hey, we can't have y'all dropping like flies. He's going through emotions. I don't like it. I don't think you should put this emotional turmoil on the dad, no matter whose decision it was to read the letter and have a moment. I think that was doggone just terrible. Whoever chose to do that. Because we could see Tim is done. In his face, he was done. And especially when he saw that apartment, done.
Okay, well then you know what? Maybe you're right then. Maybe I'm casting him as a simp when maybe he's just as trifling as the rest of these dudes. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt and said that he was a simp. But now I know you're saying that he done. And
Why you the benefit of the doubt calling him a simp? Go to bed. Go to bed.
Don't give me them kind of benefits. Okay, we wish to be catered to. Tim is out here cooking the meal. He's out here grilling, taking care of the family. Now he gonna be given a 4-letter word. Come on now.
It's pretty difficult to put into words how disgusted I am, how depressed I am.
Oh no, we putting it into words. We putting it into words today.
I love it. I'm flaying. That is a battered man. Anyway, yeah, sorry. No, who wants to go? Who wants to go next?
Nobody.
Sean, you look. Sean. It looked like you rewinded Sean back to a couple of years ago. So, Sean, Wagwan. It's giving panels from 2 years ago.
I don't even know what point to pick to object to because she done taken us down a windy road of misandry. Because this is crazy. Now, I know I'm on my journey of anti-misogyny, but this is just a bridge too far, Seaway. Come on now.
Where am I wrong? Help me out, Sean. I'm listening. Where am I wrong at?
I mean, he's definitely not making good decisions. I will not debate that. He is making a bad decision. I think, might he be resting in more of a feminine place? Sure. I mean, I don't necessarily see him showing up that way, but okay, I'm not going to debate that. But making him the villain of this story is just a bit, I think that's sad.
Sean,
the story was touching. What'd you say?
El Cid's making him the villain. I'm saying he's a victim. What? I just want to clarify.
You just destroyed him in like five minutes. El Cid ain't make him no villain.
I feel bad for him. I feel bad for him. I'm saying I want him to be delivered.
That's what feeling bad looks like? That's what sympathy and empathy. Then I don't want it.
Bad for the sass.
I'm a Sagittarius.
I'd rather you hate him.
This is my way of feeling bad. I feel bad.
God damn. I don't want that feeling bad at all.
Not doubling down, Seaway.
I don't want Seaway feeling bad.
Nobody received that.
I hate Seaway feel good. This is good.
Nobody received the empathy, Seaway.
Seaway said that's a simp.
Listen, I don't know about y'all, but I shed several tears listening to him read that letter to the dad and watch the dad's reaction. I think it's a touching moment. Unfortunately, I don't think these two should be a match, but I think our feelings don't happen in silos, especially when we're going through a bit of trauma. You're just reeling from having a very bad argument with the woman who you love, and you guys are just starting to get to know each other, and now you're faced with the scene of how do I meet her family, and I still want to make this work. So I think his feelings are getting kind of blended together, and it's unfortunate. I do think he kind of cares about her. I don't think he just made that up. But a part of it is his own selfish desire to just want to be married, to want to make this work, because I think he has some emotional wounds that I think he sees Alex as a person that's going to be able to heal that. But he's got to do that work for himself. That's kind of how I see it.
Love that. Who's ready to go next? I love when seeing it adds a little bit of carnage. Always makes it fun. Who wants to go? Yes, go for it.
I actually do agree with Seaway on a lot of this. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Stand 10 toes
Thank
down.
you. Thank you. Yeah, I do, Seaway. I know you can come across like, your point is you're going to drive it home, but I do agree with a lot of this. I don't think that letter sounded anything like Alex. And then also in the pods, when he was talking, a lot of it was him opening up to her and sharing about his sisters. And she would listen, but I don't know if this was the editing or whatever, but it didn't seem like she was that engaging.
Good. That's exactly what needs to happen.
It wasn't much. There wasn't much that was coming along. So I do think that he's just kind of plugging and chugging someone into his idea of what he would like for a wife, and this is not a match. I do think that a lot of times he does kind of get into the feminine role, unfortunately. I did see that when they got into the argument, and she was kind of I don't want to say she was the one trying to get him back and pushing up on him, and it did feel like he kind of went there saying that he was going to end it and he was never going to talk to her again, but I don't really believe that. I think that he kind of came there to scare her straight, and then she kind of took on the more masculine role to try to get him back and to show him affection at that point in time. So I do agree with a lot of what Seaway said, and I don't think this is a match. I really do feel bad that I did feel like the letter was very touching. I did cry as well, but it didn't fit the picture of that couple at all. I could have closed my eyes and put anybody in that spot. So I don't think they're gonna make it.
Can y'all give me some examples of how he went into the feminine role? Like you're saying that she went into the masculine by physically manipulating him by throwing her body on top of him. So what put him in the feminine role?
I think it's just kind of their dynamic. Like in that moment, that reminded me of certain situations where, he's coming to her saying like, this is how it made me feel. I was going to walk out and leave you. Like I wasn't going to be, I thought I was never going to talk to you again. And then she kind of was just like, all right, like, how are we going to move on? And then try to come physically show affection to like move on from the situation, which did remind me of those roles. The other part that I feel like is a bit him kind of leaning into the feminine side is that like she's kind of always the one I guess putting him in his place in a sense. Like he doesn't really stand up for himself. I feel like a lot in the relationship. Maybe that's not masculine, feminine. Maybe that's just a dynamic that I'm not used to. But I don't think he stands up for himself enough in the relationship. He kind of takes more of a passive role when she speaks her mind on different things. Even when it comes to outfits and the way he's dressing, or him not voicing his displeasure around like the way she keeps her house, like she kind of misrepresented the whole messy versus, I forget what she said, like dirty versus messy or whatever. Like that house was past messy, that was not. And I know he's very tidy, he likes things a certain way, and he did not voice any of that displeasure, which I know he was feeling. So I don't know if it's maybe just the passiveness that I'm equating to the feminine versus the masculine, but those are kind of some of the other things that remind me of that dynamic.
Okay, outside of the passiveness, so being able to communicate being disrespected by somebody in a calm, collective manner that's more feminine than masculine? I'm asking. I'm not trying to be facetious or nothing. I'm just asking from like your perspective. That makes him more feminine because he's able to sit there and say, "Hey, I don't feel like what you did to me was cool, and right now I do not feel like being touched or manipulated. So can I have my space?"
No, I don't think him articulating himself in that way was feminine. I'm just saying their body language and interaction in that moment felt like they swapped roles in that way. But no, I don't think him just simply saying, "Look, I don't like the way that you did this," and articulate, like, I don't think there's anything feminine about that. I think the interaction was what kind of reminded me of a switched role and how she tried to win him back in a physical way, when he was clearly not wanting to engage with her in that way, in that moment.
I wouldn't call that masculine and feminine. I would call that DV and victim.
I mean,
Yeah, and
you guys are entitled to your opinion. I just feel like that's what it reminded me of.
I mean, I would call
if we're
that
gonna go
vulnerable
there,
versus not being vulnerable, or being vulnerable and needing to be consoled. So of course he would look like the more person that needs to have support because he's expressing how he was hurt. So I can understand why Seaway's asking that question, and I can understand where you're coming from. I would just be cautioned about the perspective of whether that looks feminine because she hurt his feelings and he needs to have support in that moment. So of course she's going to look more powerful than him because he's expressing how he feels about something he was hurt by.
I just think it would being realistic though. We don't see that dynamic as much with the woman than the man. I mean, we can call it whatever, we can dress it up however, victim, not victim, but it did look like she was the dominant one and he was the docile one. Now, I know, being PC is cute. So y'all can call it victim. I guess that's why I'm here. And my co-counsel, but it looked like what we all know. Now I will agree it also looked like victim, and then what, I don't know the opposite of the victim.
I'm just curious. Are y'all looking for masculinity or toxic masculinity though? Is that what we're looking for? We're looking for a man that's able to sit there and have a conversation and say, "Hey, you did me wrong, and give me my space so I can figure out what I want to make the next move." Are we looking for a man to come in and slap us upside our head because we pushed him?
No, I think what he said, Jay, wasn't the issue. I don't think what he said was inherently feminine. I think her response to him is what gave the dominant feminine look. Like she almost looked like she was trying to overpower him with whatever she could use to kind of get him back in his good graces. So I don't think his response that way was necessarily feminine or wrong. And what I said earlier had nothing to do with that scene.
I get what you're saying, but you guys' preferences like he's the problem and she's not. You know what I'm saying? When y'all, I'm saying y'all preferences.
Who said that?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
I didn't say that.
When y'all call him all kinds of names and stuff, it's giving he is the problem.
What did I say yesterday? I have a question though. I have a serious question. So when I give Alex a whole 3-minute rant about what's wrong with her, nothing. When I comment on what's wrong with him, we got all these defenses. Alex yesterday on Jay's live got 3 minutes of my opinion, 3 whole minutes. I didn't give Tim nothing really yesterday, but it was crickets. I just want to know.
So
I
because
wasn't
you
here
gave,
yesterday,
so because you gave Alex 3
I
minutes
missed.
yesterday, that means you give her no minutes today.
I'm
I
talking
didn't
about
see
what?
yesterday's
No,
live.
we were the JR. The question was about the letter. If we were talking about the whole relationship, then yeah, sure, I can repeat my monologue about Alex, sure. But we were talking about him reading the letter, so that's what I responded to.
I'm just responding. I'm not giving crickets to the fact y'all giving Alex whatever. I'm responding to the fact they call him sassy. He's in his feminine self or whatever, stuff like that, because she's being toxic masculinity. That's what I'm confused about, because it's coming off as he's wrong for expressing his emotions or feeling some type of way about being violated by somebody physically.
I said he
He's
was
not
being
just.
feminine about him being emotional and going through and reading a letter that he doesn't probably even stand behind. That's what I said. That's what I was relating it to. We just got
Yeah,
to.
let me just clear up what I was kind of saying, because I definitely the whole incident, I wasn't around for some of the other stuff on the panel, so I may have missed some things too on the other panel. But I'm not saying there's anything wrong with how he is as a person. I think their dynamic is just as though I feel their interactions that he takes more of what I perceive to be more of the feminine kind of side, and she comes across as more masculine. And I think that's why they're not a match. I think he doesn't need someone that's going to be that kind of, that's going to interact with him in that way. He needs somebody that's a little bit more, and that's why I don't think the letter applies to her. Like, she was not giving him this like understanding, empathetic listening and caring and safe space that he was talking about. I think he wants her to be that, but she's not that. I mean, even when he did come to her in his most vulnerable state to articulate why, her doing what she did to him was so like, such a problem, I don't think she really even understood that. She was more so just trying to come at it like, okay, I'm sorry, let's just, let me try to give him a hug, like come over here now, it, like, I don't think she has that emotional depth, or at least that emotional maturity or space to really give him what he needs. And that tends to be more feminine to me. Like, normally that emotional security comes naturally. It tends to. Not everybody, of course, but I think in that dynamic, that's why it looks like that to me. But to be clear, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with him articulating himself that way. I think she comes off a bit masculine, and then he ends up taking that role because of that. And for that reason, I don't think they're going to be a match.
Now, Alex did not act like this in the pods. If we remember their pod conversation, she didn't act like this. She was not aggressive. She was understanding. She was sympathetic. She was a safe space for him to talk about losing his sisters. She was all of that feminine energy in the pods. So when he wrote that letter, when he first read that letter, what we saw, she fit. Now, after she mushed him and told him he need to not buy that hat and don't do that, now she no longer fits that letter. But I'm not going to say that he is just writing the letter for he could put any woman's name in there and fit her in. What we have seen in the pods, she was very nice and understanding to him. So I don't understand the disconnect. Like, that couldn't have been Alex. We saw her being nice to him in the pods.
So the disconnect for me, to me, happens when she meets him in person. And when she saw him, I mean, I don't think she was overwhelmed. She might have been okay with it, but she wasn't overwhelmed. And since then, it's been on and popping. Like, I would agree that she doesn't have the perspective of submissive personality. I mean, talking about his hat, I've said this. What's his name, Rotumi, or whatever his name is from Power. What's his name? Even what's his name? The gentleman we were just talking about, Alex's. Anyway, whoever is Future, is baby daddy, whoever it is, if you're attracted to a person, no matter if they're wearing a floral Hawaiian shirt, they gonna make it work, and you gonna be on top of it, and you gonna say my whoever it is fly as hell, and don't say nothing about him. So at the end of the day, she's not into him like that, and so she suns him a lot. And so he gets into that position, but I see that he's trying to change that dynamic, even by like trying to help her off of that scooter or whatever they were on, and saying, I can be here to help you. She's in her like the perceived notions of masculinity, but helping herself, not relying on somebody else. And he's trying to change those dynamics. But what I will get back to, because I haven't spoken on the whole letter, I boohoo cried when he read that letter. I didn't get the the sentiment initially when he read it to her, but when he read it to the father, like I was like, this is so important to me. Like at the end of the day, you want somebody that's going to be able to get the gravity of keeping their word, whether a person is present physically or not. And regardless of you being here, you have MS. I don't know how your lifespan is. Well, regardless of you being gone, this is the word that I'm going to have to you. And so I boo-hoo cry. And I was also mad at the same time because it seems like less than a week ago, you were very much indecisive about your relationship. And I would be hella pissed if my father, who has MS, you just sit here for the sake of this show and read this narrative to that you don't really mean. It doesn't necessarily, and I would agree. Again, I try to hold the multitudes that it doesn't seem like it's necessarily specific to her. It doesn't, he said these things, this is what he's looking for, but he's also had an alternative narrative where she does not seem like she's a safe space, and yet he still read this letter to his father. I would have preferred you just not read the letter to my father until potentially after the show or right before our wedding to say like this is where I stand on this situation. But like being indecisive and still saying it was a problem. They do have a problem with their power dynamic in their relationship. She's not really with giving him the power in the narrative. It'd be great if she can give the same respect that she gives to her father or something similar, because she feels like respect is hiding from her father what's really going on with her. But something similar where she wants to protect him, that she's not giving to her to Tim is the issue, and she don't adore him. I'm just trying to tell y'all, adoring the man that you with, Miss El Cid and Miss Seaway, I can almost guarantee you that you adore the man that you're with. And it's so important because in those little moments where I'm like, this man got me, this man loves me, I adore him. It comes off second nature. I don't need to play. I don't need to put off some certain air. This is somebody that I love, and I don't have to put on anything. She doesn't do that for him. She's very much protective of herself. I agree, having her condition of her home being in that way, she just wants him to accept her for how she is. She has no need to improve. I feel like she feels like she's better than him.
Ooh, okay. Listen, I hear it. Dahlia, you see want to go next? Go for it. It's getting interesting, this conversation.
So to answer your question, I wasn't moved by that letter. I wanted to be because it was beautiful, like the circumstances around it. He gave a masterclass on how to woo a parent. Like if I was gonna, because I have 4 brothers, if I was gonna talk to my brothers about how to woo a parent, I would just show them that clip, like do everything he just did, because it was that good. But I couldn't get into it. I couldn't cry because I'm remembering the scene just an episode ago, and I'm remembering the scene where immediately after that, when they were on the bikes, when they were crossing over that bridge, crazy. I would never do that. But they were basically discussing what happened by not discussing what happened. Everything was in these really vague terms. Yeah, we can't let that happen again. Regarding, what happened. Let's just move past it. Right? Like, move past what? Move past what, Tim? What happened? What are you not going to be doing? Like, there was no discussion around any of that. So, no, I couldn't really get into the letter, couldn't enjoy it. I believe he meant it. I don't think he was faking Seaway, but I do think that he's in denial. And I think he's one of those people, because I do this too. I'm very good at this. I think he's one of those people who can basically like rewrite history or pretend stuff didn't happen, just kind of like put it in a little box in the back of your mind and just pretend it didn't happen so he can continue to live in a fantasy. Because remember, when he was showing her his home, he said he bought that with the intention of making it a home for his family. He basically decorated everything with the intention in mind of, I'm showing you who I am. I want you to be able to feel comfortable in this space. I want you to feel comfortable enough to put your decorations in here too. This is for our kids. He was very clear about that. He brought his sister's bracelets into the pods with him with the intention of finding a wife so he could give it to her, right? So he already had like this picture in mind of what that's going to look like. And by hell or high water, he's going to make that happen. So even though she did that to him and she was abusive towards him, he has chosen her. So he's going to make it work with her, regardless of what happened. Even though you can tell just by how she's treating him, she don't really like that man. She didn't like him literally since the time that she saw him. At no point in time do we ever see her be particularly warm towards him or welcoming or affectionate towards him. I know we were talking about how Ashley is towards Tyler, but really we should be talking about Alex, because Alex is the one who's not giving anything to him. I thought Ashley was far more welcoming to and receptive to Tyler's advances than Alex ever was to Tim. She does not like that man. He gave her the ick as soon as he started barking at her. The other issue is that, and maybe this is why Tim reads as feminine, is that he is spiteful. So and I think he's a little bit delusional in the sense that he says, oh, I want somebody who's going to give as good as I get. But you don't give anything though, Tim. Tim is passive aggressive. He is not assertive. And yes, there is a difference. Alex is also, well, she reads more aggressive than anything else. She's not assertive either. Neither one of these people can properly communicate. I don't even know if they have a language for it, or maybe they just have a fear of conflict. They don't know how to do that, but they don't know how to come together and just hash their problems out. So then Tim is the one who's going to be spiteful and saying, oh, I love that you hate it. I'm going to go buy this sweater. I'm going to go buy this hat specifically to spite you, rather than just say like what I think Faye was talking about with Rotimi, where it says, this is what I like. I'm going to make it look good and you're going to be happy with it. Rather than just say something like that. It's like you go behind somebody and do a spiteful move. And then with Alex, she won't say anything until she blows up on you. And she's putting her hands on you and then wants to touch all on you and pretend like it didn't happen. Because notice how that was the only time that she was physically affectionate with him, was after she put her hands on him and trying to get him to stay. Why do you want him to stay, ma'am? You don't like him. Both of these people are delusional. Neither one really wants to be with each other in reality, but you want to keep that fantasy going because you like what it does for you, and you're just not going to let that go. That's really what's happening here, in my personal opinion anyways. So, yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
Listen, I hear you. Go, Jay. Yep, go for it.
I was going to just go off of what something Dahlia said. Not to take away from anything that Seaway, or I'm sorry, I don't know if that was you, Faye, or is he still on here? I think it was Faye that was speaking on him earlier. Dahlia said something that was real key. That makes me feel like, yes, Seaway, you have a point on the sassiness. He's spiteful. That's what scares me more about him than anything, because spiteful people will sit here and take tally of the things that you do and hold it and wait for the opportune moment to get back at you. And I'm praying that he is not this spiteful, that he reads this whole letter and intends to do something very harmful at the end of it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Don't build that up, because to be honest with you, this man is in a frail state, and this might be his only chance to see his daughter actually get married or whatever. We don't know how many days he has left. So that would be a really evil thing of him to do. And that was my stance yesterday, is that he kind of backed himself in the corner. Now you have no choice, sir, but to follow through with this. You know, instead of sitting here and taking your time and saying, you know what, I had wrote this letter, but some things transpired between me and your daughter, and I just don't feel comfortable reading this to you right now. But if we can work through those things, I'll be glad to share it with you later. But the fact that he did sit here and read it is like, okay, sir, now you got to follow through. And you have to stand by this commitment that you're actually making right now, or you're going to be the ultimate villain of the show if you do anything else, because you had no reason to read that letter to that man and get his hopes up like that, only to let him down. So hopefully that's not the ending that we get, and we do see a grown Tim that wants to actually have a family and is willing to work through the low points of a marriage and a relationship. And he's going to be a man of his word and work it out. And then we hopefully that helps mature Alex to be a better mother, woman, person, and keep her hands to herself overall, and have cohesive, effective conversation with the person when she just has a disagreement with them.
To Jay's point, you know, can y'all hear me? I'm in the car.
Yeah, I can hear you, babe.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You know what scares me the most is that even if it's right, you know, whatever, that he's leaning into his femininity, or he has some sassy traits, there's one thing that I can count on, even if he's not trying to be malicious right now, is that when he gets down to that altar, or like Elsie said, if he even makes it to the wedding, the logic is going to kick in and he's going to say no. Like, I know a lot of us women, we would just take it through the wedding, and then get married and then decide. But he is going to get to that altar, and the logic is going to kick in, and he going to say no, because I don't think either he knows now and he's just, you know, being malicious, which I don't want to believe that. But I do believe that when it comes to it, he already seen enough. He's going to say no, which is why that letter reading kind of hurts me, because it's like, you, whether it's your intention or not, or whether you let your emotions lead you or not, and I pray you're not being malicious, this poor dad, I don't know. I just really didn't want to see that dad. He seemed very convinced by that situation, and I just don't think he's going to marry her. He's seen enough not to marry her. I don't think anybody on this panel probably would fault him for not marrying her. You know, so Rose said Tim is just as delusional, wants to. Yeah, I mean, that's what I believe. I believe he's trying to convince himself right now. I don't think he's being malicious. But you're right. Alex also agreed to lie to her dad because she knows the type of situation that they're in, and they weren't in a good place either, right? And she also knows that. So, I mean, they both have to take responsibility for that, because if I know that I just put up my whole hand over a whole grown man's mouth and he just told me he was through with me, I don't think I'm bringing him to meet my dad at that juncture. I'm just not.
Can I go real quick? Because I'm just gonna shoot straight from the hip, because I'm just hearing a lot of craziness right now. Listen, any girl that mush me in the face or mush anybody in the face, yeah, like, the right thing to do is to calmly tell her that that's not acceptable, and she can never do that again. Yeah, because that's disrespectful. You can't put your hands on no one. You ain't got no right to do that. And then the second egregious thing is trying to kiss and smooch your way and get all amorous with me to make me forget that you did it. So that way I give you a pass for doing it. So you're trying to stop me from checking you for what you did, right? That's a toxic relationship. You're sowing the seeds for stuff like that to continue to happen if you don't check it straight away. And I think he actually did a good job of telling her, listen, it's over if you do that. Yeah, you have no right to do that. He just articulated that. That doesn't make him sassy. That makes him actually quite smart and quite intelligent, because he didn't stoop to levels which we know some guys who are not in control of their emotions and not rational, they can go a lot further, right? So I'm happy that he didn't do it. I'm happy that he just verbally checked her. Now, I don't think she's feeling him, because she wouldn't have mushed him in the first place. For a start, guys know when girls like them, right? You're not gonna be thinking about putting your hands on me to tell me to shush or be quiet or anything like that. You're literally gonna be hanging off my every word, and vice versa, right? So I think what people may be seeing is an over masculine woman in the situation, and a guy who is not reacting in a masculine way, as far as what they see. We're so used to seeing the guy being the person that F's up or does something wrong, that when we now see how it looks on the flip side, it's like we're calling him sassy and weak and all this other stuff. He doesn't need to be overbearing, raise his voice, grab her. He doesn't need to do none of that stuff. I think the letter that he wrote about her was probably something that he did stemming from their interactions from the pod, right? So their relationship and his frame of mind towards her was more amorous and romantic at that time. So that's what he presented to the father, the idea of the relationship that they built up from the pods, not the recent turbulence that they've gone through. And I don't think he should have aired that out anyway, because they're going through some turbulence and they need to work it out. That takes time. So I can see why some people may say he's keeping up pretenses in front of the father, because the father doesn't need to know that she mushed him. That's between them two, and it just doesn't need to happen again. But in front of friends and family, you're still going to present the idea of this relationship possibly working. And then when it comes to whether he'll say yes at the altar, I mean, nobody knows until they get there, right? But I wouldn't be surprised if he said no, if they continue to clash. The hat thing, you know, her expressing her dislike for his taste in clothes, the hat, whatever. Again, these are things that you just nip in the bud straight away. And how he chose to do that, we may not agree with. There probably is no 100% right way to do it. But he didn't let it faze him. And in the end, he didn't buy the hat anyway. But he said, this is my fashion. This is my look, right? The girl I choose is going to like me for who I am, like my quirks, just like I'm going to like her quirks and like her for who she is. If you have a problem with that already, then you're just being nitpicky. And this is why you're going to self-sabotage. Because you're going to keep nagging, nitpicking. You think it's cool to mush me in the face and all these other different things. So let's just call it where it is. Like, he isn't necessarily blameless, but he's also not doing what he could do in order to sabotage it even further. He seems to be articulating his feelings as soon as he feels that it needs to be checked. So I commend him for that, rather than not saying anything and waiting until the altar comes. And then he says, look, I'm not picking you. He's letting it be known, listen, I wasn't cool with what you said. I need a minute. I'm not cool with being mushed in the face. He's saying it as it happens. And it's up to her to nip those behaviors in the bud to give their relationship a chance of working without turning into a toxic relationship. That's my thought.
Definitely hear you. I mean, listen, you know, it's interesting, these situations, you know, because I still got a little bit of toxic masculinity in me, and I need to reduce it. You know what I'm saying to you? So it's scary, but I kind of agree with Seaway as well a little bit here, and Faye. You know, just a little bit, just a little bit. You know what I mean? But it's not necessarily the way he dealt with Alex in terms of the mushing. I think he actually handled that very well, and I think a lot of men can pay attention to the fact that he actually spoke his mind, told the truth, was very upfront about how he felt, very upfront about the fact that it shouldn't happen again, etc., etc. That is not where I'm agreeing with Seaway and Dems. Where I will be agreeing is the pushing of the boundaries that he was doing, in a sense of, instead of actually communicating that he did not like the fact that she was not accepting him for who he was, he went the opposite way and became passive aggressive, and then that incites this toggle between himself and Alex. Now I think Alex has got some certain traits that are very toxic herself. She wants to push boundaries as well. So that's where I'm saying that I can kind of see where they may have said that about Tim. I will not debate whether he's a battered man or not. Okay, that brother got his mouth mushed. Okay, all right, that brother is suffering. Okay, but in terms of maybe just some of the things, and when I say, I think it's so, and the reason why I say it also is because I know I've got certain traits like that which I'm still trying to work out as well, which is that holding the masculine frame is very difficult at points, right? Because sometimes you want to go toe-to-toe with women, right? And that is an indication usually that there's a lot of feminine energy you're still carrying. When I say feminine energy, what I mean by that is passive. Usually what I mean, when we really say feminine energy, what we really mean is women are passive-aggressive. That's what we really mean. We're actually not talking about feminine energy. We're talking about passive-aggressive energy that's being pushed across. And I just don't like the fact that he does instead of just saying straight away that, like, for instance, I told you about the hat situation. Instead of just telling her, listen, I like what I like. I feel uncomfortable that every time you critique me, Right, I'm saying to you, and I'm not feeling comfortable. Instead of having that conversation, he pushes the boundary. Like it's like the dog situation. My partner told me I don't like the jokes about the dog. But the reality is, why are you actually saying? Why do you keep saying the dog situation? It's because you're trying to push the boundary. You're trying to tell her, I want to be me. I want to make jokes. I want to be silly. Stop trying to police me. But instead of just saying that, what he's doing is being passive aggressive. And I guess that's what maybe Laser kind of seen as being quote unquote sassy in that sense. And so that part I can agree with. You know what I'm saying to you? But I do feel like he's handled the situations that have been very toxic very, very well. I think he let her know very, very well that this is not what the games he wants to play. And he does not want to do that, going forward and be going back and forth and being hyper, you know what I mean? And being extra and angry, etc. in a situation, which I totally understand. Maybe he saw that in his household. It was just that particular aspect. But for me personally, the reading out to the dad, I kind of have two perspectives on the reading out the thing to the dad, right? I didn't like it, but I also understood it. I said because sometimes we try to give grace for women who go through these certain situations, right? You're kind of freezing as a response. We talk about this all the time. We spoke about this for the shits and giggles situation, but people have different responses. There's fight and flight, but some people freeze, and some people flop, and some people friend. So it depends on what your kind of reaction to the thing is, right? He can still almost go through that process of reading the letter because part of him maybe wants to make it work, even though part of him may say to himself, I shouldn't go through this, right? And so that will end up, saying the letter X situation. And I think Elsa kind of said this really well. At the time of the pods, this letter was true. It's how he felt. You know what I mean? My other aspect is that when he did get there, though, the dad is now involved. So this is not a letter to Alex anymore. It's a letter to the dad. And we are not all the way there. Unless he really is committed, then hey ho. But it's like now the dad's roped into the emotional aspect. I don't think he's trying to be spiteful, if I'm honest with you. I think that's way too far. I don't think, as much as I do think he would, like to go back and forth with her, I think that's way too spiteful for him at this moment from what I've seen, that he'd want to plan and be like, even for me, that's dark hearts, but that is dark. That you want to get the dad involved, rope him in to finish her off. It doesn't even make sense to want to do that personally, but people can. I think that's more of a narcissistic trait because I just think to myself that the dad's not even involved. That hasn't done anything to you. You know what I mean? Why would he have to be roped in? I think he just generally does feel those type of feelings, but I think he's caught in the midst of two things, which is, yes, he feels for her, but at the same time, the situation has gone lopsided. And I think, when it's still fresh and you're still trying to navigate that field, but I think he will go to the altar and I think he'll probably say no, personally. I think, like Seaway said, I think he'll come to his senses. I think it will just make sense and be like, this is dumb. You know what I mean? Like, that I shouldn't go through this. I can't do it. And I think he's a little bit on autopilot. So that's what I would say. I don't know if I can say anything else. But we've got last little bit because we're about to hit our 5-hour mark. And as much as I love you guys and I know you love me, you know what I'm saying to you, you got homes. So let's talk about Garrett and Taylor. Let's talk about Garrett and Taylor because they are an interesting couple. I find them intriguing, you know what I'm saying to you, even though I don't really talk about them. But anyway, Garrett and Taylor situation, she met his parents. He's going to meet her parents next episode, or mum, I should say. But, he met her friends and everybody was saying how Taylor just, so different, smiling, glowing and energy just righteous with Garrett. And seemingly it works well. I don't know. I guess maybe because of some of the previews, something just tells me that, and it's not because and we know that he's going to text his ex-girlfriend Garrett, but something tells me that Garrett gets her easy, and it's gonna take one hit and he gonna be knocked out. You know what I'm saying to you? Forget the ex-girlfriend situation. Just the fact that, I don't know, it's sometimes an energy. It's the same way that I feel like she's very guarded and that when someone's that guarded, sometimes there can be manipulation involved in the guarding. Not to say that you're trying to manipulate people, but you end up manipulating because of the guard. You want to keep the guard so strong. So there's something interesting about their dynamic. I don't think they're necessarily bad for each other. I just think there's going to be a need for over-communication. But the one thing is that they did say this, which I'm surprised people are not saying, he's feminine, is that he's willing to give up location, to move to San Diego, and even her friends mentioned it. You know what I'm saying to you? So it's interesting that we're not, and I don't necessarily feel that way, that we're not saying that he's feminine for giving up his position, where he is, moving San Diego to where she's going, me personally, I don't like it. I think he's following. And I think, personally, as much as I think he can work from anywhere, I do feel like he's following because of the fact that the way that she's so guarded, she doesn't seem very open. So if she was more open, I would understand it a bit more. Do you know what I'm saying to you? But because she's so guarded, I'm like, bro, it feels like you're on her clock. And that's going to get very boring very, very soon, very, very quickly, because you already called her out in the pods, which tells me you have the ability to call her out. You're probably going to call her out again. But what's you guys' thoughts on Garrett and Taylor? How do you see it? Someone said because he's white. I hear it. We get in there, guys. Don't worry. He does these. Oh, no, he's not. Anyway, so what's your guys' thoughts? Who wants to go first on this one? Garrett and Taylor. Who wants to go first on this one? Oh, do you want to go first? You got your mic open?
Yes. First, just since it's on my mind, I really don't like the connotation that we prescribe masculine and feminine traits, and it seems like it's more so positive traits towards masculinity and negative traits like sassy or combative or whatever else. I think that we all can exhibit those behaviors at the end of the day. Um, I just really want it to be a narrative of like self expression rather than a negative and positive, and sometimes those behaviors come out certain ways than others. But in regards to um, the gentleman, I can't remember his name. I think that it's very much an issue that he's willing to self abandon, whether he realizes it or not at this particular time. I think it can either come out, at least in my experience, of two ways: of you being resentful of that other person, or you wanting to get payback for your activities of like self and abandonment. So I just feel like it's an issue. I mean, again, like I've said, all these couples have their own problems. They can decide how they wish to navigate through them. She seems very much more emotionally attuned. Why she's willing to allow him to self abandon, maybe because it makes her feel good about herself for whatever reason or not, would be a problem for me. Um, but I just feel like I mean, I think that they did a really good job of defending one another. I like to see that instead of them feeling, they're a unit, instead of like defending themselves against their family or defending themselves of why they're making their decision or whatever. It seems like they were as a unit together saying why this is going to work. But he just seems like he's giving up much more physically than she is, and I caution about how he's going to feel about that long term and what are the ramifications of that going to be.
Yeah, good points. Yes. You open the mic. Was you episode?
Yeah. Oh. Sorry.
Oh, go for it, Faye. Go for it, and then I'll said.
Okay. I want to clarify something real quick on the feminine masculine thing. I feel like more importantly, at least in my opinion, I feel like it can come across as a dynamic and not necessarily like just traits, like who's showing up as what in the relationship. And I know we don't like to say masculine and feminine anymore. Everything's really polarized, so I get that it's like stereotypical traits sometimes, and I'm not referring to like combativeness or anything when I say like masculinity either. For him, I think the reason why, for me, I think that I don't think that it's masculine or it's feminine that he is willing to move locations for, what's her name again? It's Garrett and Taylor. I don't think it's feminine for him to want to move, just because her family's in that location. I think when they were talking in the pods, they talked about San Diego together. And it just so happened that she had family there as well, and that was somewhere that he was wanting to move. I think it would be a little bit better if they moved to a location where they were both starting fresh, as opposed to her already having family there. So I do think that it's a little bit unbalanced that they're starting off like that. But I think what they have going for each other is that they've been able to both articulate very well, and talk about their boundaries very well. Like he's felt comfortable, like speaking up on things. Like he was able to call her out when he felt like she was maybe being inauthentic, you know, in the pods. And like there's just been a good dynamic between them where they're both able to kind of have like a decisiveness about their boundaries and about where they're going. And even the fact that they were able to defend each other so well, even when being challenged with family members, or at least he was, for the part that we saw. So I think they have a really good partnership in their dynamic. Like I think she's a little bit hard too. Like, you know, she's got the independent, you know, woman thing going on, so she's a bit hard, but I think she is willing to compromise to an extent, at least enough that he's comfortable with. And they seem to be very reasonable and rational and able to make decisions together, which I think will bode well for them. So I think that they have a good partnership going. And I really, honestly, when I think of them, I'm not even thinking like about the dynamic of this feminine masculine role. It just seems very balanced to me for the most part. And I like this couple together.
Okay, I gotta disagree just a little bit with Faye. I understand, you know, moving away and being in a neutral place, but I also, you know, don't think that we should move away from family and family support. But that's just me. I understand, you know, you could be in San Diego and be like 5 miles too far for the family to pop by. You could have boundaries with it. And she did mention this in the pods. And Garrett did say in the pods he is willing to give up everything. He also said it on the beach. He kept on saying, I will give up for you. Hey, if he like it, I love it. The thing is that Taylor is making all the demands in this. And Garrett, I have not heard what Garrett wants yet, other than to echo what Taylor wants. That's my only issue with this. It's like, okay, now we know Garrett doesn't want to go too far from his family, but he's like, well, San Diego, maybe. You know, Taylor has very clear lines about what she wants in her life. I will not be a fruit before this avocado. I want to be in San Diego. We're going to come over to DC. Taylor has very strict lines for her life. And she also has to make room for a spouse. You have to kind of like, you know, give him some say in some of the things. So I don't know where they're going to compromise in. But again, you know, hey, I have moved a spouse from one state to another. Hey, as long as the couple can agree to compromise and it works for them, then it certainly can work. And as she said, she's coming back to DC. With the nature of her clean energy work, a lot of it is going to be in the West Coast. That's just how it is. But for her to be in DC, a lot of that, sometimes she's probably in DC, if she's an advocate, like she says, months at a time. Like 3 to 4 months max, she is there while, you know, stuff is in session. So again, it can work out and be bi-coastal as a couple. They just need to communicate, you know, create some boundaries, decide how their life is going to work, and go from there.
So,
Over there.
Just wanted to offer up, Elsa, as far as Garrett is concerned, he did say, and this was, I want to say in episode 9, where he said that he wanted to raise his family around his family. He was pretty clear about that, when she pushed and said, no, I really want to raise my children in San Diego. He's like, okay, right. But also I had this idea in mind that I don't want my children to think of their grandparents as strangers. It was always my goal, my intention that, you know, we know each other and we're really well connected, which I think is reasonable. Now, having said that, though, Taylor is getting everything that she wants. And I'm racking my brain here to think, has Garrett actually said what he wants, where he was uncompromising on it? And it doesn't seem like that. So in that way, yeah, it does seem imbalanced. I will say this much, because I actually do like this couple for each other specifically. I feel like they communicate really well together. Like, even him saying, you know, I was kind of iffy about this move. I know I said that we could do it in the pods, but you know, I'm really thinking it through, and it's a big deal for me. But for you, I'm willing to do this. The fact that he's willing to communicate that is a good thing. So at least she knows he's wrestling with this in his head, and that's not something he's just keeping locked to himself. I think that their communication is actually pretty good in that area, more than I can say for the other couples at least. So they have that going for each other, and I like how they interact with one another. They have like a nice little banter with one another. They give each other grief, which I feel like that's good for a couple. Like you just kind of like mess with each other a little bit. You need to have fun with it. It seems like they like each other. They're into each other. Garrett's nose is wide open over Taylor. He loves that girl. He loves her dirty drawers. He's into her in a big way. I don't see it as much with her to the same level, but it doesn't seem as though she doesn't dislike him or that she doesn't want to be with him. It seems like they like each other. Yeah, I don't know, man. The other issue that I have, and you brought this up, Elsa, is as far as the pregnancy thing is concerned, it's strange to me that she's pushing to move to San Diego now to raise a family when she's made it very clear that she doesn't want to raise a family right now. So it's like, what do you need to be in San Diego for? You just said that you're not having kids for at least 5 years. So why can't we just hang with my family until then? If I'm making the move to go, speaking for Garrett here, if I'm making the move to go all the way over to another coast and be with your family for the rest of my life to raise our kids, as long as we don't have the kids now, why can't we be on DC where you can get to know my family? I don't see why they can't compromise on that area. And it doesn't seem like that's a conversation that they're having. I don't know why they're not, but yeah, I really don't have much to say on them. There's not much to say. I feel like they're pretty solid in that area. So we'll see on these next episodes coming up. But that's really the only area I feel like they have any real possible contention.
Yeah, I think Garrett is just being a little too self-sacrificing. And I think when you do that too much, it sows seeds of resentment that can crop up. And I think just because they talked about it in the pods doesn't mean that he should be handcuffed to it when they come out of it. We talk about a lot of things in the pods. I think everybody should have the right to change their mind. Everybody should have the right to discuss their reservations, especially about when it comes to where we're going to live. You know what I mean? I don't know the context and when they discussed it, is this is something that was down the line, right? It sounds like now Taylor wants to move tomorrow and just let's get this going. So I just feel like I want to give Garrett a little bit more grace in this situation, to be able to, one, change his mind, and two, you know, kind of set some boundaries here. I want to see, where is Taylor sacrificing? It seems like a very one-sided conversation, whether it's moving, whether it's kids, whatever it is, it seems like it's just her way or the highway. And I think that dynamic, you might get what you want in the short term, but long term, you're going to have to bend and flex. You might think it all sounds good, but you also have to you also have to really put somebody else's, because a marriage is not about what you want solely. It's about the two of you building a life together, and you also being willing to sacrifice for your spouse. And I'm sorry, I don't see that coming from Taylor. I don't see that energy. Even when we think about, not last season, but I think before that, when it was Chelsea and Kwame, as cringy as sometimes Chelsea made us, I think that she went over and above to get to know Kwame's family. She went over and above to show how much she cared about Kwame as a person and knew that he was making this sacrifice that he was hesitant about, but I still care about you. I still love you. You know, I want to get to know your culture. You know, and again, yeah, there were moments when she made us all cringe, but the core of her loved him. I think sometimes it doesn't play out that way. We look at Rachel Lindsay. I didn't watch the show, but I see how their marriage unraveled. And her husband, who was the professional and a doctor in his own right, did a lot of what we see Garrett doing now. Followed her around, kind of pushed his career to the side. And then when they get divorced, what does he want? Spousal support. Everybody's up in arms, right? Not everybody, but a lot of bodies. But at the end of the day, he made a big sacrifice. He pushed a lot of his wants and desires for her. So I just think we just have to be cautious before we do too much celebrating, because they got to really work this out and figure out how their dynamic is going to work long term with all this, you know, moving and then kids. And, you know, it's a lot of biting your lip that I think is just not going to work well long term.
So is it fair to say that Garrett is missing his opportunities for negotiations? When she's bringing all these demands to him, he has an opportunity to negotiate his as well. So should we just say that he's missing his opportunities, his windows?
I think if she remains like a reasonable person, like I haven't seen her be like just straight selfish. Like she's made what she wants known and has like him like, hey, this is what, and he's been like, okay. As long as she's not selfish with it and like not, you know, she seems like someone who's reasonable and would be willing to compromise with him later on things, I think it should be okay. But things go bad. So I do think sometimes things happen in the beginning if you have somebody that is just unwilling to compromise.
Well, I mean, Taylor strikes me as a pretty reasonable person, so I don't think that she would like blow him off if he came to her with requests of his own, especially if she recognizes that he's making some amount of minute. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to say. I don't actually know if she recognizes the sacrifices that he's making. I noticed that her friend brought it up, though. Her friend was like, wow, you're really doing a lot for Taylor. You're willing to move after you just said that you wanted to be with your family. That's a big deal. And I don't know if Taylor really grasps that or not, but that's something that Garrett needs to like really hammer home. It's like, hey, I'm doing a lot for you right now, so I need you to be willing to make some sacrifices too. We need to be talking about that. And he's closed mouths don't get fed. So he's going to have to speak up for himself and get really clear about what it is that he wants from her, and then let her decide if she's willing to give it. And again, she strikes me as a pretty reasonable person. Sounds like she's a lobbyist. If she's working in DC like that as a consultant, that's code word for lobbyists. So she's used to negotiating anyway. So I don't see her just pushing him aside for that. But he needs to do that now, sooner rather than later, because once they get married and locked in, she's gonna hold him to whatever he said to her. She's probably super literal. So yeah, he needs to speak up now.
So closed mouths do get fed. I think Stephen showed you that closed mouths get all their kinks met. I just think that you have to understand that people get they become passive aggressive sometimes when their needs are not being met, and he has a responsibility to communicate what they are. And hopefully, because I perceive her as being more cognitively or emotionally aware, that she understands. And I would agree that her friend spoke to some conversations that he's not having, but I also agree that he defended her in open space to say that this is my agreement. But I don't know if I hope that he's in alignment with himself. And I understand men can be potentially more logical than women, that he understands that this is what he's giving up and that he's okay with it, and there won't be any backlash. If there is some other aspects where, again, she seems very solidified in her perspective about things from various perspectives, and where he doesn't feel like he is able to have any wiggle room to be himself and get his needs met, then that's how those behaviors could end up. Or in the preludes that we have saw, which is questionable to me why they haven't come up, except for they want to expose Tyler in the time frame where it's being currently exposed. That he is just he creates a line in the sand and he's not moving on it, because he understands that his boundaries are being infringed upon in other ways, and he's now setting this boundary that's unmovable when they had other opportunities to make an exchange. So yeah.
Looking real quiet there, Sean. That boy is sleeping on me.
No, I'm wide awake.
That's what it sounds like when you're wide awake. What's your thought, Sean?
Now you were sleeping because I just did a whole dissertation 2 minutes ago. No, listen,
Right, yeah, he did right before I answered the question.
So
I wasn't even asleep. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. I just literally did a whole dissertation. You know, I think he needs to advocate for himself. But I also think that Taylor needs to make room for that advocacy to happen. And sometimes you need to advocate for your spouse by thinking about their needs before your own. And I think that she is coming off selfish. Is she really? I don't know her. But what I see on the screen is someone that is selfish, meaning that her needs are of prime importance, and we're going to do it my way because I've got the plan. You might have a really good plan, and it might be one that we could move forward with. But I think you need to be more engaging in getting your partner's opinion and being open to their ideas, and not so dead set and sunken in doing things your way.
No, I definitely hear what you're sort of saying. I think obviously with the move, I mean, I said it was a bit feminine, but anyway, but yeah, what I think, let me revise it a little bit better, which is that I think without the acknowledgement of the compromise which he's making, right, without the compromise of that, without the acknowledgement of that compromise, and the fact that, you know, you're right, the friend had to kind of point it out, you know, it kind of just told me that does she actually acknowledge the sacrifice? See, when you sacrifice for somebody who doesn't actually acknowledge it, it's only going to backfire, like you guys are saying as well, right? That later on you're going to feel like you're owed something because you did sacrifice. And I think this is very interesting because actually we're going back to Kwame and Chelsea. This actually happened with them. When he decided he was going to move to where she was, he actually pointed it out. He said, I'm making a lot of sacrifices here. You get what I'm saying to you? So fair play to him. He actually pointed it out. You know, I think, you know, that's it was a good way to kind of for the person to acknowledge that, hey, look, they are making a lot of changes for you as well. And is there any changes that she's making? Remember, I said 5 to 7 years for the kids. Yeah, I said that already. Yeah, that's a true point. 5 to 7 for the years for the kids is crazy anyway, enough as it was, because she'll be at least, I think, 34 now, 35 by the time that happens, and she'll be in full-fledged career. So whether she'll even want to give up the career, you know what I'm saying to you, you don't know. But yeah, no, I felt like, do you know what? I think because I think when I watched his parents, I thought they were a little bit. They're not. His parents are great. It's just a bit overbearing, you know, almost as if like they don't want to let him go. You know, the ones there where mom's crying about letting him go. He's a grown-ass man. And the mom's crying about him moving. I said, damn. I'm not saying that, you know, he's not like he's leaving even countries. He's just moving, stay. Like, you know what I'm saying to you? That's why I said, okay, maybe he also feels like a move will be good for him. It will release him from the clutches. But it also tells me that you don't have good boundaries. That it means also, right, if you're feeling like, you know, you have to move for your parents to give you space, we may not have very good boundaries in establishing that I need my own space. You know what I'm saying to you? And so that can place you in another position in a relationship where somebody else is also overbearing. They're repeating the same pattern. So him giving up space could be another indication of him repeating the pattern that he has with his parents, with Taylor, that she is a bit more dominating, a bit more assertive, and will overtake and take the space up that he definitely had with the same thing with the parents, right? So it's something to look into, I think, with him and her, and hopefully she acknowledges that he is making a move, and then that can balance it out a little bit if she's making some concessions as well. She should be looking to make some concessions, you know what I'm saying to you? Like, hey, you're doing this for me, you know, is there areas that I need to be able to concede in and that you need in order to make this work? I don't know if I'm really hearing that as of yet. So it's going to be interesting. I think they're probably the only couple that I think will probably actually get married, to be honest. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Last one is the bar, but go for it.
Do you think Nikki D's mama would let him move to California?
I think she would.
Yes,
Absolutely.
he's been around the world playing sports. What do you mean?
No, you're trying to get back at me, Sean. But no, I think he
Mama
would.
probably hopes he moved. She probably hopes he moved.
You in this
Huh?
career that he has all over the world, being an international footballer, he must have an IG page that I missed that broadcasts all the accuracy.
Yes, if
of
you
his
look it up on the
football
league,
career.
you'll see. I'll send you the links.
Okay, yeah, because
Oh, he actually was full-time NFL.
Not NFL,
Oh, wow.
CFL and XFL.
CFL.
He was,
Oh,
and
wow.
he played internationally. Yes,
I know.
Wow.
I had to know it because I'm like, the way you are diving into his career and how much he has moved around. I knew you had some facts behind it because
Sean, you missed her intro. Investigator.
clearly,
That's what
Jesus
Coach
Christ,
called
she's
her.
gonna put his
I told you.
XFL career out there every chance she gets.
He got his stats are 55 punts, 3 kicks.
Someone said, what American football is played internationally? Sis, I will let you know. It's played, you know what I mean? Just like basketball. Okay, cool. We're gonna round it up. We've done all we can do. 5.5 hours, almost 5.5 hours. Okay. Good conversation. I love the conversation, the debates that you had as well. I've got all tomorrow to kind of chop it up as well. So, we'll definitely I'll see some edits tomorrow. But you know what? We haven't had one of these in a very long time. Deacon Sean, it'll be good to have a benediction. It's been a minute since we've had the deacon, and I know you've been away in the spiritual realm, so you're going to bring some heat to the benediction. No pressure. There's only 400 people in the room.
Well, I'm gonna give it the good old college try. I think we've learned a lot in our conversation and in watching these episodes. I hope most of it is what we've learned not to do. But I think some of the key takeaways when we think about relationships and what's important, it's honesty and transparency, and not weaponized ignorance. I think if you don't know, you don't know, and that's okay, but don't weaponize your ignorance, which we sometimes see people do. Also, the most important part is nourishing your relationship with yourself so that when you are presented with people that aren't aligned to you, that you can make the best decisions, that you can walk away, not being afraid to leave, but being more afraid of hurting yourself and the harm that can come by being with someone who doesn't have your best interest at heart. And lastly, let's work on ourselves. Let's dig deeper. Let's look in that mirror. Let's not also fall prey to thinking that just because it worked in the past or just because it worked for Johnny and Sarah means it's going to work for me. You have to do what is going to work best for you and also what's going to work best for the relationship that you are in. Back to you, Coach.
Well done, Sean. Thank you. Well, listen, audience members, it's been an absolute pleasure. Listen, we've had a good old jolly time. You know what I mean? We've got one more of these Love is Blind panels. I think we actually know. We've got 2 because I think the actual reunion's on the 30th. So we've got 2 more. So next Saturday, it'll probably be Sunday because I think on Saturday I'm in London. So it'll probably be Sunday. But we do next live. So next Sunday we do the live. We'll start early as well so that you guys can do your thing during the rest of the day. And then we have one more after the 30th when they do the reunion, and that again will be on a Saturday for you. Actually, it may not be a Saturday. Maybe maybe on that week, the Thursday actually might be. I might have to do it earlier because I think I'm flying out somewhere. But anyway, but I'll let you guys know ahead of time anyway. But we've got 2 more of these, and then obviously Married at First Sight starts on Tuesday next week officially. So we're gonna start doing them panels again on a Thursday night for you guys. Probably do it 1 hour, 2 hours. Won't do it long, and we'll chop it up and have some conversations as well. So listen. We look forward to more of these panels. If you want to be part of them, do email me, littleblackbook91 at gmail.com. If you want to be part of the panels as well, it's always welcome as well. We don't know if Ready to Love is coming. We don't know. They have not heard any news as of such. They don't seem to be releasing any information in that place. It is tight over there I was gonna say something, but we need to pause. But yes, definitely. When it does, let us know. We will definitely let you guys know. All right, listen, audience members, thank you so much. We appreciate y'all. And Detail, we have another breakout panel. We have another panel, for Love is Blind and for Married at First Sight. So if you're around, D, let me know, or send me your email and I can send you stuff. But we'll see you guys again next week for another enthralling conversation. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Be easy. Appreciate y'all.